Ooh. Wow, what's up, guys? So I've never been in a formal suit before. I was in a lawsuit when your mom something. You sound better? I'm getting there. I took like an hour nap last night. I felt really good. I did a lot of work stuff, and then I rewired all of my computer shit. And then let's see, boom boom. Nice. Oh, I had a huge headache though. I finally broke down and I bitched out and I took some ibuprofen though and I feel way better, so. Was there an Andrew Tate update recently, or is this debate prep or something? I don't see any new headlines about Tate. Okay, so any fever dreams? No, I'm not having any dreams. I think my sleep is still incredibly compromised. My watch said last night I got 20 minutes of REM sleep, but I feel a little bit better. Hopefully tonight works better because I'm starting to feel better. It's getting there. "22 minutes of REM sleep, 6.5 hours of light sleep." Jesus. Have you tried NyQuil? No. Go to the doctor. You have a sinus infection? I think I did, but I think it's mostly gone now. I'm just like on the residual 6 stage. Like these don't feel bad anymore, unless that's just the ibuprofen. Well, no, even when I woke up, this doesn't, like, I don't feel very much pressure up here anymore, so I don't know why. Oh yeah, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Sorry. Like up here feels fine now. Wow, Mitch GG, thanks for subbing, buddy. Adam Malds on Pondering Politics.
Game is frozen. Game is frozen. Game is frozen. Video settings. Options. Game is frozen.
Oh, sorry, I restarted on my computer shut. I've rewired everything through my two little universal power supplies. So now I can always see what's going on.
Options. Options. Zoomer slowly. When Nub plays Minecraft, that's a big problem.
That anyway, because it was a 21 and we had no food. But
generating God seed 0%. Game is frozen. Game is frozen. Game is frozen. Video settings. Options. Game is frozen. Options.
Did you order another one? Did you say that? Yeah, I have 2 now.
Options. Zoomer slowly. When Nub plays Minecraft, that's a big problem.
That anyway, because it was a 21.
Oh yeah, it's not universal power supply. I keep calling UPS universal. It's not. It's uninterruptible. That's true. How big are they? They're really big. They're big because they're not. I don't know why. But I think uninterruptible power supplies tend to use. What are not lithium ion batteries? What are the names of the really big batteries? lead acid batteries. Maybe lead acid. Yeah, the really big battery. I don't know why they do it. Maybe they hold. Maybe they're more reliable in the long term or something. It's the same thing car batteries use. I don't know why. There must be a reason, but. In your Sneeko video, you said you only got into a relationship with Melina because it was open. Didn't she convince you to do an open relationship since she's done it before and you had not? Convince me? No. After my last relationship ended, I said I was never going to do any relationship again because I always wanted to fuck around. But then I met Melina and she said she does open relationships. And I'm like, oh, this actually sounds really good if this is a real thing that people do.
Okay, let me take this out.
Zena, what are you doing?
Be available at 7 tomorrow. What are you, nigga? What are you doing? You fucking retard!
Jesus. Do you not ever get jealous over Melina? No, I'm just not a jealous person. I don't know why. I just never feel that way. The only time I get jealous is if I feel like I'm losing access to somebody. So usually I get jealous if like somebody gets in a relationship and I can't like hang out as closely with that person anymore. It's usually the only thing that I get jealous about.
Senator, you're up for election in 3 short years. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
What's happening?
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator. Benny.
He's like, Kevin, a PTSD response. My God.
okay.
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
What efforts is Daniel Cameron going to have to make on the campaign trails when the election's over in November?
Senator Daniel Cameron, do you have a comment on Daniel Cameron?
Well, I think the governor's race is going to be very close. Far and away the best candidate we could have nominated. And that stage has become increasingly Republican.
Warning.
Left. So I'm optimistic that Daniel will be.
Has he had like a stroke or something recently, or what's going on with our buddy Mitch? Video has no sound. Why did I get linked this? He was watching Darius' stream last night and flashed back to the Xena titty.
Path to finishing the NDA this week has been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
is it? It can't be a stroke, because if he's having a stroke, obviously we would all know or whatever. Trouble walking, dizziness, loss of balance, or lack of. So it doesn't seem to be that. I wonder what's happening. Huh? Maybe some type of seizure. He's waiting to see if his jungle is stealing red buff.
Do you want to say anything else to the press?
Dementia kicking it. People are saying dementia, but it doesn't. Dementia wouldn't cause like a sudden freeze like this. It seems like some kind of like a stroke or seizure or something. But I don't know. I don't know all the different types of dementias. I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know.
Go ahead, John.
Huh.
So this is the, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the IRA. And of course,
Yeah?
Have to go to a hardware store?
Oh, for different types of screws or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
They are short, so I need like longer ones.
Gotcha.
I cannot just like replace them with the normal ones
Mm-hmm.
because they become short, they don't reach. So I need to get the same but like longer.
Okay.
Alright?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Don't get the A plus, he get the B, cause my son a failure, McDonald in.
Okay. Unfortunately, I still kind of sort of run in these circles. I want to be very familiar with the
onset of karma.
Good. I want to be very familiar with the Andrew Tate indictment stuff, and I know that as the court thing like carries through, as the process carries through, it's going to keep cropping up, people bringing him up. So I think it would be really good to spend several hours becoming familiar with exactly what he's charged with, exactly what the evidence laid out in the indictments is, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we're going to spend today and maybe tomorrow just pouring through the actual indictment. So somebody emailed me the actual, like the unredacted full indictment from the Romanian court system. It's 360 pages. But the problem is that it's in Romanian and it's unredacted. So I don't want to just give this out and ask people to translate it or throw parts of it into a translator. I guess first I would ask is there a, I don't even know if I'm technically supposed to have this. Is there like an unredacted version of these indictments out? I'm sorry, is there a redacted English translated version of these indictments out anywhere? I heard your mom had it. Want me to check real quick? Good one. I'm Romanian, so if you want... No, I don't want to just have a person trying to translate on the fly. There's got to be a way I can do, like... Oh, I'm going to watch this with Nathan. Oh, boy. What the fuck am I looking at? Is this like a child version of the actor that plays Tyrion or whatever? Or what am I looking at? Who is that? It looks like him, right? Am I crazy? Was that like an extended Wilhelm scream?
Cake, really. It's a security gig.
Hello? Welcome.
Can you explain you want the redacted version and the unredacted version? Because this unredacted version has full names, phone numbers, and addresses of the accused and the accusers and everything, I think, in this indictment. And I don't want to leak any of that. I don't know how much of that is public or not.
Freddy's. Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Foxy. Bonnie.
Chica and Freddy. Back in the 80s. Some kids went missing.
What is this?
That's why the place shut down. The police searched Freddy's.
Hey!
They never found the kids.
What the heck?
Ghost children possessing giant robots. Tell me how to stop them.
You don't. It's too late. He's coming.
Wow, hey, what's up?
Hey?
Hey,
Ah,
what's up?
hear me? Something is not working. Hey,
Hello, hello?
can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up?
Oh, it was not working for a second. Hello! Yeah, hi, everyone. Chad, Steven, it's me. You know?
What's up? Yeah. Wait, let me grab a drink real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, what the fluff? Oh, hey guys. My mic sucks today for some reason. I don't know.
All right, what's up? How's it going? Can you read Romanian?
A little bit, but not enough to help you with your Tate business. I'm
Alright,
sorry.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, I do translations enough as it is, you know, for people.
Do you watch the do you look at any of the clips from the uncredible defense or whatever subreddit, like all the war footage and stuff, or non-credible defense? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sometimes sometimes clips and stuff. What about it?
I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? I feel like the entire war has taken place in like the same 3 fields, because I feel like every single time I see any clip from any war footage, it always looks like it's in the exact same place. Is a lot of Ukraine just like a giant ditch and some trees and a field?
Yes. I mean, I could say something else, but mostly it's just plains and shit, you know?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so there are different areas that are not like that. For example, the western parts are like mountains, Carpathian mountains, yeah, I think you call them in English. You know, things like that. So a bit different, like forest, mountains. But most of the east, where the war effort is going on, as you know, it's just, you know, plains and stuff. So it's like
Gotcha.
fields, and that's about it. So what you usually see is burned up fields, right? And they all look kind of like the same,
Yeah,
obviously.
like the exact same. Like every single video clip seems like it comes from the same area, but okay. Anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty identical, yeah. Also, I think something might have to do with the fact that some units, some squads and like battalions who usually film stuff you can see, it's the same battalions.
Oh, that makes
So
sense
they
too,
might
yeah.
also be so they might also be literally fighting in the exact same place. So yeah. For example, like Bakhmut area or like Donbass area, you know, so like similar locations pretty much.
Okay.
Also, burned up grass looks the same, dude.
True.
There's like no way around it, I guess.
All right, well.
Yep.
What's up?
Well, what's up? It's been a while. There have been some cool stuff that happened. For example, your cutie pies, DGGers, helped me a month ago or something like that. Helped me with getting money for anti-drone guns, which is pretty cool. And soon we'll be able to show them off in action, which I hope I can make some like, you know, footage for the people who donated and shit. So that was pretty cool. Not cool was the fact that a very close friend of mine died at the front lines, unfortunately, and we were unable to get his body back for a while. Luckily, we managed, and last week was the funerals and stuff like that, you know? That's not good. Not cool, as you say. And the cool stuff is that some people in chat might know, some don't, but I was supposed to like pay a huge ass sum of money for my father's house. for like gas, like light and water and shit like
Yeah,
that.
utilities,
And I
yeah.
was like, yeah, and I was about to like go to courts and shit because why should I pay it? It was like burnt and nobody used anything. Like what the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I ended up like kind of winning, and I'm not going to pay anything. Yoo-hoo! You know?
Well, good job.
That's based. Yeah, that's based. Wasted a lot of money on the lawyer person, but at least I didn't pay those fuckers, you know? Apparently it's a problem, I learned. Like, my friend of mine, like literal orcs have been living in his house. I mean, like Russian invaders, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have been using, like, in occupied area, his home, his apartment, and like literally like shitting there and, you know, doing all sorts of stuff in the apartment, like looted the fuck out of it, like all the equipment, all like expensive like furniture, like technical stuff, TVs, notebooks, stuff like that was all looted.
Mm-hmm.
And stolen. And then when this area was liberated, he got himself a bill that the government wanted him to pay for the what occupiers used, like water, gas, light. You know?
Makes sense.
And
it's probably
he was
all like automated and ran, and the company just keeps tabs on it. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And it seems to be like a problem for many people. And he was like, so here's the thing, I'd rather die, literally.
Yeah, of course, than
than
pay
for these fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people went to courts because of that, and it's like such a clusterfuck considering how much of the, for example, my oblast was more occupied and liberated, so now there's like a lot of problems with people's houses and apartments that either are burnt down or destroyed, or they have not lived there, but now they have like bills and shit to pay for other people, you know, stuff like that. Not fun.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's pretty much kind of what's been happening. Right now I'm doing a fundraiser for a very epic drone, which again, quite a lot of DGGers helped me out with, and it's still going if anyone wants to participate. It's for the snipers. It has like this thermal vision, so you can like see people in the dark and shit just by the, you know, the heat of their bodies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. If anyone wants to participate, I would super appreciate it. And we might get a sticker on it or something. I no longer have my DGG like little thingies I used to put on stuff, but I need to print some more, actually. Yeah, that's what's been going on. What I wanted to talk with you about, if you have time, was this whole, like, I messaged you, like, abortion shit and, like, consciousness shit, but it's pretty, like, philosophical, and I think you're a little bit sick still.
I think I'm mostly better now. I think I've gotten over most of it, yeah.
Oh, yeah? That's good. I kind of still hear, you know, in the voice a bit, but it's based.
Well, fuck you. Maybe that's just what my voice sounds like, okay?
No, your voice sounds completely normal usually. I talk with you a lot.
Okay, all right.
Don't do this to me. Yeah.
I'm mostly better now, but
are
yeah, I
you mean?
understand. Getting there, all right.
Are you extra mean when you're ill or something?
No, I'm just always mean, actually, so.
Aw. Not in the DMs, though. Huh.
Okay,
whatever.
Hey, calm down, buddy, all right?
Okay.
Anyway,
it's a joke.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
Please clarify.
It's not really a joke. He is 100% nicer
Thank you.
in DMs.
Okay.
Guys, you should know this. Yeah.
Jesus.
But I think you do know this, so it's not a secret.
Yeah, I'm a nice person, okay?
Yes. Yesterday I wanted to jump in actually to talk, and then I saw Ayla and I was like, oh, cool, because she's like an interesting person, and you know, I like her. I listened to her a couple times. And then exactly the moment when I was, wanted to maybe chat or something, she started telling the story about this cotton cheese substance falling out of her vagina in the middle of like sex, and I was like, oh no, I escaped. I was terrified, traumatized, more than artillery traumatizes me, and I decided to, not to participate in this Western degeneracy fest.
Yeah, she definitely is an interesting character. Yeah.
I mean, the stories though, pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, but also a little crazy. Yeah.
I mean, the craziest one I told you probably was that gypsy thing, like Roma people thing.
I remember.
When there was dead baby.
The baby, yeah.
Yeah. that got the most reaction out of you.
Yeah.
More than anything else in gachas ever did.
There's a big meme online about Europeans making fun of Americans for racism, but then as soon as Romani people show up, Europeans are like the most racist people. So.
True. So also I wanted to, if you like on the subject of racism, it's gonna be a bit spicy. So I watched like a little clip of you talking with with a bunch of like people who are apparently on your Discord, and they happen to be black people, and they were saying that your community is very racist and shit. And I was like, interesting, you know. And then the examples they brought, and I was like, am I losing my mind right now? One of the guys said he got the message that he was playing Far Cry, I think the game or something like that, and people told him like, oh, why all like black people are fans of this game? Like, why are they playing? All like fans of this game are black, and he listed that as an example of like racism. And I was like, am I like a barbarian Eastern European, or is this cringe? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so black people racism in the United States is complicated. The issue is that in the United States, we've solved like most of like the big problems when it comes to like say racism and sexism, but there's a lot of things, we can call them microaggressions, I guess. There's a lot of things that show up that on their own aren't a big deal, but in an aggregate over a long period of time become incredibly annoying to deal with. And it's kind of similar to like if you're a woman and you're in a business meeting or you're doing something serious and a guy kind of refers to you as like sweetie or doesn't seem to be taking you as seriously. Like he's never going to say something so horrible that you can call him out on it and be like, hey, stop. But it might be that like over the aggregate, over a long period of time, they get so fucking annoying that it makes it feel like you're always on edge kind of. And sometimes when black people are in certain communities online, that's the feeling that they can get when somebody makes like another joke about like, oh, is your dad not in the house or something like that. After a while, I can just feel like, yeah, very aggravating. Now, in my personal opinion, I don't think that's what was happening here, but that's what their feelings were, and that's what they were trying to communicate to me on the. Yeah,
I see. So it like kind of like this piles up, and it becomes like irritating, and you might be like more angry about it than you usually would be, just because there's a lot of this shit and you see it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And it sounds stupid on its own. Like most sexism is stupid on its own. Like why would you care if a guy said one thing? But it's never just the one thing. It's like a whole buildup over time of stupid stuff that gets irritating. But then it's hard to address it because you can never bring it up. Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
It's super Oh.
As a guy who's black-ish, I'm half black.
Ish?
Yeah, I'm half black.
I don't know who you
it's
are.
just a joke.
This
I'm
is
Vegan Games.
Vegan Games. Yeah.
Oh, I know who you are. Sorry, I know who you are actually. Because
I was just gonna pop in and give a bit of an opinion on this. I'm not gonna be around for long because I'm working out right now, but yeah, one of the reasons why you might see black people get triggered when somebody says, why do like black people always like Far Cry or some shit, is because in so many instances, people like bring up your race, and it's just weird when black is always used as an identifier, like whatever you do. Like if you're eating certain foods, oh yeah, lol, black people love Kool-Aid. Like if you're playing basketball, oh yeah, you love basketball because you're black. And then like when you hear that all the fucking time, it like depersons you in a way where like you can't just enjoy something or do something, and everything you do is like tied to your race. It gets annoying.
Yeah, that makes sense. That it reminds me of I don't remember if it was Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle that made the comment about like everybody likes fried chicken and watermelon. Like why does this have to be like racialized? Like stuff like that. Yeah,
it's annoying.
Like chicken shit, I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know about.
And from being half black and growing up in a white household, like you wouldn't be able to tell from my voice that I'm black or even half black. So I even get some of the shit from black people too, where they racialize things in an inappropriate way, where they ask like, why do you sound white? Oh, why are you interested in hockey? Like you Uncle Tom, like, so because I think just because black people and in my experience too, half black people or black people who've kind of maybe grown up in a more white sort of neighborhood or culture, like everything you do ends up getting racialized, and you can't just like be seen as a person who enjoys things, and people just bring up your race constantly, and it's fucking irritating.
I see. Sounds annoying, yeah. So you can't like enjoy shit without people bringing up the fact that you're black. Like, I mean, what the fuck? The games do you like to play? What it has to do with anything? Like, right? It's not racial, right? But people like bring this shit up all the time.
Yeah.
It's basically
makes sense. Yeah. The only thing I was confused about is the gravitas, I guess. So they were like making a claim that it was like the Destiny's community is like racist, so racist that they can't bear being there, basically, which to me sounded a bit like over the top.
Sure.
But you know, upon the explanation, I guess I can see how it's. But is it like Destiny's like community, or is it like everywhere like that, or like most like?
It's really everywhere. I wouldn't say Destiny's community is unique.
I see. Well, whatever, right? I just again, I have a little bit of a different, you know, view on shit, obviously, because people like are super more aggressive, I guess, in the way they talk and joke. For example, like pretty like non-racist, in my opinion, joke that many friends of mine are telling. One of my friends is Azerbaijani, and people would say like, "Oh, what are you doing? Like, wanna come hang out?" And he was like, "No, I'm busy." And they were like, "Oh, selling heroin, huh?" Because you know, Azerbaijani people tend to sell drugs and shit like that, and it's like stereotype, basically, you know. And nobody's like, and he's like, "No, not heroin, man, like cocaine." This time around. So this would be like the response people usually get, which I presume in the United States would be considered like a bit, you know.
Yeah.
No, I think a lot of black people can handle racist jokes. It's just that when you're talking about like situations where somebody brings up your race when you're just doing something casual, it's not really a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Well, I mean, I think the problem is there can be a serious joke, but like I think even if it is a joke, I think that just hearing the same joke constantly gets really, really, really grating. It's like if you're like at a supermarket and you try to like ring something up, and then like it doesn't ring up, and the person's like, "Oh, does that mean it's free?" Like I'm sure that I've never worked as a cashier before, but I'm sure that like if you work at a supermarket, you probably hear that joke so many times you want to kill yourself every time that somebody says it.
I worked I worked like selling stuff, and it was like sometimes people would make the same joke, and you're like, "Holy fucking hell!" Like, and you like smile because it's a customer, basically, right? You have to like you know be polite about it, but yeah, it's annoying.
All right, well, I gotta go finish this workout. Peace out, man.
Be careful.
Bye. I mean, that was pretty nice, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know, I recognize the person. I think he has like a sort of like a reputation of being like, you know, angry a bit.
The number one thing that vegan games can do, which is very rare, is he's a really good resetter. So he can come in and have extreme conversations, but then the next day he comes in like nothing ever happened, which is really funny. So yeah.
Oh. So he's like, he can be very like angry and then pop up like nothing was happening.
Yeah, basically.
I see. That's a skill.
It is indeed. It's a very good skill. Yeah.
That's just not taking things personally, right? Hey Anna, how are you doing?
Oh, hello, it's Kelly. Hello.
Hi.
The voice. Annoy Destiny. Yeah. Yes. Hey, hi. How are you doing? We chatted up a bit.
Thank you, yeah. So what's been happening over there on a more casual basis? You spoke a little bit about you're doing another fundraiser?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now actually. I'm doing like this whole thing about a very cool drone I'm trying to buy for sniper dudes. So yeah, I'm trying to raise. I posted on Reddit and on Twitter and stuff like that. So possibly could get one, maybe two, if things be epic. Maybe not, I don't know. But one would be great. Yeah, people say that they have trouble with those like Mavic drones now, which are Chinese drones that we used to use a lot. But unfortunately, recently China sold a lot of anti-drone stuff to Russia. So they kind of sell us the drones and sell Russia things to take those drones down. Yeah, so people have been, you know, calling Chinese people names. Let's put it like that.
Jeez.
Recently.
I know it's kind of like it's malevolently evil, but also kind of smart. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to business plan.
That's kind of smart, but very evil. Yeah, yikes.
Very capitalist of them, I'd say.
Wait, so you're saying who's doing what? Did you say people are selling anti-drone stuff to Russia? Was that?
Yeah, China like
Oh,
sold
okay,
like
okay, yeah.
insane amount of shit like to take down the drones that we have been buying from them for a while now. So people report from the front lines, report some troubles, when it comes to this issue. Yeah, so people are trying new type of drones, like another models, another like producers to figure out better options, I guess you could say. But better options are more expensive, unfortunately. So there are problems.
I'm curious.
That's about it, pretty much. What?
With your like everyday life, how much of it is still actually kind of the same? It's a weird question, but I'm sure people still are doing things, right? And it's not just like you're 24/7. But what things like hit the worst?
I mean, depends on your like occupation, I guess, like on your profession. If you're like dealing with the, I don't know, like if you're like a hospital, work in a hospital, or you're like a volunteer 24/7, or you're like dealing on the front lines, then of course your life is pretty much like consumed by war stuff. But like a regular person, like regular civilian type of person, you do your regular shit, like, cook breakfast, go to work, shower, maybe like chill like with your friends a bit, stuff like that, just regular people stuff. At first people people are kind of paralyzed at first, like couple months, but then people started to do normal shit and live their lives. So it's kind of like a mixture of like crazy and normal. I don't know, like, it's the new normal, I guess you could say. So for example, I would wake up, right? And I would go like make breakfast for me and my sister, for example. And then it's just a normal shit. I'm listening to music and stuff, right? And then boom, explosion somewhere, right? And I'm like, so I stop cooking, I go to the corridor and I sit there for a while. Then it stops, the sirens stop, and I go continue about my day, So that's pretty much like how it is.
That makes sense. I mean, so I only have the perspective of like my grandparents, for example, like during the war here. But because we're like a separated island, I don't think that's ever going to be the same experience. But I mean, my nan refused to leave Kent, which was one of the like heaviest bombed areas during World War II. She was like sent to Wales and then came back again. I don't know why she did that, but it was just interesting to hear like so many people just wanted to stay where they were despite how dangerous it was.
That's pretty much the same thing here. Yeah, so most people want to stay.
Matters more and the people around you and stuff, and you want to be involved and actually help.
Also, people are pretty defiant. They're like, fuck this shit. This is my home. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, I talked with like a bunch of like elderly ladies and like, gents, especially. And they're like, I lived here like 40 years ago. Like, fuck yourself, Russia, So they'd be like, I don't want to like move anywhere. And you have to sometime really try to convince them to move if it's super duper dangerous. For example, we had a situation with one battalion I worked with, and they were trying to convince this elderly lady to move because her village was getting like 15 artillery shots per day.
Jesus.
And it's like a small village, and she was like, and they were like, Granny, like, what the fuck, you're going to get blown up like any day now. And she was like, no, I'm not leaving my chickens, like my my house, things like that. And they were like, and they didn't know what to do. They can't like move her like forcefully, But one day a shell dropped pretty close to her house and actually like busted like everything and killed her neighbor as well. So when that happened, she finally agreed. But that's what it took, to get her out of there. So
no shit. I wonder what it is, what older people have, that this like gene, it's like a stubbornness and like defiance gene. I don't know why. My nan is exactly the same. It's just so funny.
I mean, I think it's like a bit of like several factors, but maybe it's like psychological shit. They're very uncomfortable with change, much more comfortable than younger people are. So for them, like moving and removing, like, like losing their day-to-day everyday life that they're used to is much harder, and they are very like set in their ways. So stubbornness, I guess, comes from that in a way, because they have like those rituals, routines they repeat all the time, and as older you get, the more you're like attached, I guess, to your way of life. For them it's a bit hard to change that, I guess.
Especially if you're in one area for like 30, 40, 50 years. For some people, as cold as it sounds, like death might be preferable to having to pick everything up and going to live in a totally new place where you don't know or recognize anything. There's a reason why older people in a lot of the ex-Warsaw Pact and ex-Soviet Union places will say that they like preferred the Soviet Union over what it is today. Not even necessarily because it was better, but just because they grew up there, they know it more, they're more familiar with it and everything else. Like, yeah.
Yeah, also like a new world, so to speak, after Soviet Union dissolvement was a lot of stress because people used to live like that, right? You go to the school and then you're getting assigned by the party, right? The Communist Party to a certain place, factory, let's say, right? And you work there like your whole life. That's it. So no social mobility, no movement anywhere. You're just there. That's your place. And if sometimes in Soviet Union, oftentimes you would even be given a place to live, like apartment. You don't choose it. You will be like assigned to a location, given an apartment, given a job. That's it. You work, right? And then after this, in the 90s, for example, right, it was chaos in general, like for all sorts of reasons, right? But in many places, the people who are older now, they just didn't know what to do. Like they didn't have any like experience in choosing anything for themselves, in choosing jobs, choosing occupations, like maybe like things they wanted to do. They didn't know how to do it. So for them, it was like very horrible and stressful in many ways, despite the like many freedoms that people got. But also some people just don't appreciate, freedom that much. Sounds mean, but it's not their value basically, right? So when you talk to younger people, they would like, oh, I would rather fucking like, I don't know, like die than just have no options of what to do in my life, like what to choose, to have to be like party line and to just read Marx as a Bible, and not being allowed to like wear anything I like, to express myself in any way I like, to always being like this part of this like cult, so to speak, right? And older people don't see it as such a big of a deal. For them, like this choices are overwhelming, they don't like it. So not to speak, like most people are appreciative. Quite a lot of like even elderly people can appreciate newer stuff we got since then, but some are very stuck like in the past, I guess.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, bless.
Well, one of the funny, I guess, experiences this war kind of brought was seeing elderly people remove like Soviet Union stars and shit from the buildings with their hands. It was like an experience because when I was like a revolutionary back in 2014, elderly people would, almost all of them, get like mad for us for removing like certain Soviet symbols. For example, when we dropped Lenin statue in Kharkiv, which was the biggest statue of Lenin in Ukraine, they were like ass mad, most of them, like elderly people. I mean, so if you ask them like questions in particular, they wouldn't even know why. They were just mad because it was there their whole life, And and then now you could see elderly people like straight up like ripping Soviet symbols from the buildings and things like that with their hands. It's pretty interesting experience. Like I never saw that before, which I guess makes sense for them. It kind of clicked the connection between Soviet Union and Russia and Russian imperialism and oppression and shit like that.
It required like something super extreme to like break them out of the brainwashing, kind of.
Oh, he just left. How rude.
No, shut up. I heard everything you're saying. No, I agree. It's not necessarily brainwashing. It's just you tend to look at the past with rose-tinted glasses, and sometimes it'll take a big event kind of like wake you up from it, Yeah.
Yeah, also there's an obvious one. They were young back then, and now they're old as shit.
Sure.
So life legitimately was better when you're younger in some regards, in terms of your like health and the memories, and everything. And now you're like cranky and everything hurts. So there's that.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
Sometimes you talk with people and they describe experiences like from their past, like, and you understand that the good things about it has nothing to do with Soviet Union. It has everything to do with them being able to run around,
Sure,
and
maybe, yeah.
going on dates and shit, So in the process, you would speak with people and like, oh, I was like such a ladies' man, and they're like, what the fuck that has to do with Soviet Union? So this is pretty much what people sometimes recall with like, I guess you could say, nostalgia and like positive feelings.
like biases, confirmation bias. Well, there's rose-tinted glasses and looking back in the past. Yeah, I mean, I get that. It makes sense, but I was like, I guess it would. Oh, what am I thinking of? It would depend on the influences at the time as to like how positive. I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking. I need a sec.
Try doing one of the voices.
I'm dumb.
Nah, I'm patient. Try to explain it. I'm interested now.
Oh, it's probably not that interesting. I don't know. It's just it's just interesting. There's always some truth in things, right? And there always is a positive to a situation, like especially how strong propaganda used to be. And it's not like it was always all built on lies, right? And it was so much easier to convince people of things back before there was like the internet and shit. It's like, yeah.
I mean, most of it was built on lies when it comes to Soviet Union, but yeah, some people are, you know, sometimes it's just people would describe. They also like. It's important to understand that some people like genuinely have different fucking values, you know. So, for example, like people would describe some horrid shit. Like I don't know, like you know, my dad was sent to the Gulag. You know, my entire family was like our property was expropriated, and you know, kulaki was like the word we used for like wealthy peasants. Like most of them were either like their shit was stolen due to collectivization, or they were like straight up killed, executed, shit like that. And people would describe things like that and say, oh well, you know. They kind of
like it was
deserve
justified. Jeez.
yeah. So that's what Russians oftentimes do, and some people in Ukraine as well, which a minority in Ukraine, admittedly, but they still exist. So yeah, so people describe shit like that, and for example, like my best friend's parents would describe they are quite, you know, they didn't live in the worst of it, so in like Stalin repressions, things like that. They were living a little, they were young, like in the 80s, you know, 70s, things like that. So they would describe, for example, like that they couldn't get like baby formula, they couldn't get like, how do you call those in English? Like pampers, like things like you used to, so your baby doesn't like shit and poop everywhere. How the fuck it's called?
Diapers, nappies.
Diapers, yeah, thank you, diapers. Yeah, so basically they couldn't get that. It was not available in you know, in Soviet Union. So my friend's mother would go on a plane to Riga, which is in Baltics, another like, you know, on a plane to basically another country
just to get diapers.
Buy. Yes, that's the planned economy for you, you know, and she describes that, and then she describes all sorts of shit, like in crazy lines to get like groceries, always nothing, like something is lacking, you can't get shit like that, you essential stuff that you need, not to mention
Vam's gonna get triggered in chat, be careful guys.
Who will be triggered in chat?
There's like a tanky guy in our chat called Can't Close Vim. He's always like simping for Russia.
You wanna come in here, Vim?
Well,
shut up.
No.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Go live in Soviet Union, my guy. Belarus is open. You know, North Korea is a good choice, I heard. So basically what happened is this, and she would describe things like that, right? And then she would, and you like, sounds fucking awful, dude. And she would be like, what a great country it was. And you're like,
I think like I said, I feel like even on legitimately bad experiences, like if you can remember bad things in like high school or grade school, there are things that happen that I remember that legitimately were horrible to be living in at the time. But when you look back on them, I think you can look back on them very endearingly. I don't know why. That's just like a very human thing to do.
That's true, yeah.
That is.
I mean, I'm not saying she's like lying or anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are bad experiences and in Soviet Union, most of your fucking life was bad experience, to be quite honest. So depends on the time, I guess.
But I'm sure people sure people were able to find like happiness in it. Like even Jewish people in concentration camps had like jokes and shit.
Definitely,
like,
yeah. That's what we do now, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, people live like you would like come visit like soldiers, for example, like on the front lines, and they live like in a literal like trench. Like haven't showered in 2 months, you know, this type of situation, and they crack jokes and they smile and they're happy and they like recall very, you know, it's human experience. Obviously, you can find like happy stuff even in the worst stuff. So yeah,
I can't believe
That's
chat's
true.
losing their minds just because I said nappies. Alright, it's the fucking British word. I don't... Why?
Nappies.
What's so interesting? Yeah, it's just British for diapers.
I see. I will remember this.
Why the fuck is Kelly there? Why the fuck not?
Yeah, for real.
Why not?
Also, what did you want to hear instead? Like gotcha, anything else?
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
Steven.
I'm a anti-gotcha anything else device. That's why.
Yeah, she appeared to prevent gotchas and anything else.
Well, there you go.
She has been summoned.
That's about all I am good for, to be honest.
Not true. I heard you're very good at making voices.
She does.
And
She does
noises.
the best voices and noises. Can we get one, Kelly?
You don't even like that. I
I
don't
love
feel
the voices.
I
This is like
don't
my
feel
favorite thing.
appreciated. I feel very
Like one of those? Can we get one of those?
That's
Okay,
not
that
an
was
anime
good.
voice. It's like a Marge.
Thanks,
Simpson.
Kelly. You've given me a lot to think about. Oh, Obama.
Oh.
No
I'm bad at
voices.
doing
you
voices
don't
too.
he does not deserve. I mean, none of you people deserve my voices, alright? Shut up.
Yeah, well, if they're underappreciated, then I can understand, you know.
I will not
There's
say
like
it
this phrase.
unless you
I don't
people
know.
start being like 10% less sexist in general.
Wow.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
10%?
At
That's
least
a low bar.
10%. Well, yeah, that's a lot for some of them though.
I mean, there's like this phrase. I don't know if it exists in English on like English-speaking world, but it's basically like don't throw pearls in front of pigs. So you know, if something pigs can't appreciate like pearls and shit, so that's pretty much this situation.
Are you calling them
Absolutely.
pigs?
Don't make noises
Kelly
in
is
front
the
of those.
pearl
who
of
can't-
DGG. I agree.
I think I'm the pig then.
Okay, you made it sound cute.
DGG the pearls.
Yeah, I mean, they're cutie pies. I will stand by it. I don't care.
True. I appreciate that you support your fundraisers. They're not all bad.
I mean, yeah, but also they have been generally amazingly cool towards me. So,
Nice.
yep.
No, I would not expect anything else actually.
I would.
I'm glad. Why?
Because
I'm very-
Destiny
I
thinks
am
the community
very
is sexist.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, you've never done anything to be slightly irritating or annoying. You only
Oh.
come here and you're very nice. You never say shit, but
oh, thank you.
obviously I'm very annoying,
Duh.
so some of it's warranted. Although, I will say I did like. I did a little bit of a look at some of the stuff people been saying because I kind of tuned some of it out. Like one of them was like, "I hope you get acid attacked so you're not pretty anymore." Like this is
Holy fuckerino.
Jesus.
like it's pretty unhinged. Like
That's a bit
there
too
is
much,
like
guys.
there's the step above the kill yourself. So yeah, probably that is an example of let's not go that far.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, I don't know whoever did this, but you should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't think they are. It's fine. What was I gonna say? But I also I missed some of the conversation that was going on yesterday, so I don't know what like the unhinged stuff that was actually being said.
Wait, what was going on
What
yesterday?
what
Oh, never
conversation?
mind. It was with Ayla.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ayla stuff, yeah.
Was it that unhinged or was it more like?
Oh
just
no,
a
chat
I
is
only
ultra unhinged.
I only caught like cotton cheese substances falling out of her vagina, and that was enough for me to escape scarred for life. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't understand the lack of hygiene. That's confusing to me.
What's that?
Oh,
she
Ayla doesn't believe in
like a
showering.
What?
Very strange.
Yeah, she has a whole thing. It's probably what she's the most known for.
What I
Not.
don't
Wait.
understand
She
is-
doesn't believe in showers?
Something like that. I think she showers like once a month or something. I don't remember. Something like that.
Oh, holy shit! She would be like great for the front lines then.
Yeah, there you go.
The most thing they complained about is not getting showers, so she would be cool with that. Is it like ideological, like aversion?
No, oh no,
to
it's
shower?
like
Or-
autism, illogical.
Oh.
Wait, okay,
uh-huh.
let's not put this on autism, alright? I shower. Fuck me.
I don't think you're autistic, Kelly. You're just a fucking
You think
weirdo.
everyone with autism doesn't shower?
No, but I'm sure people with more extreme versions of autism probably don't shower as much.
You think she has extreme autism?
I think
Like
she has extreme
she-
autism. Oh yeah.
Extreme autism is can't really communicate with people. Period.
Well, that's my friend who is autistic. He's like is very bad at like even speaking with people, but he showers.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Oh no.
I mean,
just proved the point right there.
so like once a month.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That's. But I mean, it's so like. What I don't understand is why she doesn't think that there are negative benefits to that to other people.
I don't know what negative benefits means.
Well, I mean, she
So
was
wait,
saying,
let's
I
clear this
don't-
up. I need to know, like no shower at all, or like strategical washing of certain places.
I think she says strategic washing, yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes things way better.
Sure.
to
I
an
mean-
extent, yeah.
To a large extent, if you
Well-
know what I mean.
Well, like, so bacterial overgrowth will happen if you're just washing your armpits and your genitals, I guess. 'Cause,
Yes,
like,
but
they're not the only things that will.
Well,
be a problem.
I don't want to. Don't make me defend Ayla's fucking weird shit, but that's probably not
Oh, okay,
true.
yeah.
You probably don't have to. I don't think you probably. Humans existed for hundreds. What is Homo sapien? 300,000 years old without any soap at all, right? You probably don't need to like soap and clean your body. If you're talking about like bacterial overgrowth. Now, should we do it for basic hygiene purposes and for smells and all that today? Probably, but I doubt you're gonna get like sick and die or something.
Die very early and be covered in
No,
lice.
we didn't used to be die very early. That's not true.
Do you want to be covered in lice? Like, I don't. What is this?
I mean, people use like water and like sand sometimes to wash their shit and things like that. No soap, obviously, and antiseptic stuff. So yeah, probably.
I didn't even mention soap and stuff. Anyway, like you can use alternatives if you want to, but it's the lack of doing it in general which is a problem, and it does affect other people.
I mean, whatever, right?
Soap conversation, and I wanted to chime in.
Go for it, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you don't wash regularly, you're at a particularly high risk of staph infections,
Yep.
and especially these days because there's bacterial resistant strains of staph all over the place.
MRSA.
Hold on. When you say all over the
definitely wanna
place,
wash
don't these
regularly.
tend to show up like in hospital environments?
No, this
No.
naturally lives on your skin. There is
No,
bacteria.
staph
that
is
naturally
always
lives
on your skin.
And you think that if you just
Yeah, I
don't
mean-
wash, I don't believe you. I need to
If
see a
you
link
get
to
a
this.
cut,
Kelly, I especially don't believe you. So I would need like a link or to
mean,
see
why?
something related to.
why would
like
you say
sweat
that's some sexism
and-
there, right, Destiny? I think because
Because the
unless you got a
last time
reason
somebody's
to
in
be
here
saying
disagreeing
that-
with you over medical shit, you said, "Aren't you just a dermatologist? Why would you
I
even know
didn't
about this?"
say
You
that.
absolutely did.
Oh,
No,
okay?
I didn't.
You
No, I
absolutely
didn't. You're
did.
lying. I asked him what kind of doctor he was
Should
for
we
my
leave
own
it so long?
benefit. I wanted it for my own benefit because I wanted it to be an endocrinologist so I could like get information out of him. But there's absolutely nothing. I do not think poorly of dermatologists. It's not true at all.
And ancient humans did not live very long.
Yes.
So if you look at modern hunter-gatherer cultures like the Hadza, their average life expectancy at birth is, I think, 32 or 33 years old. And if you look at their life expectancy, I think after the age of 10, it only jumps up to about 34.
My understanding
So-
is that lifespan of humans has largely been unchanged for the past 10,000 years. Like I think it's changed by like maybe 10 to 20 years.
That's a huge
No.
difference.
Yeah, it's a
That's
huge
not-
difference, but the difference might be from like 60, 70 to like 80, 90. Like,
And by the way, you're
The white guy's
you're
defending
also
that
not
baby.
talking about hunter-gatherer
surprise.
cultures. I'm talking about hunter-gatherer cultures. They usually live somewhere around 30 to 40 years.
I mean,
yeah,
in
but
medieval
hold on,
times,
wait,
like,
I'm sorry, hold on, real
people
quick.
was, like,
Life
dying all over the place.
expectancy stuff is being altered by dying to things like either diseases or dying to
And
things
if you
like...
don't shower and use soap, you're more likely to die of a disease.
All right, never mind. So when the collective IQ of this room raises past 80, we'll do this conversation.
Oh, that's not an
Oh.
argument, is it?
I'm good. I'm good. Those
Oh,
numbers
that's
probably
just
include immortality.
avoiding
Yeah, if you're
logging.
ever bored, go. Sometime you can go and research between lifespan and life expectancy. A lot of people think that way back 10,000 years ago, people just randomly died at 33, 34, 35 years old. But life expectancy before birth factors in things like actual stillbirths or actual death at birth, which dramatically decrease your life expectancy. And then other things like diseases and stuff are factored as well. But assuming you live like in a decently healthy area and you're doing okay, it wasn't uncommon or impossible for like an ancient human to live to like 60, 70, 80 years old. That wasn't, but it's just chances are either like a disease would kill you or you would die to an animal or something or an infection or something like that too. Yeah.
I just used
Infection is this
I just
bacteria
used the Hadza as an example. Again, their life expectancy at birth is about 32, and it only climbs to about 34 if you look at life expectancy past age 10. So it depends on the culture. I'm sure if you, I don't know, go to like Nunavut, like, you know, traditional hunter-gatherer cultures up north, they probably have a higher infant mortality rate, so that would affect their life expectancy if you're looking at life expectancy at birth. But again, that's not universally true. There's obviously going to be huge differences between cultures. But, like, yeah, the idea that using soap hasn't fucking massively reduced, like, deaths from infectious disease.
I mean, so like
Are you kidding
surgeons
me?
and doctors were massively killing people because they weren't fucking washing their hands with soap.
That's
before.
very true,
Yes.
Callie. Yes, if you're digging your fingers into somebody's
Just
body using what an
infected wounds,
ingenious.
yeah.
Thank you. That was
Yeah,
such a
well,
great addition. Yes.
If you don't
that's true, Callie.
wash...
Why are you being so rude?
Destiny,
Like, what have I done to deserve
So,
this?
Destiny, if you don't wash your skin and you get a cut, you're at a much higher risk of getting a staph infection.
True. Yeah, that's probably
Like,
true.
that just... And again, normal daily human life, you are likely going to get some sort of scrapes or bumps or cuts.
Gotcha. All right.
So yeah, soap
and if you have more
certainly
bacteria, it's more
matters.
likely to be a problem.
But I'm gonna finish my workout. Take care.
Have fun.
Bye-bye.
More importantly, it's
didn't leave?
obviously it's
Vegan
more
Gates, can I have you? Are you
Oh,
listening?
he's
Can I have
left,
you?
Darius.
Can you? I have you look at this.
No.
I need you to look at this thing on my arm. If you're still here.
I'm not looking at anything in your arm.
No,
You're fucking
please
retarded.
leave.
I hope you
I was
die.
talking to Vegan.
Hello.
What thing on your arm?
Well, neither of you are doctors, and it sounds like Vegan Gates knows what he's talking about. So
Yeah, he's smarter.
I imagine so. Are you like a war veteran or
So
something?
we've
right?
gone from yesterday complaining about the sexism Ayla was getting, and I'm just getting bodied for no reason, just for fucking existing.
A war veteran.
Oh, we summoned a doctor.
Not yet.
No, wait.
Oh.
Sorry, what was the point of contention there?
Ayla not
Oh, hello.
washing.
Wait, what?
I don't know
Ayla
how I
doesn't
got dropped
shower.
into this, to be honest.
When both of you talk at the same time, it's like I get no new information.
Sorry, it's about Ayla not showering.
Okay, what about it?
Increase in bacteria, etc.
Oh,
Which
sweet.
part of the
Obviously.
conversation you heard or not?
So the point of contention was whether or not showering increases bacterial colonization?
No, decreasing it obviously with soap and stuff.
Wait, the view is that not showering will decrease bacterial colonization?
No, showering is good. I think showering is good. I don't know why she doesn't shower.
The point was, if you shower, it's good for you. It decreases like the potential of getting like bacteria on your skin.
Yeah, that's what I was
sweat
saying.
And oil and all sorts of shit. And it doesn't mean you like die if you don't shower, obviously, right? But it's not the best way to do things. That
It's
was the
also
point.
not great if you like interact with other people that are like immune compromised, older, babies, etc.
Yeah,
Or if you do
maybe
like
that's-
jujitsu, wrestling, you're in close contact with other people.
Yummy at the gym, sweating all your dirty ass sweat from not
Yeah.
showering for 3 weeks. Yummy.
And the opposing view is what?
I don't know. I think she just doesn't
Well,
like to shower.
I think Destiny was trying to say that
Nope, I have
showering
no opinion
regularly.
on no opinion on anything. I'm just hanging out.
Okay,
right now.
I don't know,
Just
man.
chilling.
It sounded like you were arguing with me.
No, I think that old humans used to die at 33 from staph infections. That's the thing
Did
that's
we
what I
say
learned
that,
today.
buddy?
That's what I learned.
was said.
That wasn't very charitable.
don't know if they're dying from staph infections. I mean, there's a lot of data on life expectancy at a given age for different hunter-gatherer populations. And I don't know if it's staph infections, but adjusting for infant mortality certainly doesn't get those populations up to the ballpark of Western civilization life expectancies. I don't know if that was a point of contention or not.
Yeah, at least
Maybe
in
he will listen to
Africa,
you.
it usually only makes like a few years difference, like 3-4 years at most.
It makes a few years, maybe in certain populations.
Yeah.
I suspect it'll make more than a few years of difference. There's a good paper on this actually. There's
hold on.
Well.
So longevity
How's it
among
doing?
hunter-gatherers across cultural examination, and there actually is a graph where they will show you life expectancy, expected number of years remaining by age. So they'll show you at this age how much longer is the average individual expected to live.
What's the paper called?
So the paper is titled Longevity Among Hunter-Gatherers, a Cross-Cultural Examination. It's by Matt Urban and Hillard Kaplan.
All right, sweet. I'll look at that.
The relevant figure there is figure 3. I don't know if we could put that on the screen somehow.
Let me see if I can just find the full text. I think I have to use Sci-Hub. Does it actually go over common causes of death?
I believe so. Let's see. Yeah, it goes over.
Okay, guys.
Like, I don't doubt.
I think I'm going to, bail. I wanted to talk about sometime other up with Steven about this abortion consciousness shit, but
wait, hold on. Let's talk about that. That actually sounds really interesting.
Why not? Sure.
What do you want to say about that?
Well, if you guys are interested, I guess. So bear in mind that English is not my even third language. Oh, third, I guess you could say. So some words I might not, say correctly. But basically the whole thing is this, that I heard Steven's debates about abortion stuff, and I became very interested because in Ukraine it's not a conversation topic at all. So I never heard my parents, my friends, anyone talk even about it. So everyone is kind of abortion makes sense. Everyone is kind of pro-choice. It's not a debate, not a conversation. So I was pretty interested that it seems to be quite a big conversation in the United States. So I started to listen and think about it as well. And I heard that, Steven's argument is based on this consciousness thing, that there's not that much value in a fetus because it's not conscious up until a certain point. And I was pretty interested in how that kind of works, because in my opinion, this consciousness is not exactly well defined. Some people in philosophy, psychology, explain it as just the state of being aware and understanding, realizing things. Others say that there has to be some self-awareness, internal experience of self included in there, but there's a big debate. And how do you if consciousness is your argument, then how do you include infants, and you don't include say pigs or whales, dolphins?
Is this vegan game's favorite subject?
Oh yeah, I mean.
Yeah, so I'm actually interested just because you mentioned about the couple things. So you mentioned about the Ukraine. So in Ukraine, is it just a non-starter conversation about even for late-term abortions? It's if someone got a late-term abortion, it's 9 months and they decided to abort. In Ukraine, is the culture that's just completely okay and accepted? It's not even a conversation about whether that would be a problem or not?
To be honest, most people don't talk about it that much at all, so I haven't heard it. I presume there are people who are against that, maybe like highly religious groups, like some crazy ass, like I don't know, Jehovah Witnesses or some shit. You know, people like that would be like against pretty much. But most people, maybe people would say it's morally kind of not good. Like, why didn't she do it sooner? Like, what the fuck? You know, maybe things like that. But it wouldn't be like it never was like on a legal matters that it shouldn't be done, and it never was like a conversation that I heard from pretty much anyone. So yeah, I'd say it's not like a conversation topic that much. Pretty much people might like raise a brow at you, I guess, or think you're dumb for like waiting for so long, but they wouldn't be like, oh, how could you possibly do that, you know?
Interesting. Okay. As to your other, I mean, we can get to the specifics, but before we get that, just general overview. So your question is about consciousness and how it's defined and how it's one thing that you mentioned being you mentioned some views of self-awareness. You mentioned you mentioned some other view of consciousness, but a view that I think is common in philosophy is just it's not that the being has to be self-aware. It's just that the being to be conscious in some sense is to have some form of experience, any form of experience at all. Another type of phrase you might hear is qualia. Another phrase you might hear is what it is like to be. So if it is like...
Yeah, I mean, this whole like this Nagel or Nagel, I
yeah,
think you call him,
yeah.
like how it's like to be a bad, this whole thing, like yeah, right. there is no like consensus, so to speak. So some people think like just being aware and just experiencing being like having awareness is consciousness, whereas some say that there gotta be like some additional qualifiers that you know, make it a unique type of like deal, which all those people tend to exclude like animals from consciousness, I believe, mostly. And yeah, there's like different approaches to it. Some would say what it's like to be a thing is there is a way to be a thing, then you know it's oh, by the way, Nagel says that a bat is in a way conscious. It's just that there is no way for a human to understand how it is.
No, that's true. Yes, yeah. And to my understanding, that is probably the prevailing view, if I had to bet on it. The prevailing view of like what is sentient, what is conscious, in at least analytic philosophy. There are different views, but I think the prevailing view is that sort of qualia, what it is like to be, if it is like to be something is conscious. Now, that's not to say that that's like a universal view. There are some people who think terms like what it is like to be and qualia don't even make sense. There are people who say
many people criticize that quite a bit. So different definitions, some define it, for example, like I remember this Oxford post thing was like the state of being aware or responsive to one's surroundings. That literally like includes fucking amoebas, you know?
Not, yeah, but that's so, not, I think we don't have to spend much time on that because I think we both know the obvious like issues. Yeah, and so I think the one that's held up the most is really that the Nagel-esque type of view, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter which view you take. It's like you could take one view, and it matters in the sense that, well, a being may or may not be conscious as you've defined it at a given time frame, based on what your requirements are. Obviously, the lower the requirements are, the earlier in the gestation, we may have some credence that that property is there. So if your requirement is just, well, having any experience at all, what it is like to be in any sense, then that's going to push the time frame a little bit lower. Whereas if you have like further requirements, well, that's not enough. We actually need some sort of awareness of self. We need the being has to hold some propositional content. The being has to have like some sort of self-referential type of thing. That's going to increase the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but that excludes like literal like infants, and you know, it's just
it may, depending on how you cash that out. It may or may not.
I mean, I saw like people who were Destiny like won those debates, obviously, because you know, he's great debater, right? But I just thought that this they kind of like brought up strange points. They would like trying to, you know, say that, oh, the fetus is actually like is aware, it feels pain, like from certain day, right? And before Destiny's like mark, which is like 24 weeks, I think, or something like that. So I think like this is a bad argument because as from what I read, they have like sensory awareness, so it's more like a reactivity. So they react to stimuli, basically, right? Is in English, I think, stimuli, right? So, but they are not actually like understanding what is like going on. So before
hold
like
on. Let me just
proper cortex
wait,
develops.
wait. Let me just stop you. So let me just stop you there. So, you made a distinction between reacting to stimuli versus understanding what's going on. I just want to point out that those aren't the only two options. You can react to stimuli and not understand what's going on, but you could also be conscious in the sense that you're experiencing what is going on. So someone might say, well, okay, well, they don't understand what's going on, but it's not mere reflexes. It's not mere just reacting to stimuli. They actually are they may be experiencing this thing. And if they're experiencing this thing, I don't have a requirement that they actually have a further understanding of what it is. As long as they're experiencing the pain, that I care about that.
It's not even like my argument per se. I'm just saying like these seem to be like concluded in the papers I read that these are like pre-programmed.
I want to talk about those papers, by the way, because I've read a lot of them. I'm pretty sure I've read all of them at this point about fetal sapiens.
Let me tell you which one. I might have lost the other one, but this one is The Emergence of Human Consciousness from Fetal to Neonatal Life. It's 2009.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a pediatric endocrinology paper, I think. Yeah, that's one.
It's a narrative. So I've read that one. It's a narrative review article, the one by Hugo and Jean Pierre. I can't pronounce the last name. Yeah. So, and it's just does this also make the same assumption that that conscious is in order to be conscious, you need to have a prefrontal cortex? Let's see.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. So, yeah, exactly. Thalamic afferents, the cortex developed 12 to 6 weeks. Yeah.
Okay, that's not really even like my point. I mean, that's just basically why I even brought it up is that there are very different like understandings of what is like consciousness. So because does it require like to be self-aware or does it not require? Is it just like
I mean that's just something you'd clarify in the debate. Like that's something like a seasoned debater would say, okay, well, I understand the field here and I understand the territory I'm dealing with. So for the purposes of clarification, just tell me what you mean and we can go from there. It's not like a conversation under. It just means that like there's some clarity that.
I mean, my whole point is that it seems like very like how to say this, like it's a bit it's like a flimsy topic. Like many people don't agree in the field on what the fuck consciousness is, and also don't agree exactly on like what time this develops in like fetuses and stuff like that, capacity for it. So I was thinking, is it like the best argument because it's so like the foundation? I guess it's kind of like
I don't think that makes it a bad position. I just think that if different people use the first type of dispute that you mentioned is more of a semantic difference of usage. I don't people disagreeing on what consciousness is. I think what's happening there is people are filling in a different sort of concept for the term conscious, which is fine. Different words can be used, same word could be used differently in different settings. That's not really a propositional dispute. That's just a difference in semantic usage. And that's not really a conversation ender, and it's not a reason to believe like a position based on that is bad a position. It just means that there's additional clarity to clarify, to show the audience, either way, when I say conscious, here's what I'm talking about. Now, the second type of disagreement you mentioned is more of a substantive disagreement, is, okay, we understand what you mean by consciousness, but I'm going to take the view, and you probably have heard the 24-week mark stated. I'm going to take the view that it only begins at 24 weeks because the thalamic cortical connections are only finalized around that time, and they begin around So that's the more substantive type. That's a more of an empirical type. Say, okay, well, we have everything dialed in. We understand the semantics. Now let's see if the empirics pan out to what you think the time frame is. Right. So what I would like to challenge, because this is the common theme in just about every one of these stupid papers, and I'll make a point about a couple of them. They're almost all either letters to the editor or narrative reviews. They're not systematic reviews. They're narrative reviews. It's not to say they're useless because they're narrative reviews or letters to the editor, not systematic reviews, but it's just to give you a sense of what is required by the type of paper it is, which is really little other than to just get the author giving their opinion. Now, it's not to say that these authors aren't making justifications for their opinions. They are. But one thing that I don't think is justified, that almost all of these papers have that pin the time frame around 24 weeks, is they just flat out make this claim that in order for there to be an experience, or in order for there to be consciousness, there needs to be an intact thalamical cortical connection, which means there needs to be a prefrontal cortex, and there needs to be an intact connection between the thalamus and the prefrontal cortex. Okay, and you'll notice that they all say this. They almost all make this claim, and it is, and they'll probably just, and if you look for any citation, it cites to some other paper that just blindly makes the claim also. And it never really tracks back to any reason why one should believe this in humans, in a human fetus anyway. And
yeah, but I'm not like trying to contest about like their research. I'm trying to say that to me this seems like a bit of a flimsy foundation, exactly because of the reasons you just described, and also like I heard Destiny saying like. I think you said, right, Steven, that like body autonomy is like a stupid argument. And I think you said it because it's like my body, my choice. This whole business sounds kind of dull because it's clearly not just about your body, because there's like, you know, another living thing that is there.
Imagine, hold on. When you say it's a from the reasons I mentioned that it's a flimsy position argument, it's not that it's flimsy because there's different usages of the term consciousness. The best you can say is that there's empirical dispute about when consciousness begins, but even then there's room where it's going to be less flimsy. So like the later on in the pregnancy, there's
I mean,
a more
I meant like debate about like what consciousness actually is and how to understand it. I don't agree with you that there's consensus on that. In my opinion, there isn't. But like another thing is that where is this week begins? So basically, like from what time do we? I think people can use that, and I wanted to make like another basically argument and ask like Steven if it's good or not.
The point is that there doesn't need to be a consensus on how to use a given term in order for an argument or a person's position to be that invokes the term to be weak or strong, or to be strong. Someone can have a strong position even if people use a term very differently, as long as they're clarifying what they mean.
Like people may say like, oh, the science is not settled and such, but it's not like, it's rarely like 100%.
That's not even about
science. I think also if you read these papers, it seems like the authors are not making a claim about consciousness itself. They're making a claim about when they think substantive consciousness arises as well.
Yeah, but this is a different point, Richard.
But I mean,
I need to I really want to just disambiguate two issues that are being brought up because we seem to be jumping between them. The first issue is different people use a term differently. Different people there's no settled agreement on how to use a term. That's fine. I don't see that getting in the way. As long as people are being clear about what they mean, you can work from there. So like, okay, yeah, different people, just so you know, when you use this term, different people can use it differently. Yeah, no, okay, fine, no shit. Great. But here's how I'm using it.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's like not even like my main basically point. Not to like summon vegan gates into this debate, but for example, like with the pig shit, right? When they can recognize their own reflection, they can like see that there's some harm been done on their body. Basically, they can notice they have wounds of some kind, so they have some level like of understanding what they are and what their body looks like. And reflection is pretty sophisticated. Like most animals actually like don't even get it that it's them in the reflection. So the pigs can do it like I believe in like 6 weeks or something like that, whereas like it takes much longer for a human infant to be able to understand that it's them in the reflection, right? So how do we then exclude like basically this like consciousness thing, if we play it right, can exclude infants and 9 months as
Wait,
well,
but now
and
you're
like
just
8
going
months.
back to the same thing. Wait, but now you're just going back to the same thing we said before. Because like now you're talking about using consciousness in a sense that requires more than just experience. That's fine. If you want to have a view that says what I care about is consciousness, and by consciousness I mean more than just having any experience at
Yeah,
all.
but it excludes. Then why
Let me
24 weeks? Then
No,
fetus
I
also
understand
has
that.
some
You could just let me
responsivity
finish.
and shit.
Yeah. No. Yeah, if you could just let me finish. Yeah, that's fine. I understand.
Oh, sorry.
And one can have a view that will exclude all sorts of people. Yes. You don't have to go even to children. There's a view that'll exclude mentally handicapped people. There's mentally handicapped people that are not self-aware and never will be.
So we're like cool with killing those people, and
Well,
I think
no, I'm not
right?
cool with killing, but I don't have that view. I don't. When I say consciousness,
Oh,
I'm not talking about further requirements beyond what it is like to be, beyond the Nagel view. I'm not talking about further.
But then what do you do with the baby then? Like the fetus, I mean, like
What do
if does your definition include like them in the consciousness then, fetuses?
About half of, it includes fetuses that would be around 8 weeks gestation by LMP. As a precautionary principle. That's where I would extend the precautionary principle. And the reason I would extend the precautionary principle there is because I'm not convinced by the papers that cite the 24-week period. The reason I'm not convinced by them is they all blindly make the same assumption, and there's evidence to believe that first of all, there's not only justification for that assumption, there's also other papers that have challenged that assumption that these papers have not responded to. And there's also evidence of individuals that have been born without cerebral cortices at all. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about anencephaly. That's when the only thing present is the brainstem. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about hydrancephaly, which is where the defect there is the cerebral cortex, but they still have the diencephalon. They still have the thalamic structures, and
I get it. It's I mean,
just out of curiosity, what is your position on abortion, Abby? When do you think it's
basically
okay
like
Well, I told you I extend the precautionary principle around 8 weeks gestational time by Ellen.
Weeks? Weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Glad
but
you're a dermatologist, bro.
Wait.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. What's the relevance of that? What does that have to do?
Because you don't have any influence over,
I don't have any what?
Well, you're not a gynecologist. Well,
a
surgeon, I guess. I don't know who performs an abortion. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
It's not a dermatologist, is it?
Well, no, but I don't see the relevance of what's the relevance of? Yeah, I'm not performing abortions. If I was a gynecologist, I wouldn't perform abortions past that point in time that I'm comfortable with either. Like, what's the relevance?
Yeah, that's the point.
What's the point?
Do you need this explained to you? I'm glad that you don't
No,
have influence over that kind of thing, because 8 weeks is ridiculous.
You're saying this as if you've gotten some sort of point in, and I'm not seeing it.
My point is 8 weeks is ridiculous. That's why I'm glad that you don't have any influence directly over that.
Well, I wouldn't have to influence directly over that even if I was a gynecologist. So that's not so you thought you made a point, but you didn't.
Wait, I don't think an OBGYN has any more influence over abortion policy in the United States than a dermatologist or a radiologist or any other doctor, right? Like,
yeah,
there's quite a lot of cases where doctors have opted out of doing stuff and care when they have the excuse to do that.
Yes, OBs do that as well. I know OBs who do that when they're not comfortable performing it, and they refer to another doctor.
I'm just glad that you wouldn't be another one of them, that's all.
I wouldn't be one of them
Has he even said that he wouldn't perform an abortion?
He said only up to 8 weeks.
No, he said that's what his position was. Would you, if you were... Never mind, okay.
Look, even if it doesn't matter if I would or wouldn't, but the point is even if I wouldn't, I wouldn't do that whether I'm a dermatologist or in an OBGYN. And it's fine. I would just refer it to another OBGYN who would. And they would they would get it done.
Okay, I actually propose my idea to the jury, which is Steven and you guys as well. Yeah, basically I had this, like I said, I didn't think much about it. It was not on my mind, any justification. I didn't need them. It was just a given, right? So that abortion should be a thing. So basically I started to think about it in a way that, can we talk about it like a self-preservation in a way? My point is basically that some abortion against abortion people, like pro-life people, they bring up like all lives are equal, like all lives has value, equal value, and I think we all know that's that's shit. Anyone who like is not a like a pacifistic.
Well,
yeah,
is there a point in the gestational period where, if there's sufficient evidence that there is consciousness in the fetus, you'd still be in favor of allowing for an abortion, like in any circumstance?
Wait, are you asking me or?
Yeah, you.
I mean, I'm trying to lay out my thing.
Nice try. You thought you were going to get to say a whole sentence without getting interrupted?
yeah. I mean, you got me confused, and now my brain is broken.
It's okay. Start again. We will shut up.
Thank you, Kelly.
Stephen, why
you
do I have to sub to get him banned?
So yeah, basically, what my point was like, for example, it's just like it's not like a theory or anything. It's just what I thought. So basically, like, if we're okay with like intruder like comes to your like house for something like and tries to steal stuff, right? And it's okay to defend your shit and like in the United States you can shoot a guy, I presume, right? So in some cases, like if they infringe upon your like body autonomy or your property, and in that case pregnancy also, if you give birth to a baby and you don't have means to support it, then it will fuck up your life in a way that stolen TV, stolen like equipment and things like that. It's kind of similar in a way. It will also ruin like your future prospects. Like your educational prospects, things like that. So
yeah, but the difference here is in all likelihood, you're the one responsible for creating that life. So you're the one who put that life in that situation where if it gets born, it'll be an inconvenience to you in these ways. So if you're the one who's ultimately responsible, you think you should like be able to bring a life into the world, then kill it because you've made improper plans?
How do you feel about rape and vegan gains?
Well, no, in cases of rape, absolutely, abortion should be allowed.
Then you don't really care about life, then, do you?
But mostly people are against that as well, who are pro-life.
Sorry, what's the contradiction?
Well, it's still a life. Rape baby's still alive.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I care about life necessarily. I'm just asking you, what is the contradiction?
Well, I mean if you primarily care about life, you wouldn't care about the rape.
I didn't say I primarily care about life.
That's what pro-life say.
So again, what's the contradiction?
I think if I could just clarify, I think the view here is that something like, well, while preserving life might not be the most important thing, it is an important thing, but it can be surpassed by certain things. So, for example, one of the concerns, like for the bodily autonomy case with JJT. The Thompson's argument would apply in cases of rape because that would be a consideration where there's no where it wasn't the actions of the mother in that case where one could offer a responsibility objection. But so one can have a view where it's like, okay, well, because this argument works in cases of rape, because certain criteria aren't met, then abortion can be legal in cases of rape, but not in cases where a responsibility condition is met or something like that.
Can I wait, Anna, real quick? Anna.
To some shit.
Wait, Anna, let me respond really quick. I'm sorry to what you said. Okay, sorry. So I think one of the points that you were getting at was there are certain times where we say we can kill people to defend things, and you're talking about like defensive property, and then you're comparing like defensive body to defensive property, right? The generally in society and intuitively, when we're thinking about defending things or punishing people or hurting people for doing bad things, a really big part of our brains, the calculations that we're doing there, is how much agency does the other person have. So for instance, if a 35-year-old able-bodied man broke into your house and seemed to be totally coherent and was trying to steal your stuff or attack you, in your mind, you're thinking like, I can fully enact whatever I need to protect my stuff. Fuck this person. But when we start to change the agency, the ability for the person to make decisions of the other person, then we start to feel differently. For instance, let's say a drunken person stumbles through our front door and they come into our kitchen looking for food. If you go into the kitchen, you see them and you see they're like wasted, you're probably thinking like, okay, if this was like a totally cognizant person, I would feel differently, but this person's obviously drunk out of their mind. They're not making good decisions. If it was like a 9-year-old that was sneaking into your house, it's like, okay, well, you know, they're sober, but it's a kid, they're stupid, they don't know what they're doing. If a severely mentally disabled person gets it right. So we tend to weight how we feel about other people aggressing on us based on the level of agency that we ascribe to that person. The reason why I feel like the bodily autonomy argument is a losing argument is because you're talking about killing what is truly the most innocent among us. It's a child that doesn't even have the capacity to make bad decisions. And I feel like the threshold for killing that thing is very, 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 very high. Like, it's impossible for us to imagine a threshold where we would kill like a 6-month-old. And that's why I think it's really hard to grant that it's okay to abort a baby if we're saying the baby is like a living, thinking, breathing human being. I think it's a really difficult thing to do.
Okay, but
Yeah,
I get it.
like,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I don't think you understand.
Fuck.
Wait.
So,
wait, hold on, wait, real
the
quick.
analogy...
Wait, real quick. Let Anna finish your thing before you guys do your 50
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean, that makes sense for sure. But in that sense, for example, many pro-life people don't want abortion in any case.
Yep.
Like literally, like
Well,
in
we're
rape
not
or
saying
like
that.
in.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
she
but
said
I'm
many
not
pro-life
arguing with
people.
you.
She didn't say vegan gain. She said many pro-life people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so they use this argument. Also, for example, there is a chance of some complications on your health, right? Pregnancy can impact your health pretty severely, even if it's not like, if it's not going to kill you. It most likely, right now, most people in countries that have normal medicine, like good medicine, don't die usually during like pregnancy, and labor. But some people still have like pretty severe complications. Sometimes they have like alterings of their like body in a way that stays for like decades or like their entire life.
Physical changes, mental changes, emotional changes, hormonal changes. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can be permanent. Yep.
Can't you like make an argument that this is like you prioritize this over like, let's say, the person that doesn't even exist yet? So the existing person's experience.
So that thing that you just said, a person that doesn't exist yet. If you don't believe it's a person, then the floor is open for what we can do. But if you do believe that it's a human being, baby entitled to life, now all those things that you mentioned are important and they matter, but ultimately those are comfort things. It's not life or death, right? So if we're just talking comfort things, it's really, really hard to find
huge comfort thing.
A huge comfort, I agree, but it's really hard to find a comfort point where we can kill a child, right? That's just such a high threshold to me, and I think.
So let's say with future technology, let's say with future technology, you wouldn't necessarily have to have a child in your womb. You could take like a piece of your DNA, a piece of somebody else's DNA, grow a fetus in a like test tube, basically. Let's say that fetus gets to 6 months gestation to a point where we know it's conscious, but then all of a sudden you have some sort of financial hardship where, oh, well, if I keep this baby, it'll be like financially difficult for me. I won't be able to go to school. I have trouble paying bills. Do you think you should be able to kill it?
So you excluded like physical aspects, right? Then it only remains like the financial type of stuff, right?
Yeah, sure.
And the baby is how old do you say it is? The child?
Let's say 6 months gestation, where we know for sure it's sentient.
It's also
because
just
again,
capable of living by itself, right? By that point,
no.
there's a good chance.
Maybe, but let's take it back a bit then, like 4 months.
Like, do I have to like care for it, like for the child afterwards? Like, it's not just the money; it's like years and years and years.
Yeah, sure. Let's say your only two options are take care of it or kill it. Like, do you think you don't have a responsibility?
I think I would be probably morally. I'd say it seems like not the best thing, obviously, but I'd say I probably would not be against that people could do that legally, I guess.
Wait, could not kill the child, or what are we talking about exactly?
So even though with your own agency you chose to create a conscious being, because it's an inconvenience to you financially, you think you should be able to commit murder?
Well, I don't think it's murder if it's not born exactly.
Okay, so whoa. So you think a 9-month-old baby that's just about to, the woman's just about to go into labor because it hasn't passed through the vagina? It's not like living? Like what?
Yeah, it is living, obviously, but I mean, I'm like we're talking about this consciousness thing. I don't think it has it.
How does consciousness arise once you go through a vagina?
I mean, you said like how many months, or maybe I got like.
Well, I said 6 months gestation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. No. 6 months is you can already give birth at 6 months. Sorry, I got like confused with the time. Yeah,
What?
I'd say it's if it's not like if it not it inconveniences you, so it doesn't grow inside you, and you can give it away for adoptions, for example. There is no reason to kill it. Then, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Well, you could make the same case for it growing inside you.
Wait, hold on. Shit, that's a pragmatic thought right there. Wait a minute. What if you couldn't give birth at 6 months? Because you're using the point that you can give birth to not address, I think, what he's trying to get at. What he's trying to get at is like, would you value this thing to the point that you wouldn't kill it if you had to continue gestating it? Not that it's the point is not whether like, oh, I have some sort of pragmatic way out of this hypothetical. So let's just wand that away. What if you couldn't give birth at 6 months?
Yeah, I meant it's way too late. It's obviously like developed and stuff. That's what I meant. So if it's like
you would say one ought continue the pregnancy.
Yeah,
and abortion legally as well.
I mean, sorry, you confused the fuck out of me. You mean like people, if you have to like, I have a different opinion on it. If it's growing inside your body, then it's a different story. But vegan gains hypothetical was it's not growing inside your body. So in that case, there's no reason to kill it, in my opinion. That's what I meant.
Wait, maybe I misunderstood the hypothetical. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, so if I could clarify, like, the reason I made the hypothetical of you creating a baby in a test tube is to further point out that through your own agency, you're the one who created this life. Maybe you made a bad decision, you didn't think through, maybe it was thought out, it could be anything. But through your own agency, you're the one that created that life that eventually became sentient. Now, if your agency is what created sentient life, you think you should just be able to murder a sentient being because it's inconvenient to you, even though you're the one who created that problem in the first place?
From the man that's okay with killing all carnivores, by the way.
No.
Okay, again, if you're gonna make that claim, point out the fucking contradiction. Where's the contradiction in my belief? Oh, you're okay with killing carnivores. Where's the contradiction? Can you even explain why that fucking belief is ridiculous?
Let's keep it on topic.
I mean, why is it okay then to kill a person who is robbing you? It's a sentient.
Because they're violating your rights.
I mean, sure, but
well,
for example,
violating your rights doesn't make sense because a baby is violating your rights too. So you need to.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're the one through your own agency put that baby inside you.
Yeah, but you might not consent to it being there.
Not really. Yeah.
Wait, what the hell are you talking about?
And I think the point of the responsibility objection is that the responsibility condition holds without consent. So for the same reason that if someone were to basically take a burglar and if they like picked a burglar off the street and forced the burglar into their own home and said, aha, you have to be here. And the burglar happened to be like, okay, well, fuck it. If you're going to keep me locked in here, if you're the one who's like forced me to be here in the first place, I might as well just help myself to your fridge. And the reason it wouldn't be okay to shoot the burglar at that point is because you're the one who put the burglar there in the first place, and whatever conditions there are.
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not that you consented to the burglar. It's not about whether you consented to the burglar opening your fridge or not. The point is that once you've done certain actions to the burglar, you're responsible for the burglar in some way.
Yeah, let me make a point about that. So let's say contraception failed, right? So like a pill or something, it's something failed, right? And you get pregnant, although you took precautions, but it kind of failed. Or maybe you were not like responsible enough. Maybe you forgot to take a pill or some shit, right? So isn't that, for example, if you leave like your door open and it makes way easier for people to rob you, and you even not only you didn't lock it, you like leave it like open, like the door is there.
Or you just hurt someone,
anyone can...
or you kidnap someone and put them in your house.
Well, like again, I don't think that analogy works too well. Like saying you left a door open, that's just plain and simple victim blaming. Like again, the only analogy that makes sense is you took somebody and put them in your house.
Yeah, no, actually, I think Anna's analogy is actually perfect. Not only is it a good analogy, it's actually an analogy that Hunter Thompson uses in her paper when she talks about people seeds, where she says, imagine that we live in a room where people seeds kind of float outside, and if they get through your window, a people seed plants itself in your living room and grows into a human person. And let's say that you buy a really expensive screen for your window, but for some reason the screen fails and a people seed happens to float through and plant itself in your living room. Even though you tried to take precautions to keep it from being in there, do you have a right to kill the person that's now growing in your living room? I think that was an example that she used in that anti-abortion paper. So I think it's a fitting analogy.
If I can finish, please.
Because I've read this.
So you left the door open, you were very irresponsible, you basically invited people to fucking rob you at this point, right? But it's still your right, if you come back and you see someone stealing your shit, to engage them and they're attack you, for example, or something. Or that don't even attack you, right? So you are irresponsible, you're a dumb fuck, right? So same with a woman who doesn't take a pill or fucks without I don't know, proper protection, for example.
Wait, why not just let her finish her point? She can just finish her sentence. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you. So basically in both cases you are irresponsible. In a way, it's your actions and your irresponsibility that led to harm, being done to you in a way, right? But in that case, it's still okay for you to defend yourself from a robber, even if you're a dumb fuck who left the door open, right? And I kind of think it maybe applies as well in a woman situation. No?
So when people talk about the responsibility condition, there's no univocal usage of the responsibility condition. You have to ask them what those conditions are. So for example, the people seeds analogy, or you got a good screen, but you're leaving it open. If we analogize that to just someone, saying, okay, well, she's easy, she's spreading her legs, blah, 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 but she won't actually, invite someone in. She won't take someone and bring them inside her, but she'll be she'll do things that make it easy for people to come inside her. She'll leave her door open. She'll walk around, and she won't offer resistance. She won't call the cops, and then someone rapes her, right? If something like that happens in a people seed-esque type of scenario, one can hold the responsibility condition and just say, well, those conditions aren't met, because even if the requirement for responsibility condition is not, consensual sex. And yes, while you may have not been responsible in preventing unconsensual sex, it is still, that's not one of my requirements. My requirement for the responsibility condition to obtain is consensual sex. And so, yeah, the people seed analogy is a good analogy for that, but they could just reject that that's one of their conditions. And so that's why the analogy here that's being offered is not the people seed analogy. It's not the analogy in which you just left your door open and a burglar came in. The analogy is you forced the burglar in, right?
Yeah, the analogy only really makes sense in cases of rape.
It's not that it makes sense. Well, yes, I agree. It only works in cases of rape. But the point.
Wait. Rape, obviously, right, is one thing. It's you didn't want it. It happened against your will, obviously, right? But I don't think it's it only works in that case. For example, if your contraception just didn't work, it's not your fucking fault, right? It's not it's same shit. You might have not been very responsible, for example, the door opening thing, right? But it's still it doesn't make it your fault. For example, my friend got pregnant because her pill was not working properly, and it worked before, but for some reason, she had some different hormonal situation, and it stopped working, and she got pregnant. She had a baby, by the way, but the point is just that in that case, it's not really her choice. She didn't kidnap anyone and didn't brought them against. It's just, I don't understand this kidnapping shit. It's not in a sense that you are being responsible, sure, but you are being irresponsible with the door opening thing as well. But still,
I want to explain the kidnapping shit because it's actually really important. It's important to why that analogy is used. The point of the kidnapping stuff is it's the antithesis of it's essentially the difference between someone forcing their way into your house versus you inviting them or forcing them more so into the house. When the point is that when someone creates a child, that child has no say in whether they are in the womb or not. They are forced into that position through no choice of their own. It's not that they're invited into the womb.
Also doesn't have in that case any say in if there is a baby there.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it. Can you say it again? Sorry.
The point is that it's not that there was this open screen and then the child decided to climb its way into the womb. What happened was that there was a consensual action taken by the person who had
not to get a baby.
What?
To sex, not to sex, not to pregnancy.
Yeah, no, I didn't say to an action that has some probability of forcing a baby in the womb, right? That's the point.
There is
knowing
you're kind of forcing the probability if you open the door of your apartment.
I did let you finish. If you could just let me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So the now look, someone can go either way on that. They can say, okay, well, look. Someone can have a view and say, all right, look, if there is a certain amount of precautions that were taken, then that's enough to absolve you of the responsibility, even if the pregnancy obtains. Or someone can say, well, no, on my view of the responsibility condition, that's not enough to absolve one of a pregnancy of the responsibility condition if a pregnancy obtains. Someone could go either way. Someone could just say, well, I'm not sure. Someone could say, I'm not sure in the case where they've really taken everything. But it's overdetermined, surely, in the case where they haven't been doing that, where they haven't taken birth control, they haven't taken polyeffective. By the way, the majority of pregnancies in the United States are not from highly effective birth controls. And the majority of abortions that take place are also not from pregnancies.
Yeah, sure, but there is like a big, pretty big percentage of abortions, and as far as I'm concerned, like pro-life people generally want to ban like pretty much everything, right? So whatever, it's like even some cases like rape scenarios and shit like that. So I presume
I don't know why you're bringing that up when that's not our position. Like, you're debating us.
I'm not arguing with
She didn't say it was your position. She literally just said, generally,
yeah,
these are
who cares? Then why even bring that up?
Hell? What is wrong with you games?
Because I wanted to talk to Steven about pro-lifers' arguments.
Who fucking cares? You're debating us.
We do. You can fuck off if you don't like it.
I'm not debating us, but we're having a conversation. The point I'm trying to make here is that
the good proportion argument. That's what I'm doing.
The point I'm making here is that there is an objection called the responsibility objection. The point here is that there's no univocal responsibility objection. The strongest form of the responsibility objection, I think, easily goes through, which is just to say that if the person isn't really taking any sort of precaution, if they're just having consensual sex, and they're not doing anything to prevent or minimize the chances of pregnancy, it's essentially like someone taking the burglar, not just leaving your door open, but actually just forcing the burglar into the house at that point. Like they're just they're doing what they can. In fact, they're maximizing the probability of the burglary.
I have one question. Who's going to be the responsibility and rape police?
That's a different.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, rape is a bit different.
I'm just curious because apparently this is really important, even though it's really difficult to actually implement in any way that's important at all.
It's important to mention that type of topic is a fundamentally different topic than the principled conversation we were having. You're talking about policy now. You're talking about a pragmatic solutions. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, in principle, should this be done? In principle, should this be legal? Whether we have the effective means of enforcing it is a different conversation, or how do we enforce it is a different conversation.
Should this not be legal? I mean, leads to that, right? You can't enforce something as a legality if it's ridiculous.
It's a separate topic. It doesn't lead to that.
Well, I'm making it this topic. I'm making it this topic because it is important.
Well, why don't you do us a favor and stop chewing on your fucking food?
I was here before you, you fuck.
No, you
like
weren't.
it or leave.
You people.
So, to be clear, I didn't say we do not have effective ways of enforcing it. I said, to the degree that we have effective ways, we may or may not have effective ways to enforce it, and having a conversation about what the most effective way and efficacious way, while maintaining some form of justice. Excuse me. While maintaining some form of justice is a conversation that can be had. It's just a different topic. That's what I'm saying. And I'd like to stay on one topic and finish it before we go on another topic. We can have that conversation. I just don't want a conversation to be derailed. That's all.
Again, what seems to be like the problem with this type of argument that I brought up is that it's hard to determine like responsibility basically level, and people can say, well, you're responsible like either way if you have like sex basically. You kind of like consent into the probability of it ending up in pregnancy, right? Which I kind of like.
That's not, to be clear, that's not the responsibility. The point of the responsibility condition is exactly opposite that. It's that consent is not required.
I see.
There are conditions that, if met, it doesn't matter if you consent to it or not. You're responsible for it.
Well, I kind of like don't agree with that one, but.
No, I understand you don't agree with it, but I'm just clarifying what the argument is.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the point is, I understand. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, think about it a bit, I guess.
And I think
I don't know about Avi, but my position would be as long as sex is consensual and you get to a point in gestation where the fetus is sentient on principle, you probably shouldn't abort outside of like maybe other extreme cases like risk of death to the mother.
I see.
Yeah,
so you're pretty much pro-life in all cases, aside from like then it's risk of health to.
No, he may be pro-choice in the majority of cases, actually, depending on when the fetus becomes sentient.
Yeah. I
mean, vegan gains. Do you think it's at like 8 weeks, like Abby? Sentience.
Maybe. I'm not really
either. I'm misrepresented again. I'm going to respond if I'm misrepresented. I didn't say it begins at 8 weeks, or I didn't say I think it begins at 8 weeks. I say that's the mark where I draw the precautionary principle.
Yeah, I'd probably draw the precautionary principle at about 12 weeks, probably a little later. But
right, so he's pro-choice. Then he's pro-choice in the majority of abortions, by the way.
I mean,
yeah.
Most
abortions are like pre-12 weeks.
Majority, or
how we draw that line exactly? I mean,
8 weeks is
like
about.
You say, this is my line. And
imaginary line they draw with a crayon.
Yeah, so it's not something easy to do. There's a gray area. Just like I don't know how a pond, how many drops of water it takes for a pond to become a lake.
Well, by the way, if you're gonna claim you draw an imaginary line, do you think you should be able to like again abort a 9-month-old baby that's just about to be born? Like, what imaginary line do you draw?
Obviously not, because it's capable of living.
Yeah, so if you're gonna make that claim, you're drawing an imaginary line. Then how is that
not
like?
Imaginary. We know what kind of level of fetus can
our
survive
position.
outside of the womb.
I don't understand how our position is any more arbitrary or imaginary than yours.
Because we can take it out and see if it lives.
Yeah, there's many. Wait, but that has nothing to do with our position.
That really has nothing to do with.
It's my position. That's one of
the point. Wait, but no. The point in response to this line of attack is that there's some sort of arbitrary line being drawn. We draw arbitrary lines for precautionary principles among continuous variables all the time, right? The age of consent is an arbitrary line.
The making fun of you part was the part where I said it was with a crayon. Okay.
No, well.
I mean, can I say like I agree we like determine things arbitrarily like all the time, but isn't like this the argument can be then used that we determine like the value of people's life in certain scenarios higher than others as well. For example, like women will be allowed on in an extreme situation on a boat above men, right? So in that case, we value women's life higher than men. And same shit, for example, in war. So this is also kind of can't be arbitrary, right? So why can't I value then the comfort of already living, like existing person over the, the non-born?
The claim here isn't that you are not able to value things. You can value all sorts of things. You can value the indiscriminate murder of adults.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, your line is arbitrary, and but
I'm not claiming
same as this. No.
Yeah, but that's not being disputed right now. Like that's not a point in contention. I'm fully willing to grant subjectivism about morality. I'm not claiming any form of objective morality.
I mean, it is mine. I'm trying to make like an argument that you can value women's comfort and health and shit like that higher.
That can be done on an anti-realist view. That doesn't. We don't need objective morality for that. The point here is that there are certain arguments and there are certain principles that may be appealing to a majority of people, or at least a plurality of people, and that might be persuasive to them. There's no requirement that someone take on a view that morality is objective in any way in order to deliver those arguments. Now, if that's not persuasive to you, if you just have different values, fair enough, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of people would hear certain, at least the strong forms of the responsibility objections, especially in cases where they're really over determined, and they would resonate with that. You may not, but I think a lot of people do.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Sure. Oh, my brain is soup. Thank you. I'm probably gonna go.
You gotta be responsible, Anna. You gotta be responsible.
I mean, I am plenty responsible. Yeah.
Wait, what was there? Did you have like one big question or whatever? I guess because this kind of got pretty muddied, or I guess for Molly.
Yeah, I forgot like literally everything I wanted to say at some point. Yeah, so
I remember.
My
I remember.
Yeah, my question
you wanted
was
to know
basically
about his consciousness.
No, sorry, keep going.
Yeah,
What was...
I mean.
Yeah, I think that.
I wanted like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Steven. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's just lagging a bit on my end. But yeah, I wanted to ask, like, basically, I mean, we had this whole conversation, so it made me think about things as well, obviously. But I wanted basically to ask, like, about the consciousness thing. Like, it's, sounds pretty, like, disputed and, like, arbitrary in a way. So I pretty much just wanted to know why you choose that, exactly that as your argument, and why couldn't you use, for example, my thing, which basically what I wanted to talk about.
Sure, gotcha. I think just as a very quick thing, and we can talk about this later if you want, is that when it comes to abortion, I think the first rule or the first thing you have to figure out is like when is a life like a thing worth protecting, because that's really important. Because if we decide that it's like a life at 9 months, then abortion is a really easy question. You should be able to have as many abortions as you want, as many times as you want, as long as the child's not born yet, right? But if we think that the child is like a human before birth, well, we probably need a reason, well, why do we think it has rights or protections before that? And then if we want to have abortion still, we have to think of like, what are some things that we can do to overcome somebody's right to life? And we can imagine a few of those things. One can be punishment for a severe crime. One can be self-defense of extreme bodily autonomy. So if somebody's coming to murder me or chop my arm off. That
was basically what I was trying to go by, yeah.
Yeah, those are like the two things. Yeah. Well, we can chat about it next time, okay?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm not evolved. I'm Ukrainian barbarian woman, so excuse me. Highly philosophical shit is all fun, but yeah. Anyhow, yeah, I'm probably gonna go.
Don't worry about
thank you.
guys,
I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Made me think about some stuff. It's just I've never really like considered it before, so cut me some slack basically. I never really thought about it that deeply because there was like no need, honestly, to consider it. And now, as I know that it is a contentious topic in, for example, United States, I started to think about what can be like the arguments pro-choice, because I am, but I never thought why exactly, So so it makes me consider some shit. So probably gonna go to sleep and stuff. So nice talking to you all, and nice to meet you all, and bye-bye, I guess.
Yeah.
Good night.
Have fun, be careful.
Yeah, bye. How do you click off? Holy shit.
It's the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I've done it. I've done it.
Well,
You guys are the worst. Holy shit.
No, you're the worst. You're fucking annoying. Again, choke on your next meal for me. So homeopathic medicine. We were talking about that, and since Dr. Avi's in, I don't know if he wants to.
About how stupid it is?
Yeah.
Well, I would just want to know what the contention is.
Yeah, so I said it was irresponsible for a medical doctor who has a YouTube channel on a YouTube stream to say to his audience that there's mixed evidence for homeopathic medicine. The way Dr. K presented it, it sounded like he suggested like a 50-50 chance it might work.
That is not the case. You should make Avi watch the actual clips, because your summary of everything he says is fucking horrible.
Well, he said some studies show it works, some studies show it doesn't.
What he said was, so there's a guy that this guy really hates called Dr. K, and Dr. K made this statement that the evidence for homeopathy is mixed at best and that, or he said that the evidence is mixed, and we can't think of any biological like mechanism of action, basically, for why any of this stuff would work. And he said something like that. And then what Vegan Gains is upset about is he's saying that by presenting it that way, he's making it sound like there's, I guess he just said now, a 50-50 chance that it might work.
Well, wait. He did, after saying that, also state that, 50 or so years ago, we thought meditation didn't do anything because, again, there was no mechanism of which, we could understand how meditation would improve like mood or symptoms of depression. And then he said, now we understand why. So he was also suggesting that might not necessarily mean much.
No, he was saying that we might have an evolution of belief over stuff related to homeopathy. That maybe stuff related to homeopathy in the future might be validated for one reason or another. But right now there's mixed evidence.
And by the way, homeopathy meaning diluting some sort of adjuvant or irritant or something. I think typically you do it 9 times. And then you consume it, drink it, or sometimes it's in a pill form.
Sure, that's fine. I believe homeopathy can extend to more than just that, though, I think. But
I don't think that would be specifically homeopathic medicine, then.
That's fine that you think that.
Well, all right, I guess I'll have to watch the videos to form a view. One thing I will say is that mixed at best is an important qualifier. It doesn't give me a 50-50 indication.
Agreed.
And also, to also say that there's no understood mechanism by which it would work. That also leads, that doesn't give me a 50-50 indication. In fact, that gives me a. So I'll say one there. So if that's what he said, then I'm not getting a 50-50 indication from Dr. K. If he said those words, if he said. Again, this is with all of this is understood as I happen to watch the video. I have to do it to form an opinion. These are conditional opinions based on what I'm hearing. So yeah, saying mixed at best and no understood mechanism by which it would work. That sounds like someone who, may have their sympathies for it, but is willing to say all right, the data's really not there to recommend this.
He also said fucking Ayurveda has better evidence than homeopathy, which
is probably true, because I think that homeopathy evidence is very bad, mixed at best. But I'm sure there are probably, because Ayurvedic is so broad, I'm sure there are probably some parts
Ayurveda is so broad that it includes things that aren't even technically unique to Ayurvedic medicine.
That's fine, but they might still be a part of Ayurvedic medicine. Just like we might be able to say there might be some shaman treatments that are medically efficacious, but those are also encompassed by
those
modern
aren't shaman. Well, then that's not shamanism. That's just medicine.
The sentence, my bad. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that medicine is broad and grows to encompass things from other disciplines that we might not wholly embrace.
And again, he goes on to talk about doshas. As if that has better evidence than homeopathy.
If I can just make a point in process, one thing I would caution everyone to be sensitive to is couching a lot of things under broad term, but when when one wants to make a final statement about whether something works or not, instead of talking about the specific things within that umbrella, they just refer to the umbrella. So, for example, Ayurveda, Ayurvedic medicine might include 1,000 different interventions for 100 different exposure outcome relationships. And maybe 99% of them don't work and 1% does. And the 1% that may work, they'll say, aha, see, Ayurvedic medicine works. Or if it was the reverse, and that would be just as silly as if 99% of the Ayurvedic interventions worked and 1% didn't, and they just said the 1% that didn't, so therefore Ayurvedic medicine doesn't work. So instead of just getting into this haze about this umbrella term Ayurvedic medicine or homeopathy or whatever it is, just talk about, okay, we're in this category of Ayurvedic medicine. There's all these different proposed exposure outcome relations. What specific ones do you think work? What specific ones do you think don't? I think that would be more productive than just saying this broad, vague category.
Homeopathy is specific.
We're talking about Ayurvedic. Okay, never mind.
But you said homeopathy as well. I'm saying that is one of the specific ones.
We moved topics.
There was a contention in the conversation about how specific it was. Maybe it applied to things other than dilution.
No,
regardless
not
whether that's
homeopathy
true.
doesn't. It's all.
Can somebody
Why
just
are
go?
you
Hold on.
even
Can somebody? Wait,
fucking
wait, wait.
here
Can somebody
talking
just go?
to
Well, hold on,
us?
because vegan games. This is your contention too. Can somebody Google this? Just find out. This isn't easy. Like, just Google it. It's either right or wrong. My understanding is that when people talk about like homeopathic medicine, that they can talk about things that are more than just like the dilution shit. But I could be wrong. I don't know if that's true or not. I feel like I've heard people in the past talk about homeopathic treatments, and it's not just that dilution stuff. But I could be wrong. Literally, just look it up.
Say, my nan on my dad's side used to be a homeopath, and I ate an entire jar of sugar pills. It obviously did nothing. So I'm aware of what homeopathy is specifically, and it is a specific part of if it's covered under Ayurveda.
So
I don't
the
know.
first link that I found basically says, like what I said, it's a thing of treating like with like. So if you are experiencing some problem with an irritant, using a very small amount of that irritant will build up your body's immune response or something and activate some sort of healing property. And again, it requires dilution of that irritant.
Yeah, so it's basically
So
just a sugar pill at
that's-
the end.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
but
there are some...
Only that? Is it limited to that, or is there like any other thing under homeopathy that like doesn't involve that would be included under that term?
No,
No.
that I'm aware of.
Are you sure?
No, so there might be homeopaths that will tell you to change your diet or some shit like that, but that's not homeopathy. Homeopathy is that very specific thing. It's kind of like chiropractic, where chiropractic is specifically subluxation, the idea of like realigning a spine to activate healing powers, but chiropractors might actually employ legitimate physical therapy techniques.
All right. Well, the point either way, regardless of who's right on this, because I haven't looked into it, because I don't really care to. But the point either way is that to whatever degree an umbrella term has more and more claimed interventions for exposure outcome relationships, it's more and more important to not just invoke the umbrella term and say it works or it doesn't work. It's important to actually dig down and separate the different claims, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my very specific criticism of Ayurvedic medicine is it relies on this term called doshas, and you can just Google doshas. It's just fucking nonsense. It like talks about earth, like water, fire, spirit powers, and it has like some sort of mind-body connection. Like it's just garbage. And again, there's a medical doctor promoting this stupid idea where the core belief of this is diagnosing somebody with a certain dosha, which again, you're water spirit or you have fire spirit, but like you're earth-bodied, basically. Yeah,
So
it's basic. It's literally Avatar.
Was there a point of contention over doshas?
Yeah, well, I was criticizing him for supporting this idea as a medical doctor. Like, again, if one of the core principles when it comes to determining treatments is this diagnosis...
A medical doctor?
Yeah, he's a medical doctor. And he was claiming...
I mean, he's supporting him as a medical doctor.
Sorry?
You say, like, your criticism of Destiny was that he was supporting Dr. K as a medical doctor?
I haven't supported anything.
criticizing
My
Dr.
issue
K.
is that when Vegan Games comes in with a lot of like claims or statements, oftentimes he does it with no... he won't like send me a clip or give me like an actual thing, and then when I go and look at the actual statements made, they're never as like bombastic as he says they are. So then it kind of changes the way that they view the original things. Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
then
again...
my previous question. So is there a dispute over doshas?
I don't think so. I think Destiny would agree with me that it's nonsense, but like again, the problem I have is I don't think you should trust a medical doctor that's supporting this idea of doshas in Ayurvedic medicine when like the core, like the first pathway to determining treatment is to diagnose somebody with a specific dosha or doshas when you can't do that. Like again, the idea is just silly. And I just wouldn't trust a medical doctor who believes in this sort of bullshit. It calls into question any of his advice. Because if he has such a lapse in judgment when it comes to something like literal medieval medicine, I don't think you could trust him when it comes to other things. So I just say, look for another expert, aside from Dr. K.
Do you know if like this dosha stuff is like a central part of like his actual practice, like his therapy? Like if you were in a therapy session.
Not anymore. Yeah,
I
not
don't
anymore.
believe it ever was, but
Well, he was really fucking promoting it on his website, and he even made like online seminars talking about doshas and how important they are to determining root causes
I don't
of
think
both
this. I
physical
don't think
and
this
mental health
ever
issues.
happened, but I'm not sure.
I literally showed you a clip.
So I think, Avi, the issue is that, like, so Dr. K, as a psychiatrist, feels like our current Western medical health interventions are really poor. So sometimes he draws upon things that he studied in Eastern medicine, and he said these might be, it feels to me, I'm saying from what I've seen, it feels to me like he says these things in Eastern medicine might be hinting at or pushing towards something that might give us a better patient outcomes if we kind of like incorporate some of this stuff or think about the way that they approach things over here. That seems to be like, broadly speaking, kind of like what he pushes for. Yeah.
Medicine is a misnomer.
Okay.
Wait, what?
He doesn't like the term Eastern medicine because he's going to say Eastern medicine is called Eastern medicine because it's all quackery, and if it was real medicine, it would just be called medicine. Eastern medicine is largely not evidence-based, so it shouldn't be called that.
Well, it's not even Eastern medicine. It's just it's called Ayurvedic medicine, but again, it's not medicine. It's basically religious beliefs.
So this is going back to what I said earlier, guys. So
yeah, you haven't seen the clips.
Be aware. No. But I'm saying be aware. No, what I said earlier is be aware. Be very sensitive to what broad terms that have 1,000 outcome relations. So you talk about Eastern medicine, right? So like that's vague. I mean, that doesn't really like, oh, Dr. K, like, you know, there's the Eastern medicine can mean a whole lot of things. Like what exactly what exposure outcome claim is Dr. K making within Eastern medicine?
Again, the specific problem I brought up is he likes diagnosing people with certain doshas, and he uses that as a basis to determine appropriate treatment options.
So that point of
is
contention
silly.
is it sounds like Destiny doesn't believe he does that.
Yeah, if I saw a thing where he's like, listen, you've got an XYZ dosha, and I'm going to recommend this as treatment for you, I think I would have a pretty big... I think I would have a pretty...
We saw the clip like yesterday.
Do you want to show Dr. Avi that clip and tell me and ask him if he thinks that what you're saying is an accurate representation of that clip? Go for it. I could be wrong.
Sure. Now, again, this also involves his website where he was promoting Ayurvedic medicine, shit like that.
We can watch the clip.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not being totally uncharitable. I know he does use modern medicine. I'm not denying that. Like he won't. It's not like he won't prescribe antidepressants
Wait, does
or
this
something.
fucker use doshas or not? Show me the clip. Like,
Yeah, sure. Let me. I sent it to Destiny the other day. Just wait. Why the fuck can't I see your messages? Oh, here we go. Just give me 1 second. Oh, here's a good one. So he made a claim about COVID, saying doshas actually predict
Vegan Gains also does this
COVID.
thing where anytime I ask him for evidence or like a clip of what we're seeing, as he's looking for it, or even if he doesn't look for it, he just continues to like kind of stack claim after. I don't know why he's doing this. Instead of just
I'm
spotting the
looking
one.
at the fucking clip.
Okay,
Just
but
give
just
me a
like link the thing,
fucking
because like
second,
in the
dude.
process of doing this, if I didn't say something, you would just like say thing after thing. We haven't even established that.
No,
like, the
I
first thing
wouldn't.
is you've done this before, and you were just doing it right now.
Link the clip.
As surely as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, I think you are going to continue stacking random statements that he's made.
Meow. Meow.
Is Destiny watching something?
Nope, we're all just hanging out.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to.
I'm just trying to find the clip.
Oh, hi, Vegan Gains. Let me tell you what I ate today. I had a chimichanga with beans and beef.
Yeah, good. Choke on it. Fucking die.
Kelly Jean, what is your strife with my?
Wait, but which dosha is gonna kill her?
Holy shit, that was loud. Sorry, what did you say, Xena?
Wait, does Xena and Vegan Gains hate each
Right.
other? Did I miss something?
No, I love Vegan Gains.
Everybody
I
loves
love
lemons.
Vegan Gains. I just wanted to troll him for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're cool. I'm gonna go on his thing and talk more about veganism just one-on-one pretty soon here. But Kelly Jean, I've just been hearing these things. You and my mans don't get along. No one really explains the lore behind it. So since I have your attention, I would love to hear the story.
Kelly thinks that Darius is creepy and rapey around women.
I didn't say rapey once ever in my. You need to stop this because it's past the point of being funny to me.
Yeah, don't put words in her mouth.
Yes, exactly.
If you ask me not to do it anymore with the voice, I'll stop doing it.
Which one?
That one.
Stop doing it, Steven.
Okay, I won't say rapey
Jesus.
anymore.
Thank fucking God.
Okay, here's the first clip. I'm just going to send this to Avi. It's a clip with the timestamp. I'm just going through some of the clips you might want to watch. So this first clip, he claims that he's found Ayurvedic
Why does Destiny
medicine
stream from his website?
is
What does he
more
gain from
effective
siphoning viewers
ultimately
from
than
YT?
traditional treatment.
PLC.
That includes like psychotherapy, medication. And he was claiming that within about 6 months, a lot of patients who were on meds, he can take them off with Ayurvedic treatment.
That's not what
Yeah,
we talked about.
yeah, I know. I'm just going through these fucking clips one by one. It's hard to find the actual clips, but
I'll tell you, like, without even watching the clip.
Again, like he goes into detail about some of these doshas and how it can be used to prescribe certain treatments and
does he do
patient
that?
outcome.
Does he do that?
So,
Something also, Dr. Avi, I don't know what your
I don't
personal
think
experience is with this, and initially I thought it was kind of dumb, but after...
okay, you know what? I'm just gonna back out. I need to fucking go eat and shit. I'm gonna send you the. I'm gonna send you the clips, and you can.
Can you just send him the clips you sent me yesterday?
I just want to know if the clip I'm about to watch is the dosha clip. That's literally all I'm trying to establish.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. I'll just do that first. Let me just mute my fucking earphones because I'm fucking getting annoyed. I'll be back in a second.
My understanding is that a lot of therapists, even if they're trained in psychology, I don't know about psychiatry, is they tend to work in personal stuff in therapy, which initially my assumption would have been like, oh, if you're a therapist, you just do like CBD or CBT or like other types of like, you know, research-based interventions. But I guess my understanding is there are a lot of ones that will work like faith-based stuff in or meditation, and not like in a research way, but just like therapists have different things that they think are effective with patients. So when I listen to Dr. K, and I could be wrong, by the way, I haven't listened to a lot of Dr. K, but when I listen to Dr. K, it sounds like he kind of uses these like dosha things or these other things as kind of like narrative ways to deliver basically therapeutic treatments. They're like, oh, if you imagine yourself as this archetype, and if you imagine that these things might help you, here are like some interventions we can do, and maybe it'll be better than just like taking a pill.
Yeah,
And
because you want to separate like a religious psychiatrist or a religious therapist who may use certain elements of religion as like a guiding step to try to get the patient on the right path versus like, oh, like it says in this scripture this and this and this, and you fit this and this and this, so this you're going to get this treatment.
Exactly, yeah. If it was the case that I watched like Dr. K episodes and he's like, oh, hey, great, I'm talking to John today. Give me one moment. John, you have this dosha, and we're going to do this. Like if he did that, then I could understand that, like, yeah, this is like pretty fucked. But it feels like what he does is he generally listens to somebody, he'll go through like, oh, well, have you considered, and then he goes through like some very standard like therapeutic interventions for depression, for anxiety, for stuff like that. And then because obviously most people on the internet have heard of most of these, and I guess a lot of people tried a lot, sometimes he'll take it to the next level to say, oh, well, you know, like spiritually, some people would consider you like this dosha, or you have this karma or whatever, and it might help to think of it in this. And then he kind of like frames it through this like spiritual lens. Now, there might be worse examples that I'm just not aware of, but almost everything I've seen of Dr. K roughly falls in that. And I'm somebody I am a very like aspiritual atheist. Like I hate all sorts of like woo-woo quackery bullshit. I'm very much not into any of it. But it seems like that's what he does most of the time. And I don't know, I haven't had like a huge problem with what I've seen.
Yeah, no, I don't have a disagreement with that. Like, if, like you can use, even if I don't believe in the actual claims themselves, I can appreciate the difference between a therapist using stories that are not true, but may be inspirational to certain patients and might help in some way.
Yeah.
As long as we're not, as long as we don't take the step further from that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he was in a thing where he was like, listen, I understand you're on Prozac right now, but this dosha shouldn't be on Prozac. Instead, you should probably be like diluting water. So that would be some shit where I'm like, okay, this is probably not good. Yeah. Also, here, actually, I'm curious what you think about this. Maybe you've done more research on this. This is a claim that I made yesterday that Vegan Games disagreed with, and I could be wrong. My understanding is where we're at right now with Western medicine and mental health is it's pretty dog shit. That, like, for instance, my understanding is that, like, SSRIs, SNRs, stuff like that, they kind of, like, they barely beat placebo. They do in a statistically significant sense, but not that much. And that we're not doing too well on our, like, interventions when it comes to mental health. Would you agree broadly with that statement, or do you think I'm understating the gains we've made, like, in mental health pharmacology and therapeutic intervention?
Overall, really, okay, so I will give the short answer, but I must couple it with a longer answer.
Yeah, go for it.
So overall, more or less, like, there's a lot that leaves to be wanted with the current status of mental health and the current interventions that we have. However, I will say that this highly depends on what exposure outcome relationship we're talking about. Again, be sensitive to the broad label, because within mental health we have outcomes like suicide, which is different from suicidality, which is different from some questionnaire that we give to assess someone's.
Sure, that is true. You have to separate it. Like antipsychotics for people that have certain types of mental health issues, or like medications that somebody with schizophrenia might take, are probably inarguably beating placebo by a significant amount, and are incredibly important for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and then even when it comes to depression, the weak performing interventions that we have, if you look at how they're measured, they're broadly measured by these surveys that have some indication of someone's, that it's a construct that has some indication about how someone's feeling. When you look at harder outcomes, you see, and you stratify by age, we see that the effect sizes are much higher, and sometimes in the wrong direction, and sometimes in the right direction.
Yeah.
So what you see. And specifically for really young individuals with depression, with attempted suicide, it's actually in the wrong direction, and there's an explained reason for that. But with older individuals, it's a high effect size in the right direction, and the explanation for SSRIs and depression leading to suicide is the first thing to come back, especially in younger individuals, is motivation. So, like, one of the things that depression fucks with you is it fucks your motivation. You don't really. There are people who just, like, they're in bed all day. They can't get it. And sometimes that's what's preventing them from killing themselves.
Sure.
Is that, they would kill themselves, but I just can't get out of bed to actually. I can't motivate myself to get out of the.
Okay. I'm back.
So the point is that with SSRIs, the first part, before everything else gets reset, the first thing that gets reset is the motivation. So that there's a suicide risk, actually, when starting an SSRI, especially in young individuals. So you'll find the effect size is actually, with younger individuals, it's higher, but it's even in the wrong direction. But with older individuals, there actually is especially with things like post-stroke depression, there is a very, very strong effect size, and it is very favorable to prevent suicide in older individuals.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the second last link I sent you, Avi, it's timestamped. Dr. K goes into how Ayurvedic medicine works when it comes to diagnosing doshas and how that's associated with certain possible ailments. And then in the last link, he actually talks about how certain doshas are connected with like genetic phenotypes, and how you can actually predict things like COVID symptoms and severity by using doshas.
Let me just be clear. Are you saying in the first clip that he says that he's used doshas to diagnose and treat patients, like, specifically?
Yeah. He talks about how certain doshas are associated with certain physical and mental ailments, and he uses that as basically a framework for determining best treatment. And he, in the last clip I sent you, again it's timestamped, he talks about how doshas are actually connected with genetics somehow, even though I don't think he has any fucking evidence for that. he couldn't possibly. And he claims that that can actually predict things like COVID symptoms and severity.
Wait, what are doshas again? Because that actually doesn't sound that surprising that there'd be some phenotypes that might be associated with some
Supercalifragilistic
Then you're gonna get banned. Why?
So you can just look at what a dosha is. Again, it's this mind-body connection where there's fire doshas, earth doshas,
Yeah, but I'm
wind
asking,
doshas.
how do you determine somebody's dosha?
You can't. It's shamanism. It's medieval medicine.
The question is, how does Dr. K determine?
How would is his explanation for how he determines the dosha?
So, he goes through examples in the video. So he says he has like a wind dosha because he has like a lot of ideas that run around his head very quickly. So crap like that.
Okay, so that doesn't sound random at all. That sounds like a personality assessment, basically, like a Myers-Briggs-esque.
Well, again, you can take a look at it. You can look at what doshas are. It's not quite like that.
Well, here's the break. We will watch it. We can watch the clips together. But I just want you to know what we're trying to separate.
Yeah, sure.
First thing we're trying to separate was, so you know how like there are certain religious therapists who are still practicing.
Yeah, like Jordan Peterson.
I'm not talking about Jordan Peterson.
Anyway, I don't know. Incorporate spirituality and prayer sometimes, literally, into therapeutic sessions. Yeah. If they're religious, and they should, if they're a good therapist, they're asking their client if they're religious and if they'd like to participate in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Like some religious therapists might like have a religious patient, and they may say, okay, well, you know, if this would help, and if you're okay with it, maybe we can engage in some prayer, and maybe that would uplift the patient. Maybe that would help in some way. I want to separate that between a type of intervention where someone just says, okay, well, you're from this religious tribe, and if we look at the religious scriptures, it says in this passage that people with this tribe shouldn't be treated this way, and so we're going to change your medicine to this, right? You see the difference between those two types of approaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way...
Yeah, so the way I'm trying to make the same discrepancy. I'm trying to see, like, is Dr. K saying, oh, well, you have these types of personalities, you have, like, this fleeting thought, maybe that's, like, a wind dosha, and maybe if you thought of yourself in terms of this dosha, maybe that might be something that can help you get through the day, like, you just realize this is coming from, you know, there may be this type of, like, connection with these fleeting thoughts, maybe that'll help you get under control, versus... oh, you have these fleeting thoughts, therefore you're wind dosha, and also the scripture says wind dosha shouldn't be on Prozac, right? I'm trying to make that same type.
Well, he actually criticizes the use of antidepressants.
Okay, but
I'm pretty sure everybody criticizes the use of antidepressants.
In favor of Ayurveda.
Okay, but I'm not... Okay.
Wait. So that claim right there, that's a really strong claim. I'd be curious to see a clip where he's actually saying, like, you shouldn't be on...
It's in the clips.
Wait, hold on, wait. Which one did you link me? Yeah, wait, I want to watch that. I want to watch that one. Is it the one that you just...
I can't stick around, unfortunately. I really need to eat and go.
Sure, wait. Is it the one that you just linked me, The Dangers of Pseudoscience? Is it that link that you just sent me?
I didn't link you any new ones. I only linked Avi. I think the ones that I linked you, it was...
Okay, wait, let's wait like 30 seconds.
Or the second
let's just wait 30 seconds to let Dr. Avi listen to that one. I'm curious if he actually says that. Because that would be a pretty extreme claim.
Which clip am I clicking on? Richard, which clip? First one or...
Fuck, I can't fucking remember now. I think it would be... Wait. I think it's the fucking first or second one.
All right, I'm just gonna send both of these to Destiny. We'll watch them on stream together.
I really have to go though. I need to eat. I'm dieting really hard, and I need to fucking eat.
Out of here so we can lower the IQ of this.
But take care.
Okay. Destiny, I sent you in Discord both of the links that I was sent with timestamps.
Listen, just watch them and let me know how you feel about them.
All right, I'm watching it. All right, I'll watch.
It's funny he had to go eat, but isn't he vegan? Doesn't he eat air?
Good one.
You're welcome. Destiny.
What?
I hear you play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, because I just recently made a Dungeons and Dragons account.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
I made an account to play Dungeon. I've never played this. I don't know what I did, but I made an account that I was told to make.
On what website?
D&D Beyond?
20 Roll or something like that.
Roll20, gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have people to play with?
No, that's why I kind of just came here to tell Destiny.
Wow. Well.
I mean, I have different voices, so like, you know, I could play them with myself, but.
Good one.
Steven, can we please play Baldur's Gate 3? Please, 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 please.
Oh, no.
You know what? You should have a game with you, Kelly, Xena, and I bet you could find a
Yeah,
fourth.
Kelly, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Quantos!
There you go.
We need Karantos. That's it. All we need is Karantos, and Destiny is gonna have a great.
Why don't you want to play?
Because I don't want to play fucking Baldur's Gate.
You would play if Lily asked you.
Okay.
No, he wouldn't.
I probably would, actually, yeah.
You ignore DMs, bro. Stop pretending.
Kelly, do you know that his profile picture is a morphed image of my face and his face if we were to have a child?
That is very weird, but awesome.
Yeah, dude, you literally have, like, your pictures are AI of you. That's weird. You spend, like, hours photoshopping your photos. It's practically the same thing.
Darius, don't try and attack me because you're not coming from a very good position to do that. It's just...
I don't edit my photos!
What are you doing? No one cares about your appearance.
Then what the fuck are you talking about then?
You don't know how many... when I talk about photo editing, I don't think you know what I mean. It means extensive background editing, okay? It's not like...
Nigga, that is cold.
You think that beauty...
I really want the flowers to look good in my ass pics.
I showed these pictures on stream. Like, they're not on stream in chat. Like, background editing is difficult, okay? Just shut the fuck up. I don't want to have to explain this to you.
My AI baby looks more real than your photos.
The picture you're looking at isn't even edited. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a normal picture.
Chat, which one looks more real? I'm posting this right now.
Why do you keep trying to attack my appearance? That is what I'm interested in.
No, I'm attacking
I just want to know where all of this
weird.
angst and anger and animosity comes from.
Because he believes what the chat says. I don't know why.
Ooh, you know, it's so funny
no
you say
way.
that.
Oh, Darius memeing his way through another serious conversation. Do that ain't no way thing like 20 more times. Where is irrelevant? I wonder if you do that in combos with him. I'm so curious.
He does.
He does?
He does it.
Wait, how
He
do
does it all the time.
Dude, is Photo Bucket still a thing? How do I upload photos?
It's funny, Kelly, because he and I just got in an argument last night about how he believes everything that the chat says. So it's just funny that you would say that out of nowhere.
Yep. That is very funny.
But do go on. I'd love to hear why you guys have beef.
Yeah, why do they have beef?
Oh, wait.
I don't know. Maybe because I asked him not to, like, put weird tweets with me in them.
Ooh, weird tweets. Wait, what kind of weird tweets?
I just don't like. He just does it. We used to do it. I don't know if he does it.
Like, would you call him like
Maybe he
creepy?
doesn't do it anymore. I said
Chat,
weird. Destiny, stop. Remember when you said you were gonna stop stirring? If
I said I would. No,
voice.
hold on. I said I would stop saying you said rapey. Okay, which I have
So
stopped.
I gotta. Fuck you. I don't wanna go over this conversation again. There is absolutely nothing interesting here.
I'm interested.
No, you're not.
I'm interested.
No.
He just gets triggered easily. I don't know what else to say.
Hold on 1 second.
Well, Darius, what do you dislike about...
Oh, wait, Abby's in here. Abby, can you check a look at this scab I got? I need to know if, like, I should rip off the scab and put on alcohol, or if I should leave it alone. Can you check it?
Those are the only two options?
So far, that's what I've been given.
Could do a lot of things with a scab.
You want to see it?
Oh, man.
Don't rip it off.
Hey, Abby. You're here.
Okay, wait. Camera on. Can you see?
That's a Band-Aid.
Yeah, I'm taking it off.
I don't think that Destiny cares about this. We want to know what... I came in here...
Is that infected?
That's called fibrin. That yellow stuff is called fibrin. That's normal and expected in wound failure. Just don't pick at it. Don't mess around with it. It's fine.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that looks infected and nasty.
All right, I didn't hear the claims as specifically mentioned in those clips.
Yeah. I feel like most of the times I hear Dr. K talk about the woo-woo stuff, he usually couches it like pretty responsibly, but I could have missed some where he's more irresponsible with it, but...
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, there's I can understand someone watching that and like making inferences that he does things, but I haven't heard him explicitly say the things that were mentioned.
Yeah, that's fair.
Avi, I had a quick question.
What's up?
I'm gonna send you this study. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you went over it on stream. I don't recall exactly whether or not you did, but it is a question related
Kelly about
to
her opinions on the Mr. Deadmoth
data
video.
interpretation in Figure 2.
We did not go over the study on stream, but I'm happy to answer data-related questions.
Okay. In table Figure 2, Section A, I'm super curious how you read that data.
Okay. You mean Table 2 adverse events?
No, Figure 2 psychosocial outcomes during 2 years of GA.
Oh, not Table 2, Figure 2. Okay.
Yeah, Figure 2.
Okay. Oh, these are these are the raw. So what I'm looking at. Okay, so psychosocial outcome during 2 years of gender affirming hormone therapy initiated. Okay, so the blues are gender affirming hormone initiated in early puberty. No, and the oranges are yes. And then they separate it out. So there's a time access score for depression, and then so there's different construct scores. And then they're giving you the raw data for each one. So you see the distribution. So each like dot is one individual patient.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then they have each individual patient across for the data they have across time, and then they have a regression line for how that represents how it's the line of best fit for how how each different group is performing over time.
Okay. Yeah. So my question is with Figure A. And I want to make sure I have the same interpretation that you would, is that it is showing in Figure 2, Table A, that where hormone initiated in early puberty, where the intervention wasn't performed, that appearance congruence had a better outcome over a period of 24 months in the group that had no medical intervention, no hormone intervention. Am I reading that correctly?
When you say no intervention, because I don't see that as part of Figure 2, unless I'm missing.
GAH initiated in early puberty, so it was basically, so spoiler alert, this is a trans issue thing. There were young people that were given hormones, estradiol and testosterone, initiated in their early puberty as a treatment for their gender dysphoria.
Mm-hmm.
So the trend line I'm looking at is blue for the intervention where they didn't have that in the young teens, and that improved compared to the intervention. Is that correct? Is that the correct interpretation?
Yeah. So there was an improvement in both groups. So there's improvement in both groups. The degree of improvement was greater in the group where there was no gender affirming hormones initiated in early puberty. Although there was still improvement in the group where there was. In terms of the difference between, so that's the change scores. And then in terms of whether they ended up, it doesn't look like there's going to be any statistically significant difference when they ended up, unless I'm misreading this or unless there's some other test that tells me otherwise. But the change scores look different. However, if you look at the baseline is also lower for the GAH initiated during early puberty, where the answer is no. So that could just be a regression to the mean that's bumping up the improvement. So
wouldn't that regression to the mean apply to both groups? Would that not apply to both?
Well, no. It could be. It could be. It just looks like it. Just in this case, it would. If there is a regression to the mean, it would be for the no group, because the no group starts out. So, because look, if you take the mean of both groups, right, the no group is going to be slightly on the side of worse. The yes group is going to be slightly on the side of better, right, at the baseline. So, yes, it's true that one group improved more than the other, but keep in mind that that group that improved more than the other improved they didn't start off at the same position. The group that improved more than the other group improved started off at a lower baseline.
Yeah, but I think that you could have different arguments for that baseline. So, for instance, getting any sort of medical intervention at all might have a positive psychological effect, right?
Yeah, we can look, there's we can speculate all day about it. About why the baseline is there, or about whether the baseline there has an influence in the effect size of the exposure outcome relationship that we're measuring. That's fine. I'm just saying it's not clear cut that one group.
I agree.
More, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading that correctly because, this chart just seems really wacky in terms of
But you see this comment. I mean, you see an intervention that improves, and you see like various different groups, and it's not uncommon to see one group improve more than the other, especially if their baseline is already lower than the other.
Yeah, sure, but I mean,
not uncommon.
In this intervention specifically, I mean, as I understand the model for treating gender dysphoria in youth, the idea is they take the hormones to make their outward appearance more in line with their inward self-perception. And to have such a non-effect, I guess, to have such like a
well, there is an effect. To be clear, there's not a non-effect. There's an effect for both groups.
Yeah, I would expect the intervention to have a much more substantial effect in my mind.
Are you familiar with the scale and what the effect size of the scale is?
The effect size of the scale.
Like in other words, like if you're looking at a construct, right? Like so in this case, it's a score, and there's like it's scored from looks like 0 to 5 at least on this graph. One group is going from 3 to 4. I don't know if that's a huge thing or a small thing, or whether going from 3.5 to 4 that might be a small thing, it might be a huge thing. I don't know. So when you say I expect it to be greater, like why do you expect it to be greater? Are you familiar with what grade is on this scale? Like,
so,
do you know?
As I understand the score for appearances, this is just self-assessment. I guess a self-assessment inventory. Basically, survey sent out to participants in the study, and then return back with a score. I would expect a greater, more significant difference compared to a.
Wait, why? I know it's a self-assessment, but the different self-assessments have different like effect sizes for the same delta.
Because I see a larger change in the non-intervention group, so I would expect the intervention.
Not the non-intervent. No, it's not the non. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Is this a non-intervention group, or is this we didn't intervene at this time, but we intervened at some point?
I believe this is a non-intervention specifically with hormones. I don't know if there were other psychological interventions.
Okay, I mean that's important, but in any case, the point. I mean, look, the point being is that. Yes, it looks like one group had a difference in improvement in change score. But again, the reason why it's not clear cut why I would expect this any differently is there's still no reason for me to rule out regression to the mean here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And look, if you're going to say that first of all, I have no idea why you're saying you wouldn't expect it to be improved more other than the relative argument that you've just made. In terms of an absolute case, I have no idea. Because I don't know the scale, and I don't think you do either. In terms of the relative case, there are certain things that you need to make sure are not happening in order to make a claim like that. Regression to the mean being one of them.
Okay. All right. Thanks for answering my question. That's all I had.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime.
Take care.
Bye.
Wow, good job, guys. We did it.
I think we did. All right. Well, sorry the clips didn't pan out, at least from what I've seen. Sorry I'm not an OBGYN, Kelly.
No, it's good. Very good. Also, you're a great dermatologist, so sorry.
Aw, thanks.
Sorry if I sounded mean.
That's okay.
Attention.
No, it's okay. We're good. All right, love you both. Take care.
Have fun, guys. Bye.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Man. I think a problem is that it was just too much at once. Because out of anybody out there, I think I've dealt with things pretty decently well over the years. Like when things get hard, or when I had problems, especially like Overwatch League days or whatever. Like I was back against a wall. I was like, it was me on my own, whatever, and I still did pretty good. And I'm proud of all these things, right? And I can manage like to be thrown like a bunch of stuff at the same time, right? Like 5, 6, but now it's been like 25, you know? And it's like, you know when you drink alcohol, people say like the body will process like 1 drink an hour or something like that, right? Or like get it out. It feels like the tank is like so full, right? That it's like going down slowly, and it keeps more added on, and it's like, dude,
now
like,
we
we'll
can
never
have a
get
good
down. We'll never get to the bottom
conversation.
of this. Does that make sense?
Well, now I'm listening to something.
It
What's
was
up?
too much at once.
Oh
It was just-
shit, my bad.
It's
I
like
didn't
my
know.
whole world
See you in
was
an hour, be
changing in too many ways for me to process any of it. Because it's easy when you have a problem with your system, to understand like what's failing, how to replace it, how to move on, how to
Vegan
right when it's
Games
like
is
only
back.
one problem. When there's multiple components that are
So,
failing, you start wondering,
what was Avi's opinion on the clips?
What
if
are
you
the
watched
failing
them?
parts?
Yeah, he didn't feel like
you don't even
Dr.
know
K
which
said
ones are the
anything
failing parts,
remotely
which ones
close
are the
to
good
what you
ones.
said he said. So.
And I start to
Okay,
blame myself
whatever.
at that point, you know, as maybe I'm the problem. And I can't get stuck in those cycles. Like
Mainly,
it
he was just
too much
sitting
at
here
once, and then
saying
that's
like
the
you
way
don't
I'm-
even.
Okay, listen, I love you guys. Take it to another room,
Well, I
okay?
mean-
There's XQC and Dr. K time. Our favorite doctor.
And by the way, do you want me to call you XQC or?
Yeah.
Wow, that's mean.
I didn't hear Dr. K say the
I'm
things
also
that
hearing
you
that
said. I
maybe
can
for the
understand
first
why
time in
someone,
your
a
life,
reader,
you
like a
can't count
viewer,
on
would.
yourself.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think I've said that in the past, like, in last like months or weeks. I've said that. Yeah, I've said that. Yeah, I admitted that for the first time. I think to my stream last time. I think I said that. You know, I always put all of the chips in my favor or on my side, because when nobody's there, because oftentimes for most people, nobody will be there for them. Not family, friends, whatever. They will be literally by themselves. And when there's a problem, there's something when something happens, well, the only person that's left is them, right? And you want yourself to be in your own corner. And I've admitted that, like, at times, not only was I not in my corner, I was against myself, right? And then, like, normally I have like
They don't want to talk
self-destructive
when I'm not there
tendencies
listening?
that help.
Really?
Right? They're kind of helpful because something good comes out of it, right? Like a breakthrough. And I felt like I was just literally against myself at that point. And I was like, I'm not even in my own corner. So like, why am I looking elsewhere at other people? It doesn't matter who helps me at that point. Like, I will fail myself regardless. And I think getting out of that, I'm doing better with that, but getting out of that was like pretty hard, you know?
How are you doing better with that?
Standing up for myself, I think. Like making a stand and like, I think transitioning to being like a better overall like adult, like doing all the tasks that I have to do, and just kind of being just proud to be like at least a somehow functioning adult, that like I can fly by myself, I can kind of live by myself through all the problems and whatever. And I take my own battles and I don't need any help. And I think it's helped to see that I can do it, you know? Because for the longest time, you know, like I had somebody to fight my battles with me, you know? And it kind of felt like, in a way, when I go live, I have my own little sun, or my little spotlight above my head, right? Like, you go live and I have my own little sun, and chat and everything, all the fun and all the creative stuff is cool and all. And then when I turn off the stream, well, as soon as you go offline, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, you've felt it yourself, the spotlight is it's completely out instantly, right? Which is fine if you have somebody or some people around that can kind of like carry that sunlight for you until you go to bed or whatever. But recently it's been like spotlight goes off.
That sounds like a really
and
unhealthy
darkness,
relationship
you
with
know?
the attention of
It's
streaming.
just nothing. And I think at first it was like, well, let's try. And I look at all the things to blame and everybody or whatever, and I realized that it was just me. I feel like I have to be a little bit like stronger and take accountability for the things that the problems and the things that that I've done, and just kind of like just kind of level out with myself. I think I've never really had to talk with myself for a while. I have to level out again. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's been helping, yeah.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah, of course.
So is your what would you like guidance on, Felix?
Good question. Maybe like finding ways to find what I actually want and kind of like who I am. Like it's not like an identity crisis, but like what I mean, kind of. In the end, like what matters, because I think in a lot of ways, I think a lot of things that most people would think do matter for them was kind of like taken away from me, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'll take some accountability here and there for the mistakes that I've done and the things that I've lost or taken away from myself. But I think a lot of things that people do care about, they're like life goals, whatever, was just kind of stripped, and it kind of makes you kind of want to give up a little bit, like on like not wanting those things again, right? Like building a home, building a relationship, shit like that. And it kind of, I thought that was kind of a good thing at one point. It's kind of easier to just say fuck it, yeah, fuck all that, like because it was all at once almost, and it was like, okay, well, fuck all that then, and let's go back to just focusing on streaming and just doing this. But yeah.
So Felix, I know this may sound weird, but I really don't know much of what you're talking about. So if you're assuming that I know, so I don't.
Vague Andy. Oh no.
I actually don't look at drama. Like I know that when there's drama, like people will fucking talk about it and react, and like people will post and Twitter and all that stuff. I actually don't look at any of that.
Yeah.
So I mean, even
don't worry, we have no idea either for half of this.
The size of you and your life, I mean, some of that stuff bled through, and I don't want to ask you anything that will interfere with whatever court, but I'd love to hear what you can share about just big picture, like what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I think big picture overall is that one of the earlier problems was like I always cared about at least building some form of like stability at one point, or like foundation. And for me, that was like a home, like, and I had this kind of like dream of like building a home at one point. And I was like, I want to feel at home, and I kind of chased that for a while. And then I kind of like, I bought this house and then started furnishing it. And then people look back at that era of that house. I was like the golden era of my stream, because I felt home. And I think after a little bit of time that I lived there, I had to leave it. There was too many problems over there. It was dangerous for me to live there and whatnot. I left it behind. And then I tried again and again, like 2 more times to just do it again. And there's always something that will like take it away from me. Just because of I think the nature of what we do and stream, whatever, the actual nature of it and what it comes with or whatever, made it so that I guess I temporarily can't have that. You can have a house or houses, I guess.
Right,
having a home, having a home is different.
What is he talking about?
Having a house.
What's the difference between a house and a home?
It's kind of complicated a little bit. The way that I can describe a home as easy as I can is if I'm not feeling good, right, and I can close my eyes and where's home? And if I picture home, I'm in my home and I feel comfortable now. I feel good, right? And that was like when I was younger, that was like my mom's house, and then I moved out, and then it was my other house. Like, okay, that's home where things feel like I'll be taken care of, or I'll take care of myself over there, or whatever, right? But now it just kind of feels like yeah, I haven't had that. Like I close my eyes and I see, oh, where's the place I feel feels comfortable, and I just don't see it, which sucks.
Yeah, I'm hearing that you don't feel safe anywhere.
Yeah.
That there's no place that you can count on to be safe.
Yeah. That takes time and commitment, but it just felt like it was kind of like pulled from under my feet so many times. Like it kind of felt like, okay, dude, fuck all that. Like let's just stop trying. It's so much energy and so much resources like into doing it, that like it's not like it happens once and then you give up and you're just kind of like bitching out of it, right? It's so often. It's like, okay, let's focus on other things. Let's try other shit for a little bit, because it's just clearly not working. And then just like, I feel overall like friends and acquaintances was like just kind of a lot of fallouts and a lot of I felt anyway like a lot of like betrayals. I don't want to be like out here like screaming wolf or whatever. Like I'm tough to deal with, and I don't like water my plants, if that makes sense when it comes to friendships. But sometimes I kind of felt like a little bit like betrayed for kind of no reason. And then so like friends kind of, yeah, I do have better friends now, but kind of like that was out of the way. Then I don't have that. Then problems with like I had problems with family at one point, which ended up being problems with my relation, and then it was like relation, family, home, friends, and at one was like, shit, what's left? Like what actually is left? What do people care about in life that makes them fulfilled? That isn't any of those things, you know? And it happened all at once. So then, at one point, you just kind of like lacking direction.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
This is what I'm doing when I'm not reacting, guys. I'm just thinking. Laser orbit. I don't know what the fuck I just got. What is this? This is a core piece?
Okay. So here's kind of what I'm putting together. So you're XQC. You're a pretty resilient guy. You're a streamer. You work really hard. You're not the best. You may not be the best friend. You may not be the easiest person to get along with. You make mistakes, but you tend to bounce back. I think your heart is in the right place. You try to learn from your mistakes. You grow. You're pretty resilient. And that really, like, at one point, a lot of pillars that support you, a lot of pillars that allow you to process fast and bounce back and take that negativity and turn it into creativity, started to fall away. So the simplest thing is that, like, I can't imagine from a physiologic perspective what this is like, but to like be deprived of your home again and again and again, which is something that I don't think a lot of people like really appreciate. And it's not good to compare, but I think that sometimes, like, you know, we hear about people who lose their homes.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, wow, that must be terrible. And how do you deal with that and stuff like that? What I'm hearing from you is maybe not in the same way, but that you've really lost the safety of your home time and time and time again. And here you are, like, trying to build a life. And then, like, you kind of get punished for wanting, right? So you try to build something and then, like, it kind of gets taken away. And then you're like, well, as you put it, you don't want to be a bitch about it, right? So there's like some amount of self-blame, like, I'm not going to let this knock me down. I'm going to be like better. I'm not going to bow out. I'm going to try again. It gets taken away again and taken away again and taken away again. And so your life becomes something where, like, you want something, but every time you want it, you get punished for it.
Yeah, it's like the little meme, maybe you've seen it before. It's like a little box. It's like this little blob in the box.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'll get out of it, and bang, it gets punched in. And then he's okay, well, fuck it, then I'll go back in.
Yeah, right. So and then now you're kind of stuck between, like, saying, okay, well, fuck it. Like, I'm done wanting.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, like, now, you know, I know there's like some amount of metrics and growth and money and other kinds of like things that you can move towards. But generally speaking, I think whether I mean, some people really chase money or whatever, but generally speaking, I think most people like money as a means to an end, or success is a means to an end. Sometimes success, what it provides is a sense of confidence, identity, stuff like that. But I'm really hearing that, like, several things happened at once, like family stuff, like relation stuff, like maybe work-related stuff, like home stuff, and everything kind of got taken away from you.
Yeah.
And then,
crossfire.
Huh?
A lot of crossfire as well. Sometimes it's kind of like, one piece interacts with the other, and then I lose both or whatever. And it's like, okay, well that's cool now. There's problems, but like now I lose all of it, so like, kind of sucks. And also, you said earlier like you have these pillars that are kind of like falling apart or under your feet or whatever, and that I would be okay with that. But it wasn't even that. Is that the pillars that I was standing on reverted and start like fucking spearing me? Does that make sense? Like if there was only neutral and I lost them, it'd be fine. But if they turn against me, I think it's a little bit of a deeper experience. Some sort of like not some sort like actual just
not to be overly critical of XQC, but like I wish that when he speaks,
at one point you could kind of start thinking,
or I wish that when
he's
he's speaking, I wish he would give examples
maybe
of stuff.
Related to that, I'm the problem in a lot of ways.
Because everything is like so coded. Like honestly, the conversation is a little bit worthless without examples. This is why I give examples when I have like debates. Even like I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about right now.
Yeah. I'm not the best boyfriend, but I don't think that these inabilities equate to like what was going on.
So I'm hearing, and once again, you know, we didn't really talk about what's okay and what's not okay to talk about today. So I'm curious, are you? I don't want you to share anything that will get you in trouble or anything like that. But like, I mean, you're using very powerful imagery, right? That this is not just pillars going away. This is pillars turning into spears. Is there anything that you feel comfortable sharing, just so that I can understand, like, what kind of stuff are we talking about?
Yeah, that's smarter Dr. to ask, because it's really like, yeah, I don't,
no, that's good.
I don't know how anybody could know what's being talked about right now. Yeah.
Well, like, what do you mean by betrayal? Like, that's a strong word.
Yeah, it is, and I wish I didn't have to. I wish it wasn't like that. Like, I'm like I said earlier, I'm not like trying to cry wolf, whatever. But I chose my words very carefully. Like, I didn't navigate it and just kind of landed on that word. Yeah, like it just felt like sometimes the people that I shared information with, the people that I confided with, when shit goes down, it just feels to me like it just
imagine a combo between XQC and Darius talking about their relationships.
All my vulnerabilities are now just ammo for they're just ammo for other people, and it makes me feel like I can't share anything with anybody. I can't like talk about anything with anybody. I feel like it's all just leverage, and then yeah.
So leverage is it's impossible to trust people.
Yeah. Oh, I've had my walls up for a while now. Yeah.
A lot of walls and no home.
Yeah. Yeah. You would think. That'd be crazy. Yeah, especially sometimes around like money and whatever, which I didn't expect was gonna hit me like that, because I never really cared for money that much. Like, it's cool to have it and to get it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm as happy as anybody can be to receive capital, but in a way, I think I've always like not really cared enough to like really spend and really kind of be like that. And then at one point, it kind of felt like I've said this before, but it kind of felt like everybody around me started caring about it more than I care about it myself, and that makes me want to like. Well, I'm not trying to do some Joker scheme here, but like it makes me want to like kind of burn it all, you know? Like, if I have something that I care about to a certain degree, or I care about a little bit, I guess. Once you're past like comfort, you know, it's like the upper layers or kind of whatever. If you're not, because I didn't even have time to spend anyway. I would stream all day. When everybody around me starts caring about it like so much, right? Then it annoys me. Because there's me right here, everybody's next to me, and then everybody's looking past me to whatever I have. It's like, okay, well, how do I get the focus back on me? I'll just burn it then. Like, that's kind of like logical conclusion almost, right? Sometimes it feels like I'd have none of the problems I have right now if it wasn't for that.
What's it like being looked past? I mean, can you tell us more about that? Like this kind of idea of like I just want to.
It's really bad. I think it's really bad. Yeah, it's really. I think it's very destructive. It's nothing that I think people will have. I generally feel like you will have doubts about it. That is it actually like that? You will actually, and then you can kind of be a little bit paranoid about it, right? And kind of have ideas that okay, these people are after money or whatever. But I think what was hard to process is that once it was kind of confirmed, right? Once you get that confirmation, all that that's difficult because it's like it makes you feel like invisible, right? It makes you feel like I am what I have, and for me, I've always been like a lot into my. I love what I do, and I love like all my interests, and I'm all about like just doing and building what I am, and caring a lot about that, and having people around me kind of switch a little bit into seeing me for what I have is like a tough like realization.
What's tough about it?
Makes you feel like invalidated. Makes you feel like kind of unheard. It kind of, yeah, it makes you feel kind of alone a lot of times. Especially as someone who wasn't really about it for like forever. Like, you know, these are difficult things to explain overall. And I'll explain it. If it was just me and you, I explain it like in, let's say 80 words, but I'll go a bit beyond to give more context because I know people will watch and they'll wonder what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just, so I get that you're speaking vaguely and that's.
Well, am I speaking in code?
I think so it helps me a lot to understand like a detailed scenario. And at the same time, I'm like noticing that you're being very, very careful. So I don't quite know what you're talking about, which is okay. You don't need to share it.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, it would be helpful, but I'm okay like respecting what I think is that boundary and just moving on to other stuff. Because I don't think that, I think the impact on you is more important than the details of what happened.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like, I've said it in the past, and one of the moments, I think, one of the key moments that really hurt me the most, that kind of gave me that kind of realization, is that whether I was kind of right or wrong, or whether I was being kind of paranoid or not, I've said in the past, like, I didn't really feel good about like how I was feeling and my health overall. Not for things nobody knows about any of his people. I don't want people to speculate. I just didn't feel right, and then I was writing my will with my mom and whatever, and then the person I was with, I was kind of like I was like, yeah, I don't feel really good and whatever. And then if I die, if I check out, or like I want people to get stuff, and that person was not on the will. And then it was like, at a moment where I'm like really vulnerable at my kind of lowest, like it's kind of like oh wow, like.
Why not just say like adept? That's what he's talking about, right? I don't understand why he doesn't just say the names.
Still down. Hearing him just say like, okay, then if that happens, then what do I get? It's kind of like, wow, shit, that's tough. You know, because it makes you feel like even if you were to fucking check out, like you would still be what you have, you know. And I think that was like really impactful. That's kind of where things kind of fell apart. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that adds a lot of. I mean that helped me like really, like holy shit, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like I don't even know how old you are, but you ain't old. And here you are, you know, making your will. And like, you know, instead of someone wondering like, hey, like why are you doing this? What's wrong? Like, how can I help? Like, what the fuck, man?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, what do I get?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm not like kind of paraphrasing. That's exactly how it was. Like almost like 1-to-1. And after that, it kind of, I don't know, things kind of start changing a little bit. And then, yeah, and then it just kind of, it was like more recurring all the time, a bunch of times. And it just, and then it's like I don't know what it's called, the psychological thing where like once you see it once, you know it exists, and you see it more often.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah. Then it's like, then I kind of see it more often in the patterns a little bit. Not that I was paranoid. I'm not like going full schizo about it, but
well, I mean, I think it's reasonable. So I see this a lot with people who are young and successful, and you know, I worked with someone who started a company very young and then like sold it at the age of like 26 or something like that, and then they were, you know, people started treating them differently. And you mentioned in sometimes that you do contribute to the problems. In what way do you think you contribute to some of the problems that you have?
'Cause I would like let these people like get away with it, if that makes sense. Like I kind of like I didn't want to believe that that was the world that I was going to be living in, and then I kind of let it happen and kind of let the waves wash over me, if that makes sense. I was just kind of like, there's no way it's kind of like that, and I was kind of in complete denial for the longest time. It took me a while to really get that. Even sometimes you can have it as boldly as it can be in front of you, right? And as easy and right there, you still won't really believe it or something, you know?
So if I were to ask, let's say, some of your friends who betrayed you or whatever, do you have a sense of what they would say about how you contribute to problems in
That's a better question, because he just gave not a good
I
answer. He gave like a victim
you were
answer.
in denial for having too much faith in them.
No. Yeah, no. I think even though I care a lot, I hyper focus on things, and a lot of times I neglect people. I don't give them the time of day. I don't give them time and acknowledgement. And like I said earlier, I don't water my plants, and that was a big problem with my relationships as well. Romantically, is that I was a bad boyfriend. I was cold and withdrawn and rarely there. And when I'm there, I'm just kind of like, my head is like cooked almost, you know? So I'm like kind of just being there, especially with friends or whatever. And that contributes to problems 100%, because then make people have ideas about what you think or feel about them. And they probably think that you're like almost against them or something like that, right? So in a way, I was always kind of passively not doing good to anybody. And I would expect the same type of thing in return, right? Except instead, when it was more like betrayal, then it feels like it's more willingful hostility. It's more deliberate than just being passively not responding to somebody or ghosting them or whatever, right? I think it's a different level of intensity that kind of raises the bar. And I get it. Some people will snap if they're like starved, but I didn't know it'd get that bad. And I blame myself for a little bit of it. Not all of it. I'm not going to like full fold on it, but
yeah. So that's useful to know. So I'm kind of hearing that. And it's interesting. You use this word cooked. I think it's a great, oftentimes when I'm done streaming, like I just don't have anything left in the tank and I have to let go and recuperate, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of around, and even to a certain degree, like almost like leeching off of the people around me.
Yeah.
You know, and I just don't have anything left, like to give and participate, but I don't want to be by myself, and I'm getting something from that. So it can feel very one-sided.
Yeah.
So let me try to stitch some stuff together. Oh, actually, one last question. Maybe not last, but so Felix, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, I'm curious, like, what are you feeling emotionally as we talk about this stuff? Because like a lot of it's like pretty heavy, man.
Well, I don't know. It's just, I think the way that I visualize it a lot, I'm very visual. So I can see most of my thoughts and my concepts, like even though it sounds kind of crazy, but some even like elaborate thoughts that are all words in my head, I see as like an image. So the way I can kind of describe it to you is that it's not that it's too hard to deal with, because I think the way that I see it in myself is that, you know, like you have like a RAM in your computer, right? Like it's saturated. It's already maxed out. There's always so much in there that's like in my thoughts or whatever. There's always it's like already packed, right? So whatever comes above it, or it'll just replace, or but like I think at one point it comes to like a maximum amount of things you can care about, right? If you have like 16 problems and you think about you sitting right now, you think about them, shit, you have to really remind yourself of these problems because you almost forget about them. There's so many of them. And when these things happen all at the same time, yeah, it's heavy. But at the same time, I could just kind of bury it and just kind of go live and just fucking send it, And then it's like, it all becomes kind of, right? And the biggest problem with that is that
check Pokelaw's latest tweet. Don't care. I think if Elon Musk wants to win my support back, Elon Musk should make it a thing on Twitter to where if you tweet and then delete it within 5 minutes, more than like 10 times in a month, there's like a 350-pound bounty dude that shows up at your house and beats the shit out of you. I hate when people do that. I will never read a tweet from Poke because he does that tweet delete shit way too much. I don't care.
And
like if I click, like if you say here's a tweet and I click it and it's not there, I'm gonna get triggered. Why would I trigger myself? Why would I even risk clicking a tweet that has Poke's name in it? I can't deal with that. I hate that shit so much.
I'm closing all my text messages and put it on snooze, and I'm gonna go live for like the whole day. I have to like constantly just kind of check up on it, and that's been like the big roadblock, is like just feeling like something is gonna happen, something's gonna say something, something's gonna do whatever, and just kind of being in that cycle of like reminder that the problems are there. I can't even escape them.
Okay. So one more question. So you mentioned that sometimes you kind of air this stuff out on stream and stuff, and it helps you process. Have you tried airing it out privately?
Yeah, to like a friend or.
Yeah, a lot of people know about a lot of stuff I go through. Yeah, and it doesn't help. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Like just flat out. It doesn't, and sometimes even the solution don't give me any peace. Like sometimes the resolutions of these things, like it's almost like you're kind of chasing it down. It's like you finally get it. It's like, okay, well that doesn't feel any better.
Okay. So
right.
I'm hearing that that's not helpful. Have you tried with a professional?
No.
Okay. So Felix, here's what I'm kind of. Do you want me to ask you more questions? Are you enjoying talking about this, or do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, you're all good.
No, but what do you want?
I like questions. I think talking about it now, I kind of reprocess it, if that makes sense. I can't just hear myself talk, right? These are some things that I haven't thought about in a while or something. It's kind of helpful to just hear myself talk about it. Yeah. Questions. You can have answers if you have one like on the fly, but yeah, we can just kind of go. Yeah, just keep asking questions. We'll see what happens.
So is it helpful to you that I'm asking questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you're getting a better grasp of what's up, and I think you're smart enough to interrupt me and kind of have like a solution when you find one, or like something to talk about whenever. I think you pick up on those things, and I kind of trust the process. So.
Yeah, so I think I'm at kind of like a pausing point in the process, and I'm going to give you a couple of options.
Yeah.
So the first is that, like, speaking in the vague ways that you are, and I'm not saying that as a criticism. I know that you've got good reasons for it.
Yeah.
So if let's like understand something about processing. So saying the words
Diagnosed as a vague poster.
that need
Oh
to
no.
be said is like really important. So whether that's going to the grave of one of your parents who is sexually abusive and like yelling at them and telling them that they're fuckers and you hate them, that's different from vaguely telling someone that, like, you know, my parents did some bad stuff and I'm mad at them. Like you have to speak your truth.
Yeah.
So this is where, like, I can continue asking questions and I think I'm going to get vague answers, but I felt
He's got the vague dosha.
Goodness hearing about this story about your will than like anything else that you've said. And by goodness, I don't mean that it was good. I mean that
He
that
understands
feels
what
to
he's
me
saying.
like progress in some way.
Yeah.
So that's the second thing, is that I think I've got like two types of solutions that we can talk through. One is like okay, like how can you as a streamer understand physiologically, neuroscientifically, psychologically, like what's going on? Sort of like this business about always being plugged in, and like there's like some stuff around that about really understanding what your life is doing to your person.
Yeah.
Stress, like you're getting run ragged, like you're cooked, like you're baked, you're finished, like getting overcooked.
Yeah.
Right? And there's stuff where you can say, well, I have to respond to stuff today, and like begging your pardon, Felix, no, you don't. But I totally understand, having worked with like hundreds of content creators at this point, that everyone feels like they do. And maybe I'm wrong, but like, I've worked with some pretty big people, and I know the feeling. But there's some amount of like wrestling with yourself. And the second thing, and this is kind of where my heart is like this big question of like, what do you want and who are you and how do you live life? Like, what do you look for? When the things that, when your supports start falling apart or betraying you or whatever, like how do you as like a human being in this world figure out what your compass is? Because what I'm hearing is that there's confusion. There's walls that you've built up to protect yourself that make you isolated. There's one person that you've always been able to count on, which has to a certain degree abandoned you, which is you. And then like, where do you go from here? Right? And like those are questions where I've helped some people, and I think this is like the conversation I'm having with you, I don't think is just about you, and it's not about the other people that I've helped. This is a core problem. A lot of people in life counted on other people, got burned by it, and even in the past, when you get burned by people that you count on, you can count on yourself.
Yeah.
But at some point, even this cracks. And then we don't know what the fuck to count on. We don't even know what we're supposed to be doing. Here you are making all this money, and what happens? The more money you make, the more invisible you become.
More money, more problems.
So now it's like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing that you're okay, like quitting streaming once you feel fulfilled and you're kind of done with it, and you're like, okay, this is no longer fun for me. You're not really in it for the money or fame or power or whatever. Right? Maybe some part of you is, but
attention.
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing that like,
bro, no
you're
shot.
quitting because you're fulfilled. What I'm hearing is that you're struggling to put your life back together, and it's like slipping away from you more and more and more.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind kind of like, in a way, like everybody knows about me. Like I'm not gonna hide it. I thrive in like chaos and kind of destruction and all these bad things, because at one point it becomes like an outlet, right? When I do anyway, right? And I think it's a very important process, and I just feel like I cannot do that right now, and that's the problem. Is that the destruction and all the thing is, that's all like, it's been always part of my formula. Does that make sense? Yeah, I do like self-destruction, like self-sabotage or whatever in certain ways, and most people think of these things as like really bad and kind of worrisome, and they're like strong words.
No!
But at the same time, they're part of my process. They're part of my formula, and it works for me, and I like it. And yeah, there's like, I'll always say, oh yeah, there was drama, but if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be in it. A lot of times, like I stay close to the fire, right? I just this time, it just felt like I kind of fell in the fire. Right. So, I was kind of going like this for like years, and then now I just kind of felt right in the fire, and it's like, fuck, I like the destruction. I don't like the absolute like annihilation. It's like it's like a tier above it, and I didn't think it would go like that. I didn't think so.
So okay. So tell me this. So okay, with questions, or you want answers, or what do you want?
Well, questions is good.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
So how do you thrive in chaos?
This is an analogy that I use sometimes. It's
an analogy.
It's the scratched phone analogy. You get a new phone, right? And you're really careful not to scratch it, right? Oh my God, I can't scratch it.
Oh, this is a really good analogy.
And then
once you scratch
you scratch it, you get really mad at it, right?
But then you don't care anymore, right?
Apply this analogy to anything, like your room or your head or whatever. And then once I get one scratch on it, then it's all out. I don't care anymore. And then it's like I'll get 1,000 scratches on it, right? Because it's damaged, and I cannot be. I'm not a very good adult enough to maintain intact or like overall intact things. Right?
Missing a chest?
And it feels like it's easier to thrive when it's all just all out. Like if I'm gonna have a little bit of trash on the ground, I might as well have the whole room full of it. If it's gonna be a little bit broken, it's gonna be completely busted, you know? And that's kind of like, it became kind of my world and my environment. And anytime I rented like a nice house or something nice, or I get something cool, whatever, I hate it because it's not my world I thrive in. I like the, like way back when I used to stream in like a garage and in a basement, and it's like full of trash, and it's like, shit, this is kind of hard, you know? It's easy because it's all, I don't feel like I have the responsibility to maintain it and whatever. And that's just always been my world. And that's what makes me thrive. Yeah, that's the chaos of it.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah, of course.
It's beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
So, if I'm understanding you, Felix,
yeah,
it's liberating to have a cracked phone.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Because then it's like it falls into the water, jumping on the ground.
Hey, it's cracked. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
Right?
and
It's scuffed anyway.
And if I'm mad at it, if I have something's going on, I could chuck it.
You can chuck it. It's scuffed.
Yeah, I'll be like, dude, that's kind of how it feels, you know?
Yeah.
And it feels, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's freedom. It is. It's the feeling that like, it's so broken. It might get a little bit more broken, but it's not the difference between it being intact and a little bit scratched. It's like, it's a level of like, of bad that is controlled. It'll get bad to a little bit worse. And that's like so, yeah, it is liberating. It makes you feel like I could do whatever.
Felix, are you perfectionistic?
That's tough. That term is, I would struggle with it because I want it to be perfect in my way. Not perfect to what I think something needs to be perfect. It has to be done my way. And that's been a blockade in a lot of projects I've been doing with other people, is that if I can't execute it my way, I will never be able to do it for you or for anybody else. Like, it's gonna be really bad. And a lot of sponsors I've had or collabs or whatever, it's just like, it's just complete trash. Just like, I don't know what we're doing because it's not me doing it.
Bro, these enemies are actual
not,
fucking AIDS
I'm
cancer.
not like the conductor.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And then let me ask you, how good are you at keeping things intact?
Oh, I'm terrible at it. Yeah, I'm absolutely horrible at it.
When did you? Yeah, go ahead.
Good. No, you're good.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I never. I'm terrible at it. It's skill zero.
When did you learn that you can't keep things intact?
I think just growing up and being messy, like just always being like ADHD Andy and like doesn't matter. I can have my entire head and I'll focus on like not dropping this one plate, and I will turn and I'll hit it on the wall, right? And at one point I kind of gave up in that part of me that like tries.
Kinetic weapons are better against these guys? Is that true?
It was like
how
a
do you even
complete
know?
give up. Like, it's not like a little bit. It's like now it's okay. Well, not only do I know it's gonna be broken, I'm gonna prepare for it being broken, and I might just break it ahead of time just to make sure that it's broken ahead of time, and I'm not gonna be surprised by it, right? And in a lot of ways, I did that. Yeah.
Why are you trying to kill them in the first place? Because they have combat logs.
Because here's what I was just kind of thinking there for a second and thinking about what kind of person feels liberation from cracking their phone? The kind of person who's really, really, really stressed about not cracking it. What kind of person gets really, really, really stressed for cracking their phone? the person who tries really, really hard to not crack their phone and fucking cracks it anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So what I'm hearing is that, like, success or perfection is something you've strived for and failed. And exactly what you said. I mean, it was kind of like what I was sort of thinking about it. And even to the point where, like, I'm so afraid of dropping this dish, I'm just going to break it myself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
With people too, sometimes you meet somebody that you like or care about, and it feels like I'm gonna fuck up at one point or very soon, and it makes me want to kind of give up on them already, so that they're not disappointed down the line, or I'm not caught by surprise and I just throw them away. Right?
How does it feel to say that?
It's okay. I've been saying it to myself for like years. Like I think it's something I do like all the time. Like throw people away. Just because I know I won't be able to like water that plant or maintain it, or like I'm not good enough or whatever. Like imposter syndrome a little bit sometimes, and it's like, especially with girls also, when like something you feel like for some reason you feel like you're not good enough for them, right? And you know you're gonna fuck up somehow or some reason down the line, and you don't know when or what, and you're just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna ghost them and just throw them away, and it's like, now I know it's done. I'm not gonna get sad or annoyed by it when it happens or why or the scenario of it. If I throw them away now, and I prevent myself from having something good, then I can't break it.
Who are you protecting by doing that?
I think I try to protect myself from disappointment.
What disappointment in what or who? Who are you? What kind of disappointment are you protecting yourself from?
Like my future self, if that makes sense. Like I think I would rather like be kind of upset I missed out on an opportunity or I threw somebody away, right? Than actually fail at one point and be like, oh man, I failed them and I failed myself, and it's like kind of harsh. Like it's sometimes it gets destructive a lot, and it's like, oh, well, I can avoid that because I'm not good enough, so fuck it. I'm just gonna go way ahead of the curve and just ghost them out. Yeah, I think I did that a lot, like a lot, to the point where like I had nothing to maintain. Like I just threw it all away. But I'm not saying it's a good thing or it's a good process. I'm just saying like that's kind of how I proceeded with things, right?
I mean, I think it's an important realization to recognize that you would rather sabotage things yourself than disappoint yourself or other people.
Oh yeah, I've always.
I'm not hearing this from you, but I think it's probably true. I feel pretty confident that you're also trying to protect the other person.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. But I'm not going to be a purist and be like, oh yeah, I'm doing it because I'm so nice to them or whatever. It's partly because I know they'll be disappointed and I know how they're going to feel because you've seen it a lot. If you've seen them be disappointed often, you know what's going to happen. You can almost predict it, right? So yes, I am going to protect them in a certain way. And often enough that
you're
the people
also,
that...
You're also doing something weird, which is that... So it's interesting, right? So I said you're trying to protect them too, and then you said, well, yeah, but I'm not going to like pretend to be a purist and like I'm just doing it for them.
Yeah. What do you mean?
So I mean, I think it's kind of interesting because I don't even... I think you're actively pushing away like a good part of yourself.
Oh, this is way better.
You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if this makes sense, but
kind of.
So the first thing that you're really open to pointing out how you're almost selfish, but like you retreat away from being selfless in some way. Because when I ask you like, who are you and maybe you just really are more focused about not disappointing yourself. But
oh, tweet's already deleted?
I think it's kind
Why
of
would
weird.
you tweet and delete?
Yeah,
it feels like the most like high
that,
school shit in the
it's more about
world.
myself.
I can't imagine being 30 years
It's
old and
more
like
about yourself?
tweet, delete, tweet, delete, tweet, delete.
I don't like saying
bro.
it. I mean, it's just how it is. It's true though. It's more about myself, yeah.
And,
like I do care a bit about them and about what's gonna be the fallout, I guess, with how they're gonna react or whatever. But that's not really the core focus. It's more like how I'm gonna feel if I fuck it up.
And
right?
how are you going to feel if you fuck it up?
It'll get dark. Like it'll be like, super upset, man. It's kind of like it's gonna be like cowardly at one point, because that's how I know that's how you progress, right? Through failure and then understanding what happened and whatever and all that, right? But at some point, I feel like you failed so often that it's almost like you're predicting it. So it's like you're predicting your own failure, and it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something. And I know it's a bad pattern, but I'm just saying that that's what I do.
How is it cowardly?
Because that's not how, I don't think that's how you improve as a person. That's not how you grow and get better, by predicting you're going to fail and like making sure you fail but ahead of time. Otherwise I would never even try. But sometimes it's about like the dream of it. Sometimes you kind of wish that you could have something of value, you know, and you kind of go for it anyway.
What makes that hard for you?
What makes that hard? Which part?
What makes it hard to try for something that's valuable? So you're kind of saying that, like, you know, the way you're supposed to learn is by giving it your all and, you know, learning from it. But it sounds like you're not really able to do that very easily. So why not? Why can't you do what you know you need to do?
I don't know.
Why can't you love, Felix?
Shit, I don't know. I think in a lot of ways, like, I know for a fact that there's gonna be stuff that, or like, I'll have goals or I'll hyper focus, and I know for a fact that even I could have the best thing I could have right now in front of me, and I could easily claim it by, let's say, if I had to put like 1 hour aside, and I could have that for the rest of my life, and it's like the best thing in the world. I know for a fact that I won't do it. At one point, I will fail, and it's like predictable almost, right? And that's kind of how it's been, you know. Like, I know that I'll want to stream more and do this and do that, and I know that my goals
Is it Tate
and
stuff
my thing,
stopping
like,
it?
the grind
No.
will come in the middle of it. And
The guys that sent me the
give up on
indictment said
them
that
and
it
myself at that
probably
point.
shouldn't be
And
out yet,
it's
so
like,
I'm not allowed to technically cover.
You still try for these things.
So I don't know why I was sent that early, but
But
a
I'll
couple
do
people
it
reached
as
out
like,
to me. So
almost like a dream, if that makes sense. I don't want to be too cliche about it. Like, it's a bit like a dream. Think about all the possibilities. Like, oh, okay, cool. You kind of let yourself like drift away with that idea, and you kind of go for it half-ass, and you kind of almost start getting it, right? And you're like, sometimes I'll almost get mad that it's working, right? Sometimes I'll get mad that it's actively working and it's like developing, and I'm like, oh man, nah, I kind of wish I didn't start it, because now I have to fucking throw it away, and that sucks. Isn't that so weird though? Yeah, I feel like I'm like I'm demonic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this is okay. I say this with love. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fucked up too. I think it's okay to the only thing that I'll be okay with is saying that like, it's okay to want things, right? But sometimes I can't come to terms with like what that comes with, and the commitment, and what the whole package of it, right? And all I think is like the best part of it or whatever. And I'll be like, I'll fall into the dream, and then like, oh man.
How are you so sure you're gonna screw it up?
Like I said earlier, I'm so messy. I'm so fucking. It's like the more I focus on not fucking up, increases my chance of fucking up. Like I said earlier with the phone thing, and it becomes where you have this kind of belief that you're not allowed to have good things. That's kind of how it was for me.
Tell me about that.
And I would lock myself out of having good things because I know I can't have them. I'm gonna fuck it up. So I'd rather do other things instead. But here and there, I'll fall into the rabbit hole of like still kind of wanting it or a part of it. And like I said earlier, like I'll be like, ooh, this is working. Fuck, I wish, you know, like it's crazy when it just kind of works. Like with some way back when, like I'd like talk to a girl or something, send her DM or whatever, and I'm talking because I'm like, you know, it'd be cool if she replied, right? And oh my god, and what if she was my girlfriend? And it'd be so nice. And then she's so hot, and like, oh my god, she's kind of out of my league, and it's kind of crazy. And then she replies, and then at one point, like, it's what I want, right? In my head, I'm like, I really want her to reply, and she does. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, oh god, I gotta throw it away. And then bang, you throw it away. And that's so dumb.
Yeah, but I mean, I think so. So Felix, when there's a part of us that is dumb, there's, I don't know how to say this. The stupider it is, the more correct it is in a weird way. So like for you to learn that and believe that, you had to learn that lesson really, really hard. Like you had to learn it in a big way. So when did you,
Hold on 1 sec.
this idea that you're not allowed to have good stuff, where did you learn that?
Shit, that's tough. Yeah, I don't know. That is really tough. I don't want to be like non-responsive. But it's not that I want to dodge the question.
I know.
I just feel like it's a lot of small things, big things, and it just kind of as you grow up, it becomes like a core belief.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's not like a big event or big whatever. Right.
So is there something insignificant that comes to mind from a long time ago?
Yeah. I mean, there's a billion stories of like stuff that I fucked up. Like,
yeah.
My brother we used to play Diablo, and we had the whole point of Diablo is to have good items, and then one time he kind of like let me use his account so I could like do duels or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, I feel like I had this now, even though it's not mine. I could kind of use it a little bit. And then some guys like, yo, dude, I'll dupe your items. Like, I'll double it, you know? And I'm like, ooh, Nick is going to love this. I'm about to clutch up. And I give him all my items. And he just disconnects, you know? And then he comes home from school and he's like, yo, dude, what happened? We got hacked. I'm like, oh my God, we got hacked. No. I knew that. And I never told him. I'm pretty sure to this day he doesn't know about it. His best character was just naked because of what I did, and just small stuff like that makes you feel like it doesn't matter like how easy I get it, how hard I work for something that I'll have, I will throw it away one way or another, unintentionally, and that belief becomes so strong that like, okay, I will do it intentionally now, because I always say, yes, sometimes I'll build a tower, right, like a success in one way or another, or I'll build something. It feels really good that when the tower falls, because I broke it, nobody else. And when that power is taken away from me, I become like a demon, because nobody breaks my tower. I break my own, and it'll break, but it comes from my hand. And when that power is stripped away from me, it makes me like, that's when things get really bad. You know?
Really bad in what way?
Like it gets bad. I get like just in these mental cycles like of powerlessness, right? Because I want to have the option. It's not that I want to destroy everything I build, right? I want to have the option of it. Does that make sense? I want to have the button that says "fuck this shit, I'm out," right?
Yeah.
And break it down.
So
and that's kind of how I felt with like people and money. That's kind of how I felt. Or like.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if you had this experience, but when you're growing up and kids make fun of you, one of the things that kids will start to do is if people are bullying you and making fun of you, one of the things that you learn as a kid is you're going to make fun of yourself.
Yeah.
And then you start beating yourself up. And why is that? It's because you've got two choices. You can feel like crap and it be out of your control, or you can feel like shit and it can be in your control.
Yeah.
And we'll pick one over the other all day long.
Yes.
I think the problem is that once you start beating yourself up for that control, as you start to grow older and you internalize it, the bullies on the playground will disappear at some point. But you fucking carry yourself.
Yeah, I'm very visual. I see what you're saying, right? And now I see like this kid in the playground, and all the other kids like vanished out of thin air, right? And the guy's he's still hitting himself, right? He's still doing it to himself. You know, everybody's gone at that point. And he's getting older now. He's still doing it, and people haven't been there for years, right? That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. Does that? Yeah.
That's me. That is me. Yeah. Yeah. especially growing up, like struggling with like confidence and whatever, right? That's kind of how it felt a lot. Is that I felt like I don't know, like I didn't dress properly, or I was ugly, I was kind of stupid. I don't know, I was short, or yeah, I grew up. I was 1 year in advance in school, so everybody was like, when everybody was 18, I was 17, right? So like, yeah, I mean, sometimes I did get kind of like made fun of it, which is fine. I don't think that was the big problem, because I was like a class clown. It's kind of how I made up for it. So I made everybody laugh, and it was all good. But yeah, I think.
But when
yeah.
you become the class clown, you also become a little bit invisible.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. That's why I'm actually surprised you're gonna. Well, I mean, you're knowledgeable, so yeah, you know that. Yeah. Why do you say that? I'm interested now. I want to hear your take on it.
Well, because then they're not seeing you, right? They're seeing you perform. They're seeing a version of you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's not really who you are.
Shit.
Like, everyone's going to pay attention to you as long as you're making them laugh. But if you say, hey, I'm hurting today, what are they going to do?
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I came to the same conclusion, but in different words. When I tell people about this, I tell like I was a class clown, and everybody liked me, right? Nobody loved me. I was friends with everybody, but had no friends, right? And then if I said hello to somebody, anybody out of like the hundreds of people that in my level, they'll say hello back, and they'd chill out and do something. But I wouldn't get invited to parties. I wouldn't go back to anybody after school. And then that kind of like, I never understood why that was the case, and I think I'm starting to get it now.
Is that true for you today?
Yeah, I think it might be.
And why is that?
I don't know. I guess I performed so much that I guess I'm like a natural performer. I guess that it's always on, you know.
I think that's a part of it, but I think there's something else going on, which is that the moment that someone doesn't treat you that way, you sabotage the relationship.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. That's insightful.
Right? So now it's kind of tricky, because here you are. Here's a part of your mind that's saying this always happens. And the very people that will be able to disprove it, you fucking kick them to the curb.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. 100%.
And so then that part of your mind is going to be, see, it always happens.
Okay. Well,
oh my God. Every time I step outside, I get wet. My luck is so bad. Oh shit, it's raining. Let me run outside. Oh, no rain today? I'm going to stay inside.
Okay, yeah.
Every time I go outside, I get wet.
Yeah, I guess the reason why that's how it is. And I guess one reason why it got so bad, I guess, is that not only does this make sense, but the one time where it kind of does happen, the one time where you know it's not raining, and then it starts raining, and you're like, at that point, it doesn't even matter what I do. It's going to happen regardless.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that happened recently where, like, you know, I think that kind of development in a certain way, I'm not going to speak in code, but like with my personal relationship, I think coincidentally or not, I was like, it always rains, right? And I go in the rain all the time. And that one time, I think it just started raining. I was like, okay, I'm not going to sabotage it this time, but I'm going to go outside and, hey, look, guys, it's not raining outside, so I'm not going to get wet. And it just starts. And it's like, I fucking knew it. And then everything starts like, and I think then you start having like massive, like, I don't know. That becomes a strong idea to break away from, I think. So now it's like super built, you know?
Yeah, no.
Now it's like proven in every way.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the worst things that can happen for you is that if you believe something about life and life teaches you that you're right, hardest thing to kick.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Felix, I do think that there are little things that, so I'm not hopeless for you. I think you've got a lot of stuff working for you. I think the most important thing is that it seems like you're pretty honest with yourself. So I what I'm getting the sense of is not that you deny things, but that once you come to a conclusion, kind of like you were saying with the sponsorships, like you're going to do it your way, and you're also going to think your way, and you're going to live life your way. And so the problem here is one of rigidity. The problem is that you're a smart guy who has learned somewhere along the way that the way that the other people live their lives doesn't apply to you. You get that? Like you probably learned that really early on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right.
So, like a best example is Ludwig. I love Ludwig. I mean, but he does things in a way I could never do, and I know that. The way he processes things and how he sees content, how he does it, right? I almost make fun of him sometimes because it's so foreign to me, right? It's exactly the opposite of how I do things, right? So that's gonna, it's an example jumped at me.
Yeah, so I think the challenge is that you learned early on, like, you know, so even when it comes to making friends, right? So like early on, you're a year younger. I was too, by the way. And so it's hard being you were talking about 17, 18. I'm talking about 5 and 6.
Oh,
right? When you go to like physical education or gym class or whatever, and you're like a 5-year-old competing against 6-year-olds, you're going to get crushed.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them are even 7.
Them.
And then like they hit puberty and like you don't?
Yeah, I was a squeaker.
What does that mean?
A squeaker, man. The voice is squeaking. It's like,
right?
You know? Yeah.
And so then you learn to take control by making fun of yourself, by making fun of other kids, right? If you can make them laugh, like you start to become invisible.
Yeah.
You start to lose a little bit of faith in yourself, but also you get this like really strong kind of faith in yourself. There's this core of iron at the bottom. You learn to believe in yourself and trust in yourself, and you learn that like you can't count on anyone else. And what everyone else tells you will work in life doesn't work.
Yeah.
So you become fiercely independent. It's the only way for you to survive.
Okay, yeah, I relate to that a lot. Yeah, I also kind of built a strong sense of like my strong confidence in my ability to perform. Because if you have to perform or survive, then you're always doing it. At one point, it becomes like second nature, you know, because like always like running in the background, which is good and bad, right? Because then you're always invisible. But,
right?
Yeah.
And then
So
when someone sees you, oh, hey, this girl DM'd me. I told her that life was hard, and she didn't know who I am, and she offered to split the bill. She doesn't know how much money I make. Holy shit, she's not with me for my money.
Yeah.
Time to fucking block her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It's a bad pattern for sure. I think I've understood a part of that. I think in recent times, very recent times, I think I've had a small amount, but very significant experiences where it didn't rain, right? And I didn't get wet. And I was like, wow, what is that like? And then I'll interact with those people, right? And I'll be like, why aren't you watering? Or like, why isn't it raining, right? And they don't know they think I'm crazy or something, right? But I'm like, it's kind of weird. I'll tell them like, man, you're kind of interacting, you're talking to me like a human. It's kind of weird, right? But I'm trying to get past this point where like I don't have to notice on the fly and kind of make them hear about it. But I've had a good amount recently that's like, shit, yeah, it doesn't rain, and it felt really good. It's why I'm saying direction is up, is that even though it's only 2 or 3 instances, like it's really refreshing. And I think I took like a day off for like the first time in a long time, and I kind of had that, and I was like, maybe there's like hope there. Sometimes all it takes is just one instance of the opposite to have like some sort of track record that can get better.
Yeah. Look at you being hopeful.
It's good. I like it. No, it's good. I don't like to be like self-loathing. Oh, guys, I give up on everything. Right? I did that with a couple things, but when there's a good thing that comes up, I'll catch it. You know, I still have my hands like this, right? And I'm waiting for the ball, right? And it hasn't been a ball in a long time, but now there's one. I'll catch it.
Is it okay for you to be pitied?
No. I don't want to be pitied.
What about people having
because-
compassion for you?
Perhaps all my problems are self-inflicted. All of them. There's not one that isn't. Like I said earlier, like if you play with fire, you will get burned and you might fall in it. Well, like I can't fall in the fire and say like, where was it? I was playing with it the whole time, right? And a lot of the loneliness and the things
Felix?
What?
Sorry. Is it okay if I interrupt you sometimes?
Yeah, do that. It's funny. I like it.
So if you were to blame for all of your problems, who has control over your life?
Matrix. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Where was that going?
If you're always to blame, who's got the power? You do.
Me. Yeah, me. Yeah.
So here's the weird thing. Remember how we talked about the whole, like, I'm going to make fun of myself or I'm going to sabotage this relationship because I don't want to lose control over it?
Yeah.
You're taking control all the time. Control. Fucking, I don't care about the fucking money. You guys want the money? I'll fucking burn it. I'll teach you to look past me, bitch.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've done that.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I do have the power and the control to do these things.
This is the crazy thing is you this is the weird thing. You don't. It's the way that you view the world. But I hate to break this to you, Felix, but you can't control anything except for yourself. Like literally.
You're right.
It's the way you see the world, and I don't blame you for seeing the world that way. Because it's a way that lets us fix the unfixable. Because when I can't control other human beings and they hurt me, that means I'm fucked. How do I win this match? I can't win the match because someone else has power and I don't. It's a scary way to go through life. But then the problem is that when you think you have all the control, all kinds of weird shit starts to happen. The first is that you do this weird kind of stuff in relationships where the moment that some person exerts independence or whatever, you're like, this is weird. I don't like it. I'm losing control of the relationship. And somewhere along the way, you lost faith in yourself, which is weird because you almost have this paradoxical, unrelenting faith in yourself. I could fucking cancel you on every single platform and you'd be fine with it because you'll find some other, you'll fucking build your own platform. You'll start streaming. You thrive in the chaos. It's not the challenges that hold you back.
Okay.
It's the wins. It's the lucky breaks. That's when you're like, what the fuck? It's sunny today? Where's the rain?
Yeah.
And now you're confused. And so what do you do? Make a weather-altering machine, go find some shaman, and they do a rain dance, and you're like, that's right.
Yeah,
create the chaos. Now I understand.
Okay.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah, of course. I like stories.
I once had a patient who had been traumatized and was convinced that everyone in their life abandons them.
Yeah.
Finds a loving, so this is what's weird. So when you've been in abusive relationships, you tend to gravitate towards abusive relationships. And everyone else is like, what the fuck? Like, why don't you just leave? Why don't you date someone who's not a toxic shitter? And then the person doesn't understand, right? And it's not their fault. Because here's what happens. They date two people. One person is like, yeah, you suck. And they're like, okay, I know this game. I've played this game. I know what the rules are. I can survive it. And then someone else comes along and they're like, you're awesome. And now they get confused. They're like, what do you mean I'm awesome? Because people have told them that before, and they start out being awesome and then they end up being abusive. And so then what happens, what really starts to happen, what's really sad about this is at some point they find someone who has faith in them as a human being, doesn't see them as invisible, doesn't just date them for their body or their money or whatever. And then they get even more confused because they don't even know what love feels like. They don't know what unconditional acceptance feels like. So then they start being like, what are you doing? Where's the other shoe? Like, what are you not telling me? You're going to leave me, right? You're going to leave me, right? You're going to leave me, right? You went out with your friends for a week. Did you cheat on me? I'm sure you cheated on me. Of course you cheated on me. And then the person's like, no, I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave you. And the other person's like, you're going to leave me. You're going to leave me. And what do they end up doing? They fucking drive him away. Like, I can't deal with this shit. I'm gone. See, I knew it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was right all along. You were bullshitting me, and you were really good at it. You bullshitted me for 4 years.
Yeah, that's bad enough. I feel like there's even a worse example. You could, instead of driving them away, you drive away. You're like, I knew it. You're the one who went away.
So that's what happens, right? So I drive them away for a while, and then I decide, you know what? It hurts too much to be loved by someone and have that person abandon me. So now what I'm going to do is anytime there's an instance of genuine love or affection, I know where this ends. I don't want to put myself through it. Because having someone treat you like shit and then abandon you, I can manage that. Someone loving you and abandoning you hurts way more.
Yeah, okay, true, yeah.
So Felix, it's the good stuff that hurts in life.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I see this with parents because like, you don't really know, like I didn't really know what fear was until I had kids. Like fear is like a whole different, it's like different. It's just different. Like once you really love something and you're responsible for something in this world, you know a level of fear that's like absolutely terrifying. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that you've been burned so much. Yeah, you're fucking stepping around the fire, but you've gotten burnt here or there. Now you're starting to develop scar tissue.
Yeah.
And then some bad shit happens, and you know some of it's your fault and some of it isn't. And I think that like you know, I mean, it sounds like for a lot of reasons you can be very hard in relationships. Like I'm not talking about just romantic relationships. You're kind of saying, you know, you don't water your plants and yeah.
Just all of them, yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, so I feel really confident because I think that you do control a lot. I don't think you control as much as you think you control. I think it's helpful for you to believe that you're omnipotent.
Omnipotent? I kind of know what that means, but not really.
All powerful.
Okay.
Right? Like the world is your oyster.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like I think there's weird stuff. It's really hard to be in a relationship with someone who believes they're omnipotent. I'm not talking about like narcissism. I mean that like when everything is under your control, you stop holding other people responsible. You actually let them do things like walk over you. That person who you talked about with the will, that person has signaled to you that they care more about your money 1,000 different ways before that moment. But you let it ride because it's, like if this person is like not treating me the way that I need to be treated, it's my fault. I need to change the way that I interact with them. You know, when you get bullied at school and you start becoming the class clown, you don't blame the bullies. You learn how to blame yourself because it's a survival mechanism. If you blame the bullies, all that's going to happen, you're going to get fucking bullied more. But if you put the pressure on yourself, I need to be funnier. I can control this if I'm funny enough. It gives you power.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, yeah. And what's the solution to that, to getting out of that kind of...
So a couple of things. The first is... So I'm going to... Give me a second, okay? I'm going to write this out.
Yeah. By the child thing you were talking about, I feel like I feel that with my brother. Even though we're not that close these days, right? I can be hurt and get hurt by a bunch of people and hurt myself a bunch of times. It doesn't really feel scary or anything. But whenever he gets harmed or something like that, then I go into like a different mode, like change gears almost, you know? And I think he feels the same way.
True.
About me. Kind of like brotherhood.
Okay, give me just a second. That's useful to know. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Give me a second, sorry. Okay. So how do you fix that? Let's understand. For everybody who's in a situation kind of like this, the first thing that you've got to do, and you're spot on. So it's interesting. There's like old yogic texts that describe how you kind of said it wasn't one moment, it's 1,000 tiny things. But those things are significant. So the first thing that you can do is tell those stories. So this is sometimes the work of psychotherapy, but there's a lot of emotional processing that also happens in places like Alcoholics Anonymous. Like we see this a lot with like addiction, right? Where people will go and they'll like share their story and stuff like that. You can do it with friends. Like you can, you know, you got to like articulate all the times that you knew that you could not be trusted to not break something. Because I want you to really think about what does that do to someone's life when they believe that they cannot be trusted to...
Do we want to listen to the rest of this or not? I had this TaskRabbit guy install 2 bidets, and I just looked at both my toilet seats, and they're like elevated.
And the more precious it is, the
and
more
now I don't
you
know
have to run away
why.
from it.
If it's gonna be like fucked or okay, you guys can listen to this. I guess fuck it. Okay, I'll look at this.
So
later.
if you tell
Fuck
those
me.
stories, it's weird, but you will change. That'll fix a lot of it. Second thing is be really intentional in kind of this rain or shine sort of thing, okay? So like the problem is that right now you've got a lot of reflexes about the way that you respond to your feelings and the way that you interpret what happens in your life. Right? So you have like, you feel a certain way, like, oh, I feel really happy, this is really good. And that feeling connects to a reflexive behavior, I gotta ghost him.
Am I feeling good? Feeling okay.
So that needs to be caught in the moment. And be like, okay, what am I feeling? What do I feel like doing? How does it feel to do that? What you're doing is when someone starts to like you, Felix, and you like them back, you're losing control. You can't have that.
No, that.
Right? And when you ghost them, what are you getting back?
Control.
Absolutely. One is awesome, right? Oh my God, she's kind of into me, but it's fucking scary, man.
Yeah. If you build a tower too thin and then it starts wobbling and it'll fall,
Oh.
I better just
right.
topple it.
You're
Yeah, it
taking
feels good.
control.
It feels good sometimes.
Yes, right? Because you're scared.
Yeah.
So being able to conquer that fear when you're ready, being able to be hurt again, which I don't blame you. Like I don't blame you for any of this. This is normal. You're just, you know.
Shit, I'm not ready to be hurt again. I'm fucking, bro. I'm like, I'm right now. I'm be honest with you, I'm just shut down.
Yeah,
right
that's
now, it's
fine.
like,
that's fine.
I'm becoming radicalized. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm red pill. I'm Tate. No, I'm just
okay. I mean, even all of those things are okay, right?
Yeah,
So it you know, it can start with like relationships. It's like starting with stuff like, you know, telling Nick that y'all didn't get hacked.
I never told him. He's probably gonna watch this one day and be like, "Oh man," because he's 20. I think he's 30 now, and I haven't told him yet.
Yeah. So you know, so there's all kinds of relationships where you're gonna feel these reflexes of pulling away. So catch them in the moment, and that's where there's like some amount of, you know, almost techniques that you can use if you really want to, but I don't know if that's your jam. But like the key thing to remember is that anything you feel in that moment, that fear or that loss of control, do you understand that feelings are temporary?
Yes.
And so you can deal with that loss of control by engaging in a behavior and ghosting the person, or you can just do nothing. And what will happen to the feeling of loss of control?
Don't know.
Exactly. So you need to learn this. So this
Yeah,
is where
I don't have an
I
answer.
swear to God, it will disappear. It will go away on its own. And that's just because that's how human beings work. So I know it's kind of confusing, but like every emotion or thought, so your mind is never permanent. Do you get that? Your mind is always changing. New thoughts, new emotions. Emotions come, emotions go. They can get triggered by things, but all emotions and thoughts in the mind are fluctuations, and then they return to baseline. If emotions would be permanent and you had the perfect wedding, you'd be happy for the rest of your life. That's not how it works.
It's the hedonic treadmill thing, right?
Right. So this is the key thing. The reverse of the hedonic treadmill is that, sure, if you keep on chasing stuff, you keep on chasing to get, and that's why you need to chase new stuff to get that old high. But the reverse of the hedonic treadmill is also true.
You
And
dip
this is-
low, stabilize, dip low, stabilize, and type of thing.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the degenerate gamer solution to life, which is that you don't actually need to climb and all your problems will get fixed. You just fucking sit your ass down and your problems will literally disappear.
They do disappear, yeah.
So all emotions that you have, any amount of hurt that you feel, will actually disappear over time. It can get re-triggered. So for you to not engage in those self-sabotaging behaviors, it's just going to be scary for you, but it's an internal battle that you have to fight. It's one of the few things that you do control. The last thing, and this is going to be hard,
Okay.
is you got to try surrendering.
Surrender control?
Yep.
Oh, just letting the dogs loose and just see where they go?
Yeah, you're not ready for this yet, I think. But
Yeah,
if you really want to know what's truly liberating, because this is the thing, right? Even if you think about that broken cell phone.
You know what? Wait, hold up. Wait, I sorry to interrupt you. You know what? I just thought about it. I think I tried what you just did, and since I told you I'm very self-destructive overall, and it's one of my techniques of moving on and doing stuff. I tried. I genuinely did. This whole like full let go, right, and see what happens. And it's just really unlucky. It's unfortunate. I got burned back to back, and it's just really unlucky though. And I recognize that. I recognize that it was not like foreseeable or anything.
So surrendering is also trickier than sometimes we think it is. It's not. It's sort of letting go, but like a lot of what we have to let go. I don't know exactly what happened in that situation. I'll trust you in that it was unlucky, but I think that you got to work on a couple of other things and then surrender. And this is the beautiful thing. If you sort of think about it, right? When we have that cracked cell phone, that's the principle of surrender.
Devastating trauma first, then the good times.
Here you are trying to control everything. Oh my God, I can't crack it. I can't crack it. I can't crack it. You're trying to control it. And it's so stressful. Oh my God. And then it gets cracked anyway. And you fucker, you're controlling everything all the time. You'll crack your cell phone, but for the rest of your life, you've got to be in control. And look at what you're doing. And then you discovered, hey, if it gets cracked, I'm free. Let it be cracked again. If I drop it, it's dropped. So be it. That's surrender. You actually figured it out, and it's liberating. That I can use the cell phone, I can stick it in my pocket, I can eat with it, and one day it could be cracked. So be it. I'm going to do my best, but I can't protect the cell phone forever. And once you can live to... Yeah?
It's just interesting that I'm like an elite at understanding that system and how it works in some areas. I can't apply it in other areas.
Yeah.
The one doesn't go to the other. I just don't do it.
Right. And
I don't know why.
That's because your degree of attachment to the two areas is different.
Okay.
Right? So how much you care about it is different. You don't care about a cell phone. Sure, you stress about it a little bit. You don't care. But when it comes to like falling in love and being seen and no longer being invisible, bro, right? Then you care. And once you start to care, things get scary, Felix.
Yeah, I see that.
Right? You can burn the money because it ain't about the money.
Yeah. I get it now. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you kind of made that. You kind of materialized it now because I didn't get that. The degree of care for these things. Yeah.
Yeah, and you've learned an antidote to that too, which is you teach yourself how to stop caring. Right? You build all these walls, which is like a good temporary measure.
Temporary, yeah. Just so it doesn't happen again like too soon, and it's like.
Yeah. So there's like a difference between like surviving today and like living for a happy tomorrow. And right now I get the sense that you're in survival mode, so whatever. So start to do these things, then I think, if you're diligent with this in a couple years, you'll be living a different life.
Okay.
The day-to-day may look the same, but the way that you're going to feel and hear is going to be different. My hope for you is that you'll have a couple of like meaningful relationships, romantic or whatever. I mean, that I don't know, but where people can see you for who you are. And then you can also have conversations with them about, hey, I'm not great at like watering plants. And this is something I'm actively working on, like as a human being. And I really appreciate your patience. And I'm going to try to do better. And then there's going to be like small parts of that, which is on a day-to-day basis. Like you're going to get all these Discord messages. And there's a part of you that knows that you should message your friend. But you don't because there's like too much important shit to do. And then you have to deviate something. And instead of doing something important, you're going to message your friend. And then your friend becomes important. And then you're watering that plant, and it'll change. Like, you can change. In a sense, I think you've got all the right pieces already. They just need to be, like, moved around a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, I think sometimes I kind of like interacted
really
deliberately almost, or at least knowingly with like fire, and be like, wow, I can't believe this is hot. That is crazy. And I know it's a fire to begin with, right? And if I just am just better at just choosing a little bit better and giving it maybe more chances, and taking less like deliberate risks, maybe have one or two results it goes a long way sometimes. I realize that now. It doesn't take much for things to flip. It doesn't. Sometimes just one is good enough. I didn't believe it at first though. It's kind of hard to believe it when you're so stuck on one idea, you know?
Yeah.
Like dissonance.
Yeah. And I think you've shared with us that you're good at looking back and finding the bright points, and I think you were just in such a dark headspace where the bright points
what is the
weren't
AoE
visible,
on that?
or genuinely weren't there because you kind of got, fucked, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I think processing all these things is sometimes difficult because you always have the reminder like, oh, I mean, I could have also done better. I could have done better. And it's like, it sucks a little bit in hindsight that you could have done better, right? And things kind of got bad regardless. I don't know. It's just something that annoys me about it, right? Because, yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff, Felix, which I don't think we're ready for, but I don't think you could have done better. I know it's weird, but I think that one of the lessons I've learned in life is that, like, there's even the neuroscience and stuff. There's this part of our brain that does something called counterfactual thinking, which goes back and replays things in the past in a non-factual way. So these are the facts of what happened, and then your mind replays things in a hypothetical. And that's one way that we learn from our mistakes. If we didn't have that capacity, we wouldn't be able to, like, hypothesize why we lost a particular game, right?
Yeah, I feel like I'm stuck in that world almost like all the time, like all day.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that even though the mind does that, it is literally impossible to do better than you did back then.
Yeah.
Right? Because you only knew what you did. You can only do the best that you could have done.
You're right.
And so, like, then the question becomes, what do you truly control? You only control the present. So don't think about how you could have done better, because you couldn't have done better. But the next time that you want to retreat from a relationship, that's your test.
Okay. Yeah, that's insightful.
Other questions?
No, that was really good. That made a lot of sense. Yeah, I think a lot of like the other topics or other things, they kind of like fall into the same boxes, because I think that was like an umbrella solution for like a pattern of behavior, and the other thing doesn't matter what the specifics or the semantics are. I think that kind of englobes it. I think that's a lot. Yeah, I was gonna talk about like just overall kind of like moving on from stuff, you know. Sometimes kind of, but I think that also what we said kind of helps also having like new things and seeing it differently, and I think that plays the same role. Yeah, unless I'm wrong about it.
No, I think you're right. So I think that there was a theme for today that I was hearing, and I think the theme is actually the way that you go through life. That's why it all relates, right? This is you.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt that if you engage in future conversations with people in a meaningful or intentional way, you'll discover other things. But one thing I have to tell you, unfortunately, is that the insight is not sufficient. It's necessary, but the next part is like doing the work.
Yeah. Yeah, which is what a lot of times I've like turned back on, right? 'Cause it's easier to say, it was over anyway, or it was too hard, or find an excuse. You look at where you're gonna find one, right?
Right.
And then you turn back.
You got to catch that thought.
Yeah.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, no, I was just gonna say, in snowboarding, something that we do a lot, or maybe just me, I did. when you go to the big jumps that are massive, once you're committed, right? And a lot of times I was too afraid to take them because they're so big, like the big jumps, you know. And then I would just send it forward towards it, right? And then at one point, I almost forced myself. I was like, I'm going a straight line, right? And I started going on the up ramp, right? I'm like, well, I can't turn back now, right? But I put myself in that position, right, where I can't turn back anymore. Because sometimes, if I have the option of turning back, I will turn back, right? And the way that I process that, and I think I do better, is when I kind of lock myself into it and be engaged. I think that builds a better pattern of doing better.
So this is what's hard.
Thanks for your payment to
I'm
Destiny
with you. So I think it's the
Your
same
payment
thing
plan
about
is
creating
$18
chaos and kind of
Oh, the real Moiseby. Thanks for the 12 of your host, buddy.
That is out of the
Thank you
bag.
for using Affirm
It's time
payments.
for XQC to step into the arena, and you can trust yourself to come out on top. I'm with you.
Yeah.
The reason this is hard is because you're never committed. The reason this is hard is because on a daily basis, you have a chance to turn around. And that's why you haven't figured it out. Because thus far, you've required commitment to see things through. You're actually not in control. You put yourself in a situation where you lose control.
Oh my God, yeah, that makes sense actually.
That's why this is hard for you. Because this is the opposite of snowboarding.
Yeah.
There's
Did
no
you hear about the
point.
Gunplown shit? Tom dropped the harrowing tale.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's a good takeaway. Yeah, that was all good.
I missed.
Yeah.
The
By the way, I didn't want to come here with like this
Victim
super,
Andy.
like sad boy vibes. I just didn't sleep that much. I'm just saying I didn't want to seem like I was like just coming here and being all like, yeah, it's just I got woken up at like 7 in the morning, so. But yeah, I didn't want to seem like I was disinterested in what you're saying. If you've ever felt that today or anything, I was very engaged in, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe from you, and I'm also happy to have whoever shows up today. If you're tired, if you're disengaged, like, that's okay.
Right. Damn. Yeah, I think I thought there was gonna be some like voodoo solution to a lot of these things and processes or whatever that you're gonna come up with, and some like there was this Indian book in 1994. And I said to do this and that, right? And I thought you were gonna pull some shit like that, but it was actually quite simple. And sometimes that's kind of the best solutions are the simple ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I hope I wasn't too short today, or whatever.
No, man, this is perfect.
All right. Well, I think we should do a check-in soon. See what happens.
Okay, sure.
You want to do a check-in soon or not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're asking, but I mean,
a check-in like just, in a couple maybe weeks or a couple months, whatever. If I achieve any sort of progress in those directions, I'll give you a heads up. Or
okay, sure.
Or devolve, or it got bad.
Sure.
It got way worse, right? And it rains inside as well. Like it starts raining everywhere.
You pulled a wall down and the roof fell over, and now it's raining on the inside of your house. Yeah, I hear you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
sure.
I'm not there at all though. Like I'm not like the giving up type, but sometimes like I'll kind of like play it off like I'm giving up. I mean, sometimes I like the attention, but it's not like that. Like
yeah. Yeah. So let's sort out follow-ups later. But I think for now, thanks for coming on, and hopefully, this was helpful to you. And I think, by the way, a lot of what you're struggling with, I think, is very common. I mean, that's why I have the insight that I do, because I've lived half of it myself. I was a year younger. I was the class clown, learned how to be self-reliant, and then like had to go to India to learn how to surrender. And it's like hard to learn. It runs against, I mean, you've built your whole life to avoid surrender.
Yeah.
So, and that's, it's okay.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you for everything. That's okay. Yeah. I'll talk to you again. Thanks for everything. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, take care, buddy.
I hope everything was good. Well, by the way, did you have a good time at Streamies and whatever, or what?
Yes and no. I don't think it's my.
It's not my cup of tea either.
Yeah, I think it was. So I was very happy to be nominated. Obviously, I think it was like it's like a bucket list kind of thing that I went to like an LA fancy thing.
Just have your name somewhere out there, as in on your own stream. sometimes
Well,
kind of
yeah, I mean that's good. I feel honored, but I also think it's cool to like I went to like an LA fancy party.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You know,
yeah.
that's the first time in my life that I've done that.
Okay.
So I thought that was really cool. But I really didn't. I'm not going to go too much into it, but I think it's a world that I'm not.
I'm not familiar with it either. I think it's a little like it's a lot of fronts and it's a lot of fluff that personally I don't enjoy. Right? I go for the after parties. Okay, I go to get fucked up. That's how it is. It's
Okay.
Otherwise I wouldn't go. But yeah, I enjoyed seeing you there though. It was fun.
Yeah, likewise. Take care, man.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, questions.
What's like the fastest bullet? Is there
Y'all
like
got
bullet
that?
travel time for any of these?
So, couple of things to remember. The first is that sometimes it takes a little while to get to where we need to go. Number one. And I want y'all to be patient with yourselves too. Right? It's like, oh, like I came in, I'm tired today, I'm this today. Like, you know, like just give it some time.
It's my
Give
question
yourself
for
some
Dr.
time.
K.
I think also Felix gave us a fantastic exploration of self-sabotage and why we do it. And it's kind of like he said at the very beginning, you know, addictions, we think of addictions as problems, but they're actually solutions. Self-sabotage is a solution. It's not a problem. So why do we self-sabotage? Because we're afraid of giving it our all. Why is that? So in my case, I would self-sabotage school. Because if I give it my all and I get a bad grade, that means I'm dumb. But if I study for a test and I half-ass it, that means I can get an F and I can still be smart. So we pull away from relationships too. Why? Why do you sabotage relationships? Because you're afraid of falling in love. Why are you afraid of falling in love? Because sometimes it doesn't work out, and the more in love you are and the less it works out, the more it hurts.
Damn.
Right? So self-sabotage fundamentally is a way of maintaining control. If I give it my all and I still fail, that means that the test was better than me. And if I commit to a relationship, that means that someone else has control over my happiness. When kids make fun of me on the playground,
Not me.
it hurts. And they're in control. So what do? I self-sabotage. I start making fun of myself. Because you've got two choices in life. Painful and out of control, or painful and in control. And this is why we self-sabotage. It's a way of maintaining control. Because who's doing the sabotaging? You are. You're in control. And so if your life is shit, you'd rather have it be shit and you be in control. Because think about it. If it's shit and you're in control, then you have the power to fix it. So the moment that you self-sabotage, if you can bust your life, that also means you can fix it. And so we end up doing that. But if you're always self-sabotaging, you're not actually in control. Exactly. And that's why self-sabotage does not lead to successful lives. Y'all get that? It doesn't work. What you're doing is giving up control of your life because you don't control the self-sabotage. You're giving up control for the illusion of control.
Oh, none of those did anything. Okay.
I would rather be fully in control of a crappy life than be halfway in control of a life that is good and could fall apart at any moment because I don't control 50% of it. It's really weird what our mind does. Y'all get this?
I got it, Doctor. Oh my god, these shotguns are good. No.
How do you recognize self-sabotage? Okay, what a great question. I'll give y'all a little clue. How do you recognize self-sabotage? Anything that makes you feel more in control of your life, you should consider self-sabotage. Now, this is the tricky thing, is that things that make you feel more in control could be good. Right? But, like, if the whole purpose of self-sabotage is control, that's the thing that you should look for. So a feeling of a loss of control followed by a behavior, followed by feeling in more control, could be self-sabotage. And so this is what's kind of weird, is what's liberating is actually surrendering control. What gives you confidence and joy is surrendering control, which I know sounds kind of weird. Right? I'm going to prepare for this job interview. I'm going to prepare for this date.
Upgrades for the
and
stagger bar and the chip
I don't control whether
thing.
there's a second
I don't
date
know
or
what that
not.
means.
I'm just going to do my best. I'm going to roll the
Oh, I
dice
should
and I'm going to
change
see
out
what
my
comes. Anxiety.
FCS, though, to something close
Fear.
range.
Uncertainty.
Yeah, these missiles aren't cutting it either.
But you are controlling the only thing that you truly control in that situation. That's what's so weird. When you actually control the right stuff in life, you don't feel in control. What you actually grapple with is uncertainty.
That sucks for missiles, though. But whatever.
Y'all get that? And then the solution, then you're like, wait, but how do you ever deal with that? And that's where you deal with the uncertainty. You learn that life is full of uncertainty, because I don't know if y'all get this, but you cannot see the future.
I can.
Uncertainty is a fact of life. Literally, there is irrefutable evidence that uncertainty is a part of life, and no one, basically no one, can see the future.
I can.
And so why the fuck, like, this is why it's dumb. Like, you're trying to fundamentally do some mental gymnastics that will take away the uncertainty of the future. You're chasing an impossibility, which is why it doesn't work. And someone's like, I'm not doing anything in life. I have no idea how to start. And it's like, yeah, that's because you're trying to solve an unsolvable problem. Instead of actually fixing the shit that you can, you're like, I'm not doing anything in life. Well, why is that? It's because you're trying to figure all of life out. Stop trying to figure life out and start doing something, anything. But then you're like, I don't know if that's going to work. And you can't know if that's going to work. And if you're waiting on knowing whether something is going to work or not before you do it, that's how you end up doing nothing in life. I don't know if she's going to say yes when I ask her out. So what are you going to do? Not ask her out. And y'all know this, because most of y'all maybe play online video games, and you don't know when you're gonna win or gonna lose. You know it's a crapshoot, but you queue up anyway. And so that's what I tell you to do in life. Queue up anyway. You're like, but my fucking teammates suck. Yeah, that...
Low-key gaslighting me into thinking I'm a worse person than I actually am.
Nick, you told me that only stupid people can be gaslit. So...
That was a joke I made, and you kept bringing it up.
No, but you said it in private.
Right, it was a private joke.
When we have like an argument.
Like what Destiny says in private, he says in private. He's joking.
Why? Okay.
Started. I am struggling. I need inside of me.
So let me ask you guys a question. If you were Logan Paul and you seen an old video of your future fiance saying some shit like this, what do? I would have to call off the engagement after this. You could tell this is not a troll. You could tell she just really needed right there. Bro, look.
What do we think is abnormal about this? If you haven't fucked for a long time. God, this whole world of red pill shit is so cringe to me. Yeah, if you haven't fucked for a long time, sometimes you need some dick if you're a girl. That's not abnormal at all. Oh my god. Is there a way to guarantee a stagger off of 2 shotgun hits? I'm really close to it. Oh my god. Ugh. Change rooms have higher special improvisation. There are some of the Why do you need to advertise it? She got plenty of dick in her contacts just hoeing out. Maybe because she doesn't actually want to fuck somebody. Like, girls tend to be a little bit selective about who they fuck. So there's a little bit difference. I fought about Melina over this shit before. As retarded as it sounds from a guy point of view, and it does sound retarded from a guy point of view. Like, girls can be feeling horny, but not necessarily wanting to just fuck like any of the guys in their lives. Why post it on your public social media to all of your followers? Because I think to most people, I don't think any of this shit is anywhere near as big a deal as like the red pill people have like poisoned your guys' minds, and I think it is. I don't think it's that abnormal to post like, fuck, I've been horny lately. Like, God, it's so cringe. Oh God, please, how much longer? This shit has poisoned everybody's fucking minds. Have I updated my OS for kinetic fire? Oof, I don't know actually. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to shoot this guy live. Any man posting that would be on mega cringe too? Would it be? I've been in a relationship for a fucking while. I'm fucking pussy crazy right now. Would it really be that crazy for a guy to say, I don't believe you? No, bullshit. For a streamer to talk about how he hasn't been laid in a while? No, bullshit. I like all the people coping so fucking hard. We could probably find 50 million clips of streamers, YouTubers, guys, or whatever. There's literally an entire community called Red Pill and Incel built around guys complaining about not getting enough fucking pussy. And all you guys are like, oh no, that would be fucking crazy for a guy to be like, I haven't gotten laid in a while. Like, bro, get me the fuck out of here. Oh my God, kill me, bro. Post a VOD of you begging for pussy. I don't have to beg. That's the difference between me and you fucking losers. Oh my God. Yeah, just fuck my shit up, bam. One more. Nope. Updating my OS. Neither does she, Destiny. That's the fucking point, you fucking cuck. Okay. You get a 50% extra damage from OS upgrades? Yeah, I'll check it. This is why I like talking to Ayla so much. Having people with like healthy adjustments around like their, like the way they view sex is so much better than these dog shit fucking communities where you guys have so many retarded fucking social games over like how you approach all of this shit. Oh my God, it's actually so unbelievably fucking toxic. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can do OS upgrades from here. I might have to quit the whole fucking mission. Literally 70% of chat are virgins. That is true. We have pulled it. That is true. So why am I even getting into a disagreement? I can't believe I can't. I need to open with the missiles shooting immediately, and then I bet I could get a stun. Give me one good shot. Yeah, that's good. Hello, are you broken? Okay. Easy phase one, we'll take it, we'll take it. What do you mean by social games? As in, like, it's not okay, like, for most of you people, it's not okay for somebody to just be like, oh, I'm horny and I enjoy sex. Especially for women. And it's just so fucking weird that like something that's so like so much fun and such an important part of our lives and something that there's like just so many fucking cringe fucking games that you guys like have layered it with. And then all the people that you like look up to that are obsessed with this, they don't even have good sex. Like they all suck. They suck at it. They don't have fun with it. It's not an enjoyable experience. It's all just like status and social games. Like it's just absolute dog shit. It's like you found a way to take like capitalism and like, you know, like you guys already ruined like owning shit and possessions and everything by being like weirdly hyper consumerist about it. You've like managed to do the same thing with like sexual relationships. And then the people that are doing it and worshiping these guys don't even have sex. I don't know, it's just really fucking sad to me. There's like so many better ways to engage with it. But I don't give a fuck. You probably, chances are if you think this way, you don't even believe what I'm saying, so. What the fuck do I care? I don't care. You don't think a streamer saying, I need some pussy right now would be cringe and abnormal? Please don't moderate the statement down to, I haven't gotten laid in a while. It depends on the context of the statement. If you're talking to your fans and you're saying some shit like, I haven't gotten laid in fucking forever, or holy shit, or whatever, like, yeah, I can totally see that being just a normal fucking statement that you can say. Yeah, no shit. Wait. Oh, I didn't die. Here's the whole video. I've already watched the video, and I'm never clicking a link on that guy's fucking Twitter. If you follow that dude's Twitter, you are a perma fucking virgin who will always be fucking miserable in your life. Which is fine. Listen, you have the right to be miserable. I don't give a fuck. Do you think it would be red pill, let's say, to not want an OnlyFans? It feels like you're considered completely missing normie. Who's talking about OnlyFans right now? Isn't that guy just talking trash? Do people really think he's making a commentary broadly in society? It doesn't matter if he's making one or not. That's how everybody's taking it. It's the same thing as Zerka. It's not red pill to not want a whore. It's red pill to think a girl with a body count of over 2 makes her a whore. Yes. It's red pill and retarded. Would you say that most normal people are closer to you or trad? I don't understand why you're shocked the red pill when it's easily closer to normative than polyamorous. No, the red pill is adjacent, is completely orthogonal to trad and normie. Like, my position is probably closer to normie than red pill. Most people don't ask partners their body count when they start dating. That's an incredibly abnormal thing. Like, somebody might not want a girl that's fucked like 50 guys, but it's also one-sided relationships are not normal. Normie people are gonna be closer to me having a normal open relationship than a one-sided open relationship. That's not normal. Thinking that a girl is a slut because she's had 4 or 5 partners, that's not a normal take. That is an incredibly red pill take. The idea that a guy can have 50 bodies and a girl can have 0 and that's a good relationship, that's not a normie take. The idea that you shouldn't live with the woman you're dating, that's not a normie take. No, red pill is nowhere near like the normal actual fucking takes that most people have. What is this? Is this New Game Plus or why am I in this dog shit? We're at a disadvantage? What do you mean we're at a disadvantage? You don't think I can kill anything in this fucking game? I'm a goddamn mech warrior. Oh my god, no, I'm not. If it's not normal, why do women lie about body count? I don't even know if women do lie about body count. That's a thing that guys say. They might, I don't know, but guys probably do too. Girls do care, but you're not gonna know that if you're a fucking virgin. This... Can I just take this and leave? What are you? Do I get something for blowing this guy up? Nope. If V got on stream tomorrow begging any dick that doesn't have an STD to hop in DMs to fuck her, that would be cringe? Is that what the girl was doing? My understanding is she was just complaining that it had been a while since she got some dick. Is what you're saying close to the message that that girl was actually saying? I watched that video, it was like 14 seconds. We both know it's not 2, but even with a non-specific number of bodies, the statement alone, posting online to your substantial male audience as a woman is horrid. She could literally be a virgin and has horrid behavior. So I'm sorry. I love horrid, but you gotta call it. Okay, knock yourself out. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, you're only making yourselves miserable. So I don't know. It's just annoying when you try to project like your like rabid insecurities, and then like a bunch of people that have no bodies trying to pretend that like they understand how the world works. I don't, like it's the equivalent of when philosophers want to talk about quantum mechanics. Like that's what Red Pill is it's a bunch of virgins and losers. And I'm not even talking about just the people that watch it. I'm talking about a lot of the content creators too. Because a lot of these guys, I mean, like they've been exposed over and over again. The only girls on their boats, oh, I see what the ECM is. The only girls on their boats are people that they're paying to be there, right? It's these guys on these like sugar baby websites, and these guys like paying girls that are 35 saying they're 24 to be on the boats with them like they're there because they love them or whatever. I don't know. I think it's fucking pathetic. But like I said, that's where we're angling around back to politics. And I cannot wait to I can't wait to be out of this fucking space. Holy shit. The video was leaked too. It's probably to a private group of friends. Oh, maybe there was a second video that I didn't see. I'm not sure. Doesn't Greek literally say the same shit every time he streams? Yeah, but Greek also got mind fucked by the Andrew Tate shit. How would you deal with the resentment that men might feel because they always have to initiate social risk, i.e. 99% of approaches, like if you keep falling over and over while the other side doesn't even try? I don't know, dude. I don't know. If I was in a red pill space, I would say that women should try harder to equalize the dating standards so that the onus isn't always on men to do things because that's not a fair thing or whatever. But now that I'm out of those spaces, I would say grow a fucking pair of balls, and if you don't have the guts to walk up to one and ask her, you probably don't deserve to get laid anyway. And I hope that your fucking DNA rots out of the fucking gene pool if you're too much of a fucking pussy to walk up to a woman and ask her if she wants to fuck. So I don't know. Ask me when I'm on like some red pill show and I give you like a nicer answer. Listen, it's just more bitches for people like me if you're too scared to even ask a girl out.
How dare you nuke ban me? Rude. I thought we were cool.
What's wrong with them today? I've just been so irritated, like coddling weak fucking men for so long. It actually like leans on me so fucking hard. Like I think that the people that fill these spaces that are like the super judgmental of the women and the body counts and all this shit, it's just like the weakest form of like weak man feeling. And then it's even more irritating because you've all like, or these people have all fooled themselves, and I guess their audience is into thinking that like they're the strong men. And it's like the idea of like the strong man's or the weak man's idea of a strong man is some guy that obsesses over like how many men women have fucked and are obsessed with like shitting on women all day. And I feel like to anybody with any amount of insecurity, like it's so obvious how like rabidly insecure these people are. But it's convincing, I guess, to most people because most people are just fucking losers. But I don't know, it's been irritating dealing with it for so fucking long. But like, listen, we're almost back to politics. You guys can. There's literally no point to killing this guy. I don't even think he has combat logs on him. Fuck it. Tate doesn't obsess over body count. I think he did for a little bit, but he's grifting on to the next thing now. So. Re-education. I don't even know where the fuck I'm at in the story. Am I getting re-educated? Tata's the next thing? I don't believe you. Yeah, it's called prison. Do you see any importance in body? No. To any mature, reasonable individual, no. You know, I'm not ever putting any importance on body counts. No, there's so many other things in life and compatibility and relationships. There's no thing on this guy. Then obsessing over fucking body counts. That's like a child's question. That's like asking, like, what's your favorite Play-Doh or Lego set? It's fucking retarded. I can't imagine ever like trying to figure out compatibility with a woman based on fucking body count. Unless you were like maybe like an ultra conservative or like a religious conservative, a real conservative, not somebody who fucking LARPs as one on YouTube channels. Don't worry, we're totally fine. We're covering the 10 indictments. No, the guys that I got the indictments from said that that stuff isn't supposed to be public yet, so. Would you date somebody with a 0 body count? Probably not, but it's not going to be because they have a 0 body count. It's probably going to be because we're not aligning on a whole bunch of other values. Much the same if there was a girl with a body count of like 1,000, probably also wouldn't date her. But it's not because we don't, it's not because she has 1,000 body count. It's probably just because the way that she lives her life is probably way, way, way fucking different than the way that I live my life, probably. Zero body count? That's quite rare. It's not really that rare. You just don't know where any of these girls are because you obsess over Instagram sluts. And all the red pill content creators you watch also obsess over Instagram sluts. You think that virgins don't exist. There's plenty of them in high school. There's a ton of them in college. They're out there, but you're never going to find any of them because you don't hang out in any space where they would be caught fucking dead. It's not in fucking red pill spaces. People with a lot of body count more likely to leave in rough times. I don't think there's any data or evidence to support that whatsoever. Also, I think it's hilarious trying to evaluate whether or not people with high or low body counts would leave you during tough times if when you don't even have a relationship and you've never been in one. I don't know why you would even pretend to make this like. I must be getting like help or something, right? Walter or whatever's gonna come swinging in. There are studies that people with more partners get divorced more often though, right? Yeah, there are some. You know who gets divorced the most? I think it's people that start with 0 and 1 or something, and then it's like the least is like 2 or whatever. But like those percentages aren't even that far off. You can just Google like IFS. People always quote the same fucking website, that International Family Studies or something, whatever.
Raven, 3 mets coming behind you.
Yeah, I can take 3 mets. 621. Those holes are only for American Diesel. Get out of there.
People don't want girls with high body count because it shows a lot about their lifestyle. You literally just said since same no matter how hard you call about it. You can call it whatever you want, my dude. Whatever you want. Like, the reality is that if, like, chances are, if you're the type of guy that's watching red pill content and you're obsessed with a woman's body count, you're probably an incredibly low value person yourself. So not only are you never going to find the type of woman you want, you don't even deserve it. You probably deserve almost nothing in life because you probably accomplished or achieved or done basically nothing.
Destiny,
That's why you
don't we
watch
have
that
Fellas
content.
that don't have voice yet.
People that
Come
have
on,
done
Desi, your
things in
daddy
life,
needs
people
it.
that have achieved things in life, aren't like dramatically clinging on to other like false idols in spaces looking for guidance. Like, by definition, you are a lost bastard child of the world who's done and achieved nothing. Like, by definition, right? You are. That's why you're watching that content. It's because you're looking for something to. You're trying to find a way to better yourself. Like, that is the target audience of red pill shit. Okay, empathy arc ended. Yeah, we're on the realism arc now. Okay, I can only extend so much empathy before I literally burn myself to the ground trying to keep you fucking retards warm. Jesus.
Wheel.
Jesus Christ. It's a big boy. Destiny thinks everybody who disagrees on this red pill. No, what I know to be true, my feelings on this haven't changed for probably 15, 16, 17 years. I doubt they ever will. What I know to be true is that people that are generally hardcore judgmental of other people's lifestyles or hardcore judgmental of like what other people do in their personal lives, more often than not have a ton of personal problems of their own. And for those types of people, the way that their weakness shows is the only way reality makes sense is if their lifestyle and what they're geared towards is absolutely the correct answer. And if other people are doing things that like are incongruent with that, then they have to be miserable. They have to be coping. They have to be wrong. They have to be, like, that has to, it has to like rigidly fit into that thing. And it's irritating watching weak people like that roaming the earth and then giving their opinions and judgments and everything. It's just annoying. And then watching like the followers that they pick up doing it, because I think to anybody else it's just sad. But listen, hey, you know, politics are right. It's coming soon. Am I on New Game Plus now? Holy shit, I'm still not, really?
Glad that you seem to be feeling a bit better, even if your voice sounds less sexy now.
Would you say someone with high amounts of relationship experience who also tried to fuck... Would you say someone with higher amounts of relationship experience who also try to fuck around is more likely to know what they want, so if they actually commit to someone, they are more likely to actually say hello? Maybe, who knows? It could go either way. There's probably going to be other things that are more important to predict relationship success or whatever than just looking at the number of sexual partners they've had.
Pepe mods.
Do you ever get more chips, or are you supposed to like... Are you supposed to balance like the chips that you have? Oof, I feel like you don't get enough to upgrade everything. Do you really enjoy politics that much? It seems like you tend to want to talk more about the social... Not really, I don't like talking about these social issues. The amount of like empathy and understanding and shit that I've got to extend to like people that are literally like so many levels just underneath like basic social anything is incredibly fucking irritating and aggravating. It's more fun to just debate on like policy and shit. I was gonna go over all those Andrew Tate indictments, and the guy that sent it to me, or I think the group of people that emailed me the indictments, messaged me and said that apparently they're not allowed to actually talk about this publicly yet, so I can't do anything with it. So it's annoying. So my whole plans for today got fucked.
NG.
Are there more smoking guns than before? Smoking guns on what? Oh, for the indictment? I don't know. It's like 360 pages and it's all in Romanian. I was hoping there was a publicly released version on it, but...
Can we please go back to 2016 debating random Trumples in chat?
Yeah, true. What do you think it would take to talk to the people to help the people you were talking about? The issue that every single fucking person has, and I don't know what causes it or why some people are built differently. Leftists have this, red pillars have this, conservatives have this. The problem is that people have a really hard time taking responsibility for what exists in their life and then building on and working on what they can improve. That just seems to be an insurmountable assignment for most people. So they have to externalize and blame other parties. So for red pillars, it's slut women and feminism. For progressives, it's white people and colonialists. For conservatives, it's the deep state and Jews, depending on how far right you go. Nobody can just ever be like, hey, some things in life suck. This is what I have. This is what I can work on, and let's go from there. Everybody needs some big bad fucking enemy or some huge bad guy or some unethical, immoral invader to fucking fight against. It is such an aggravating and irritating way to watch people progress through the world. What is it for you? I don't have a big bad guy. I have shit that I'm trying to do in my life. I've got shit that I'm trying to improve on myself. I've got stuff like, I've always just been a kind of person who's like, what do I need to do to succeed on my own? The idea of like wasting so much time externalizing all of your problems on other enemies or things is such a loser fucking mindset. I can't imagine like how many areas in my life I would have failed in or been such a fucking loser in if I would have walked through life with that mindset. I'm so happy I didn't get fed that bullshit growing up. I'm probably really lucky, I guess, that I had a fucking conservative upbringing or some shit. Or I would have spent my whole time through college crying about being poor or not having my mom and dad to support me or having to work or blah, blah, blah. Like, or maybe it would have, the best would have been just grow up really rich. But yeah, Jesus Christ. I can't imagine like being content with having such a loser fucking mindset, or how much of a loser you must feel in real life. Like if you're a guy and you walk through life blaming women with high body counts and songs by Nicki Minaj and feminism and all that shit for why you don't have a girlfriend, like it must be so disempowering and so hopeless feeling. Like legitimately feel fucking horrible to know that that no matter what you do, it's all going to be out of your control anyway, because there's going to be a song that tells women to twerk instead of be submissive or some shit. Support weaponry. When I talk to ultra-normie friends with GFs, they do care about body counts, but it could be the area I live. They don't blame them, but they just think of them as sluts. Sure, and you could be, but generally, you're not generally just looking at body counts. It's usually the behavior that goes along with it. Body counts is really reductive. But women care about guys with high body counts, kind of, but it doesn't come in the form of body counts. Body counts is like a Play-Doh question, like what's your favorite crayon? It's usually other behaviors you're looking for. So like people say like, oh, women don't care about guys with body counts. Women absolutely care about fuckboys, and they will try to stay away from you if they think that you're playing them. If a woman is looking for a guy to start a relationship and she thinks you're just looking to dick and ditch, she's not gonna want to fuck with you. Like that's the case. And then same thing with a guy and a girl. If a guy finds a girl and she like checks all of his boxes and she's doing everything for him that he wants and she's got a high body count, that guy's not gonna give a fuck. Like you guys are fucking delusional. Especially like those of you out there that are virgins thinking like, oh, if I found like the perfect girl for me and I found out that she fucked 12 guys in college, I'd turn it on. No, you fucking wouldn't. Or if you would, at the end of the day, it would just be on some like really weird like self-esteem shit where you're just like, oh, I can't help but think of her with some other guy or oh blah blah blah. It's gonna be some shit that you're mind fucking yourself to. And maybe if you're 95 IQ, you're a bit smarter than the average red pillar, you'll find some bullshit way to like externalize this onto some ideology, try to make it make sense. But at the end of the day, it's just gonna be self-sabotage. Bros, chill. Oh, these aren't even killing these guys. Wait, did my shit get weaker or did the enemies not get stronger? What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't even know where I'm. Where? Oh god, it's JSTLK retard speak time. The reason I liked how Destiny originally approached the Red Pill stuff was because he was willing to admit that some of the things they preached were probably helping them. It's sad to me that there are probably Tate or FNF fans whose lives are better than they've been before writing Destiny off because he doesn't account at all for the improvements they've seen anymore. I don't give them credit for that. People talk about how these people are such amazing self-improvers. No, they're not. If you want amazing self-improvement, go read something by Dale Carnegie. Go watch fucking Tony Robbins or whatever. That's good self-improvement. Watching some fucking guy that shits on women for 12 hours and then says, invest in real estate or work on yourself or go to the gym, that's self-improvement for you? Bro, kill yourself. How fucking weak and retarded are you that you need some guy that's your virtual daddy to tell you to go to the gym and invest your money? Like, come on, no, you don't get credit for that. If that's all you needed to improve your life, there's 50 billion other things that you could have done. Fuck, I'm sure there are a lot of fucking Nazi SS soldiers that probably started hitting the gym more and improving their life when they felt like they could blame all their problems on the Jews. But no, I'm not gonna give you fucking credit for that. If I actually saw videos of these guys, like giving like actually good self-improvement advice or self-improvement tips, I'd probably feel a little bit different, but it's always like the most generic dog shit advice in the world. Like, wow, go to the gym and be a strong man. Oh my God, that's amazing advice, bro. Well, at least, like, God, that's, oh God, it's actually so cringe. My asshole clenches when I hear that. It's like a copy-pasted retard. Like, well, yeah, people in these spaces, they do have a lot of problems, but at least they help men help themselves with the most generic copy-pasted fortune cookie advice ever? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. This guy taught you about drop shipping and Rolexes. This guy taught you to go to the gym and eat less. This guy said don't get fat and invest in real estate. Like, wow, bro. And then they spent the other 15 hours talking about how feminism is evil. Oh my God. Give me the fuck, bro. I'm sure there are multi-level marketing companies that have improved people's lives. I'm sure some people have finished selling Cutco knives and they've come out with better work discipline. I'm sure there are people that have done fucking Amway and Mary Kay that have come out with better sales techniques. But by and large, the ideology is fucking trash. Just because on accident along the way it managed to help a few fucking retards that couldn't open literally any self-help book in the world and become like marginally better off, doesn't mean I'm gonna give that movement credit for it. How cringe. Okay, this is like a boss build. I don't need this shit. Why does the quicker fire plasma rifle have less rounds? I wonder if this is a mistake that they swapped these. Do you think people want more simplistic answers in the current age? Yeah, people just want like one bad guy to blame everything on, and then they fucking orient their lives around that. But again, it's just because people are weak in the head. You need like a big bad guy or a big enemy to blame everything in life on. Everybody wants to feel like they're some fucking part of some stupid fucking holy war. That's why these loser fuck Muslims in the Middle East, or not in the Middle East, in Europe, that went to join ISIS because they felt like Europe wasn't their homeland and they didn't have a good place and they needed some ideological calling or whatever. So they go join ISIS and go fucking murder Kurds in Iraq or some shit because they feel like they're part of some greater calling. It's all the same shit. It's all the same recruitment strategies, just copy pasted with a few different nouns and adjectives changed around. Do you feel like Western people are oppressing you and preventing you from finding your purpose in life? Come fight for us. Do you feel like feminists are pushing you down and ruining you from being masculine? Come subscribe to our channel. Do you feel like Jewish people are, you know, working together to keep down the white race? Like, you know, come follow us on Substack. Do you feel like Fauci and the CDC are doing everything they can to keep you unhealthy? Buy my herbal supplements and Alpha Max and follow Tim Pool and Alex. Like, it's all the same shit, copy and pasted. It's like made for consumption for weak fucking losers who are like, oh, I can't navigate the world. I have to get some guy to tell me who all my enemies are and then orient my entire fucking life around blah, blah, blah. Listen, even though I ban you guys for it, at least I'm grateful that you guys disagree with me on some shit. And you should disagree with me on some shit. The idea that one individual is like your entire source of epistemic, like everything in your entire fucking life because you have to orient yourself around it for everything. You guys should agree with my food takes more though, because those are generally always correct. But Christ is so fucking pathetic. All right, active homing. I need nagel sauce. Thanks for nigga sauce. Thanks for the 5 subs. Yeah, that's what his name is. Jesus. All right. Why you convince the Red Pill audience is that way? Are you exaggerating? Because it is. Anytime you meet a big bad enemy, guys. You're being dramatic. It's not that bad, really. It is that bad, really. It is that bad. It's like the fucking downfall of fucking society right now is everybody needing some big bad guy to blame everything on. Or it's like our number one, I think it's one of our biggest issues right now. Why do I have this set of arms on? Firearm specialization. Oh, because of the recoil control. Wasn't there arms that gave me 160? Yeah, fuck it. Who cares about recoil? That has always been an issue. Yeah, it is. That is true. It's like a feature of humankind. I don't disagree. It's not like it's new. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. Energy shortfall means... Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? I wonder what long range is. Oh, 130 to 260, beyond 260. What's your favorite sauce? Buffalo sauce? Do you know they don't put real buffaloes in that? They put your mom in that. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Hey!
Well, what's up, buddy?
I heard you said the N-word.
All the time, dude.
That's fucking exciting. I feel much more at home here now.
Welcome, fellow racist.
What's your least favorite part about it? What context did you say the N-word in?
Some guy's name looked like the
You
N-word.
feel like a big man when you say it?
I do. It makes me feel better about myself.
I wanted to ask you, I heard your rant about big bad men. Who's your big bad man?
I don't have a big bad man.
Are you sure it's not Muslim people?
Why should it be?
Based on your Twitter, I think it might be the Muslims, bro. The mashallah is really get under your skin.
I think that people have a really hard time seeing the world as like a messy, complicated place where everybody's like trying to do their best. And anytime you have to orient around like a big bad guy, I think it shows like a severe inability to understand the world.
I think that's just the exact opposite, but the same goal that people try to accomplish with religion. It gives them guidance. But
Sure, but at the very least, at least generally speaking, from at least the three Abrahamic religions, or what I'm aware of, is religions don't try to orient around a negative force. They try to orient around a positive one. Yeah, which
but
is
it's the same goal they're trying to accomplish.
A little bit, but at least
Give
that grand
themselves
narrative doesn't
meaning
have to have fucking
connectivity.
enemies. I think it's so cringe.
Every religion has sworn enemies.
Yeah,
The
but
fuck
at
the
least they
Crusades and shit.
pretend not to. At least they're smart enough to realize it's bad
pretend not
optics.
to.
Yeah.
I think everyone, the thing you're describing is literally everyone. I think everyone in one way or another has something like that, either if it's towards negative leaning or positive, like with religion.
I mean, it can be. But it's something you should actively work against. Where you should be aware that it's a bad thing. Some people chase that. Like, I'm sure there are times in my life where I felt victimized by groups of people or unfairly blamed, like Twitch or people out there or blah, blah, blah. I'm sure that's happened. But, like, I understand that that's, like, a character flaw or defect. But for a lot of people, that's, like, the goal, is to figure out, like, who the big bad enemy is.
Yeah, it's a motivator. It's a community. It's
yeah, but then it causes you to have huge blind spots in your understanding of the world. And then it inhibits your ability to, like, navigate the world honestly. And then you make stupid mistakes and decisions.
Yeah, sure it does. I think that's the human experience, though.
It might be. I hope it's not, but maybe it is. I don't know.
You know what's really cool?
Your mom?
Hardcore WoW. You should
Jesus
play.
Christ, how fucking...
You should hop on.
That's the
Destiny.
real enemy.
That's the big bad. It's World of Warcraft. Really fun.
Oh, I shot the wrong thing. Nice. How's your day going today, buddy? Okay, gotcha.
I feel like you are kind of you hold yourself to the, like you're the martyr against the big bad. Like you have a big bad and it's fighting big bad. You know what I mean? Does that sound stupid? Your entire crusade is trying to fight against all the big bads, so your big bad is the big bad.
Sure, there you go. It's kind of like what, good job. It's like when somebody says there are no absolutes and you're like, ha, are you absolutely sure there are no absolutes?
Wait, I wasn't, wait, what?
Good one, dude.
No. Did you not see what I'm saying? I'm just not as eloquently spoken as you. Like,
I mean,
your
I
Grand
think that
Crusade
I
is
think
fighting
there can
the
be
other Grand Crusades.
Yeah, there can be some big bads, but like a big bad might be like epistemic nihilism. Like we should champion people for having good thought process, or a big bad might be like cancer, right? There are probably okay big bads to go against. Sure.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying based on what's the most content for you, you rotate your big bads. You got like a Rolodex of big bads that it's just the most fun to argue with for that day.
Sure, but that's not really what I'm talking about when I talk about people's needs for big bads.
But isn't that your need for big bads?
No.
No? Well, then maybe I'm not understanding.
Or
maybe you're being disingenuous.
True. You're lucky you're not a chatter because you get banned for that one. Bro, just fucking die. Thank you. How am I supposed to blow those up in time? Jesus. Wait, did you even play this game, or are you playing WoW as we speak right now?
Oh, I'm playing WoW as we speak. I'm gonna play Armored Core though. It seems fucking sick.
Oh.
I watched a bunch of the old ones. I'm surprised I never heard of it.
Yeah.
I think it was like did it have like the English releases? I don't think really popped off, did they? I think it was like a mostly Japanese thing.
Maybe. I thought they were decently popular, but mech games were never like huge.
Yeah.
Usually popular.
All I know is that they like completely dropped the IP. I think they sold it off when like Demon Souls took off, and they just put all their eggs in that basket.
Oh,
so it's cool to see them come back to it. Like they got the IP back, and I think I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened.
Oh well. Look forward to you playing this game. You tell me what you think. I feel like this is gonna be a wholly unforgettable game. In like 1 month, nobody's gonna even know this game.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be a super niche.
Okay.
The people who love it are just like psychotic about it.
Huh.
Like it's gonna. I think it'll spawn like a big speedrunning community or something. Did you ever get into speedrunning?
I could. I have the personality type for it. I just haven't
That's
found
what.
like.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It seems like your type of gig. Because I mean, you played Factorio for like 6 years straight just for the tiniest improvements. So imagine if you did that with like Super Mario or some shit. You just became a world record holder in that. Yeah. Holy shit, dude! You know what you need to do? You need to become a savant and speedrun a game and get super fucking good at it, and then go to an SGDQ or a GDQ and just debate fuck with the chat the whole time as you're running, like how you do your streams. Just be reading chat and argue with them about everything until they kick you off the stage.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that. People have been kicked off for like edginess, but if you just fucking base red pill shit on everyone the whole time, it would maybe bring that shit back. I'm not okay. This is gonna sound transphobic, but I'm not a transphobe. Okay, but GDQ has been taken over by God. This sounds so fucking cringe.
It already sounds cringe. Yeah.
by like woke tards, I guess.
Yeah.
That like the game is less important than the community and the message it's trying to push, and then they've kind of fucking killed it. Like its viewership has just tanked super fucking hard. And they tried to cope and say it was because they weren't doing in-person events, but then they brought back in-person events, and it still sucked dick.
Wow.
I love speedrunning shit, and they've like killed it, man. It's like watching your favorite game get ruined with horrible patches. It sucks.
Hasn't that always been like cringe and shit?
GDQ? No. You watch some of the old clips of like there's always been like trans runners, and it has a big trans community and
stuff. I was
politically
like cringe content in general. I thought that was the whole.
Well, trans and cringe kind of go hand in hand.
I feel like most of the early ultra cringe shit had nothing to do with trans people. It was just.
Oh really? Because there's a lot of them out there. The chick, you remember the chick who said her? Fuck, someone's calling me. Hold on. Shut up, bitch. Nah, yeah, you're right, but I don't know. It wasn't all trans shit, but I'm just saying it feels like every time I tune in, it's that shit's being talked about, and it's people don't give a shit about the games anymore. They've weaponized it.
Huh.
It feels like Twitter is a live stream.
Maybe, yeah.
They ruined our games, Steven.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna see what this call's about. I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Careful, babe. The fuck? Oh my god. Nice. Yes. Fuck me. King. I feel like for killing mechs, I feel like having a sword is just so nice. I don't even know if I can kill this guy. Yeah, I know, I understand. I'm dying, okay.
Oh.
My good friend, Sejin. How's life going, buddy?
Pretty good. Listen to you talk to us about the big bad guys. It sounds like you stumbled into like what's called monological belief systems.
Onological?
Yeah, monologicals.
Monological. What is that? Systems that are oriented around one big truth or something?
Yeah, basically it's trying to look at everything through one lens.
Oh, true, based.
And it has a lot of things, like it's highly correlated with like a conspiracy theory endorsement.
Sure, you have to fix your mic so it stops randomly cutting out every third word to half volume.
Dude,
don't know
I
what's-
have no
thank
idea
you.
why it's been doing it.
You either have some sort of
no.
auto compressor, you've got some setting turned on Discord, or you've got some microphone that's like the aggravating setting is on. I don't know if there's like an aggravating button or...
Is this better?
I don't know, we'll find out if you start randomly cutting out half your words.
Okay. So yeah, basically it's highly correlated with conspiracy theory endorsement, and I've been trying to like use it as a mechanism to measure whether or not people are going to like basically fall for a conspiracy theory.
Okay. Wait, what did you change?
I turned up my gain, and then I turned down the what's it called? Let me see. Input sensitivity.
Okay.
So it's better now?
Yeah, so far.
Okay. So I'm thinking about like the salience in which these monological belief systems work. Like I think it's really easy to have the big bad guy when you can picture them in your head, like conspiring against you. Does that make sense?
Nope. Elaborate.
So like in like media, we would always whenever there was either Power Rangers or spy movies, there'd always be a room that the bad guys would sit in and like plot against the good guys, right?
Oh, okay. So like the World Economic Forum or the United Nations or some BlackRock meeting room or...
Yeah, like that. So it's really easy to grab onto these bad guys. The more salient they are as as like someone that you can imagine doing this thing against you.
Sure.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about starting a project that would be basically trying to deconstruct that, and basically instead of taking that viewpoint and try to change someone's mind, like inserting something else that eventually folds into it that would kind of disrupt it. So basically, if I were trying to deprogram someone from believing that BlackRock was controlling the economy or something like that, I would think about each of the individual people, and I'd give them their actual names that are a part of the board of BlackRock, and I give them details about their lives. They went to X high school, they married their wife this year, they have this many kids, they went to this college, things like that. and then you bring it all into like, do you really think that all these people conspire to do this bad thing against you when they're really just pretty much normal people? I think that angle might bear some merit, because then it's disrupting your salience of what these people actually do. What do you think about that?
Maybe. I might just say yes, they are. Or you're missing something, but I don't know, maybe. It'd be interesting to hear you try to have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting.
There's a paper that I read a while ago, and it's been weighing on me a lot recently. I don't know if you asked me to send this to you, if I did or maybe not, but it dealt with the difference between echo chambers and it was echo chambers and epistemic bubbles, and it made some interesting distinctions between, like, sometimes you just get all your news from one source, and that's like your truth, basically. Is like you read CNN and New York Times and a certain Twitter feed, and those people can sometimes get brainwashed, but it's only just because they get like one source of news. So if you show them something different, hold on. If you show them something different, then they're able to think of different things, right?
Yeah.
But for people that are stuck in echo chambers, there's a phenomenon that happens where you will simultaneously, not only are you only getting your information from one place, you are you're also simultaneously discrediting outside voices. So the effect is far more brutal, because oftentimes showing these people conflicting or contradictory information, it actually just reinforces their belief. And it literally becomes an epistemic impossibility of breaking this person out of where they're at, because you're either going to show them things that their bubble has approved. So like, oh, it's from Alex Jones. Oh, it's from Tim Pool. Oh, it's from Vivek. Oh, it's from Donald Trump, whatever. Or you show them something on the outside that disagrees with them, and whatever is disagreeing with them, it's literally even more proof that their echo chamber is correct. Like, of course the CDC disagrees with me. It's ran by Fauci, who is corrupt. Of course the NIH disagrees. Of course the BBC and the New York Times is because they're ran by blah, 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 right? Thing that paper details in the end that is really interesting to me, and I noticed that I did this when I was 16, just by luck, I didn't even think about, is it talks about how, like, potentially the only way that, somebody asked if I'm describing what happens in cults. Yes, this is the exact same thing that happens with cults. It is the mechanism by which cults function. And the interesting thing that it brought up was one potential way to get out of this type of thing is for somehow, what you have to do is you have to do like a total epistemic reset. You have to say like, okay, listen, maybe I don't know anything about the world. Let me just start like reading again with a fresh mind, and from nothing, let's see what I can build up to. And I think that most people probably don't have experience doing that, and the prospect of doing that for the first time is very, very, very scary. But I think in order to like actually, I was kind of convinced by this paper, it seems like in order to break out of these things, you have to be willing to basically do like a total mind wipe reset on figuring out like who do you trust in media and whose word do you actually listen to, and then like starting from there, using like critical thinking and evaluation rather than just like starting with some tribe.
I think, okay, I'm going to spoiler alert my research.
Okay.
So please don't steal this idea, anyone that's listening, because
Gotcha.
it's going really well. What we found is, sorry, I should start with something called the elaborative likely. Hold on, let me check that right name. Elaboration likelihood model. Yes. So this is what's called a dual process model. And what that basically means is like when you're presented information, you're either going to go one of these two routes. One route is the peripheral route, and this is like your everyday knowledge that gets thrown at you and you're bombarded with, and you make like evaluations about this information just like based on your feelings, your other associations, things like that. And then there's something called like central route processing, which is basically like, okay, I have this information, I'm gonna really engage with it. I'm gonna weigh pros and cons, and then I'm gonna isolate it from all the other information that I have about it. And so basically, what my research right now is doing is, what we think is happening is that when we present rhetorical questions to people, we think that it is triggering central route processing because it's pointing them in a direction, and instead of proving, or like it's trying to get the person that's asked the rhetorical question to disprove other possibilities instead of trying to support what the question is orienting them towards.
I understand what you're saying. This reminds me of when I'm asking somebody a question. If I ask somebody a rhetorical or hypothetical question, I can immediately, intuitively perceive there are one of two different ways they process it. They either engage it with genuine curiosity and they try to evaluate like the question, or they're immediately thinking like, hold on, he's asking me this hypothetical is going to relate to this. And then they start engaging with it in a totally different way because they're trying to preempt wherever you're taking them. And the critical thinking turns off, and then they're just trying to think of like, okay, well, what is he trying to get at here? Yeah. If that's what you mean, if that's related to what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's really, it is asking rhetorical questions is way more effective when it's kind of a novel topic to the person you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
But that they still need to have some sort of domain in it. So what we used as an example was we made a conspiracy theory about the FBI. And only males were responding to the rhetorical questions and being pushed closer to the conspiracy theory by rhetorical questions because the FBI and law enforcement is largely viewed as a male domain. So they're they feel empowered to talk about it because people like them and look like them are in it. But it's so distant from their actual reality, they don't actually know how any of it works, that they're open to all this information that I'm inserting into their brain. So yeah, when you're more familiar with these topics, the rhetorical questions, obviously, as you might guess, are less effective. But
sure.
Yeah. I think this whole idea that you're kind of creating a new mode of processing this information by asking rhetorical questions, and then once they have that, then they're more likely to grab onto other similar ideas that follow the same kind of model.
I wonder if they would continue to do that, though, if they realized that you were drawing like a comparison to something else, or if they would change their interpretation of the rhetorical or hypothetical thing.
I think the priming, like the academia on like priming things, like even if you know it, even if you know it's happening to you, your brain does it so quickly and automatically that you're more likely to fall for this kind of stuff.
Anything else for us?
I got distracted by chat. Hold on. Oh yeah, here's an interesting question. What do you think an attitude is?
I don't know what the point of this question is. What are you asking me?
So there's like, people always argue about whether your feelings inform your decisions on things, and like within the field, obviously, I'm not gonna expect you to know this, but people disagree on like what the actual effects of an attitude is. And so like, if I asked you, if I presented a picture in front of you of a rock, do you think that you would develop some sort of feelings towards that thing, or ideas, or
your question is, it's like XQC hour. Would I develop feeling? I don't know. You have to be way more precise with what you're asking me. The questions are so vague.
Okay, if I show you a picture of SpongeBob, do you think that you automatically start associating that thing with other things?
Probably, yeah.
Do you think that you automatically evaluate it, like good feelings, bad feelings?
I imagine it would probably depend on my
traits?
disposition at the time and the context in which you were showing me the picture.
What if I presented something completely novel to you? Like something that you cannot comprehend? Like, if I told you that there was like a 27th dimension, do you think that you could automatically start doing all those natural processes with it?
I would imagine it would depend on when it was presented. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're asking me. Like, if my family died and then you presented me with some novel concept, I imagine I would probably attach this thing to stuff relating to the death of my family. But if you're talking about like showing me something in a vacuum in a room, then maybe not. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. Or if a psychiatrist did this to me when I was going in for a diagnosis for some medical issue, I'd probably associate with a doctor. Or if you're just talking like on a very detached intellectual sense, I don't know what you're... Yeah, what are you asking me more specifically?
I'm trying to ask you basically is, do you think that your brain automatically starts forming attitudes towards things as soon as you're exposed to them?
Like my understanding of us as like subjective human beings and our inability to parse things as computer code would mean that necessarily every single concept you're introduced to is going to go through some sort of subjective emotional filtering. That'd be my guess. I'm pretty sure this is how neurons work. I don't think we just parse things as like code. I'm pretty sure all of it is going to have some sort of emotionality or something attached to it. That'd be my guess. I could be wrong, but...
I mean, like, yeah, we would call that like the affective aspect of attitude. But I don't know if I buy the idea that no matter what, you're going to start associating your current feelings onto a thing. Especially if you're in like what we would call a neutral mood. There's arguments on whether or not that actually exists, but yeah.
Okay.
I think it's interesting trying to like figure out how our brains or what our brains are doing automatically and what we're asking our brains to do in the moment.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just want to ask you that question. All right, have a good stream. Bye.
I love you. Be careful, okay, babe? Good job, guys. You bullied him out. Bro, my shit stutters so easily right now. It's because I made a speed build. Oh, you came up here at the same time. Bro, what are you doing down there? This guy moves so fast. I love it when people just link a tweet and my name and they think I'm going to tab completely out of my game to go and click what is for sure going to be like a 3 out of 10 tweet. What is the JCast tweet? hold on. Okay. We need to calm down. You guys are out of control. The couch that I got, it's missing the cushion. I don't know how or why that's possible, so I have to call these fucking people. What is this? I don't even know what this is called. BCP, and ask them for the F cushion on the couch. Why is nothing just is as it's supposed to be? Okay, it's okay. Molina bought it. I don't know why. And I put it together for her. That's her reward if she ever gets out of prison. Oh, daily reminder, guys. Make sure that you keep Reddit a safe place, okay? I always want to remind you guys that. It's important. Unaware. Why were you up here? Oh my god, I'm about to get destroyed. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Fuck all this shit. Okay. I want to fly for as long as possible. I want to be able to boost around and fly for as long as possible. Does EN capacity, does that measure my total energy bar on the bottom? It must, right? So I want the thing with the biggest EN capacity to start with, right? Tetra legs? No, I don't want my shit to look fucking busted, okay? These look ugly. I don't want to be a giant flying fucking spider. Cringe. The red generator has the lowest... What is post-recovery EN supply? What the fuck does that mean? Immediately recharged after generator EN supply has been restored. Oh. Okay, this generator is good. The one I'm using right now is good. Okay. We want to do medium and long range and missiles. I think this is probably a good one. Oof. This is like medium-ish range, though. We're not going to be able to do long range, but this is really good missile lock. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, for a booster, I want quick speeds, meaning quick boost, thrust. Okay, I want to be able to boost around, but I also want low upward thrust consumption. How do I measure that? Upward EN consumption. I want that to be pretty low. Oof. This one is good. This one's really good. Low energy consumption, but it's quite a bit slower. Okay, we'll try this one for now. Okay, for legs. I think I just want shit that's light. I think my current shit is pretty light. Okay, for arms, we want shooting. We've got that. That's fine. For my core, generator output, the greater the final EN output. So I need more energy. I want big energy. That's big energy. Okay. For the head, we need things that, something that's just light. No, I want more stability, I think, a bit. This is significantly heavier, but that's okay. Oh, this is a bit lighter. But more stability. Do you want booster efficiency adjust on chest? Wait. Oh, consume my quick boost. Oh, you're right, actually. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Ooh, either of these. This is significantly heavier. But it doesn't affect the boost speed that much. Probably this Basho one then, okay. Okay. Then what do we want? Just normal missiles? Just lots of missiles. Do these split missiles or dual or whatever the fuck missiles, are these any better than like normal? Why would be hard pressed on the bipedal legs required to use exactly what you want? Because I don't want to look like a fucking spider. Okay? That's cringe. Okay, I just want to shoot lots of missiles. Okay, I like that one laser. Actually, no, do I like this? The light wave blade over just the pulse blade. No, I want this, just the normal sword. And then what do I want on my right arm? Gatling gun? Fuck it. Okay. Nice. Nice. Not enough energy and we're overburdened. Good one, Chiefs. Okay, so what the fuck does overburden mean? We need more EN capacity? Why is my energy output so low? Is it because my core... It's because my core isn't efficient. But that's okay. This would be okay. Boom. Okay, now we're just overburdened. But we can change that. We're just gonna get slightly better legs. Fine. Boom. There. Okay, this is the build. Make an emblem, please. We have the DGG emblem. Okay. Look at it. Can you see it on there? There we go. Yeah, this is the boost I'm looking for. Okay, fly forever. That's what I want. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Absolutely shit on. And look at all this booster time I'm getting. Get me up there. Oh, okay, fuck it. Wait, can I? No way will I make it up here. No, okay. Alright. This guy. Where is he? Does this gun ever overheat? Oh, it does. Okay, it does. It does. You fucking cuck. Oh, you're a fucking cuck. Oh, yeah, you're cucking me. Oh my god. Oh! He cucks me so hard. How? My deck can't beat a deck like that. No, I just want to. I know I'm not gonna win this mission. Can I just kill him? Nope. Fuck you. God damn it. Initiate one versus this guy with the sword and plasma change. I don't know. I think I just got really lucky. Okay. Don't trigger me tomorrow, okay? You guys are triggering me all day today. I don't know why. I think tomorrow I'll finally be non-diseased. We had to figure out something political to do tomorrow, too. I was going to do the Andrew Tate indictments today, but the guys that... Whoever leaked it to me said that we're not allowed to go over shit like that, so... Apparently, we have to wait a few weeks. I don't know why this got sent to me so early.
Yo.
What do you want?
Were you memeing earlier, or were you serious that I said that Abby is just a dermatologist?
Oh, you know, half joking.
I just got the timestamp, I didn't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the voice.
You need to stop saying I said things that I didn't say because people are fucking stupid and they believe you.
Do the voice, okay?
You think you deserve the voice?
I do deserve the voice.
You've been a Weasley little liar about me today. Weasley little liar, dude.
Okay.
Cheer up, buddy. You sound sad.
I'm not. I'm just...
I'm the one that should be sad.
Yeah, why is that?
Because you said you don't respect anything I say because it's something I didn't even say.
Wow.
Boo. Oh, I didn't put the right link. My bad. I'll go get it.
Okay. Oh yeah, tomorrow we'll go over this That fucking Atlantic article, we should read that. I think I need a WebM to this or of some fucking thing. I didn't know the Atlantic is fucking paywalling their shit. Or am I subscribed to these guys? Holy shit. Why can somebody make like one thing that you can pay $100 a month towards and it automatically subs you to all the news things? I can't believe that everything is fucking paywalled on the internet now. That there's 50 different types of Netflix, that every fucking website is, oh god, oh, why can't there make, somebody should make a site called Only News and just one credit card, just like on OnlyFans, unlocks every fucking news site you want. Holy shit.
Hey, buddy. Do you need that article about the
No,
Trump?
I got it. What's up?
Okay. Do you have 5 minutes for Game of Thrones?
What do you got?
Cool. Game of Thrones. All right. So I saw this thing on Reddit, and most of the Reddit actually disagreed with me, which kind of shocked me. But imagine a counterfactual. Into season 4, Tyrion does not kill Tywin. He still escapes from King's Landing, but he doesn't kill Tywin. Goes across the Narrow Sea, becomes Daenerys' advisor. Season 7 comes along, Daenerys invades, but she's facing Tywin. Who wins?
Daenerys versus Tywin?
Yes. Basically, imagine season 4 ended with Tywin still alive and Hand of the King.
I don't know. I don't think I want to see it. I think Tywin should win, but Daenerys would probably have like a 4th dragon or some bullshit would happen.
That's my thought. That basically, unless she went nuclear using the 3 dragons on King's Landing, she loses, because it was the game changer that altered the political landscape. He doesn't lose anything. Like, he still has High Garden. He still has the North, because the Boltons wouldn't have gone AWOL.
Yeah, he also wouldn't have let that weird cuck religious people run amok in his capital, because he wouldn't be trying to use them like Cersei did to gain power and stupid shit like that. Yeah.
Exactly. He's a base secular. But do you think Tyrion could defeat Tywin if he is Daenerys' advisor? Like, because that's what it would be. It would be Daenerys and Tyrion versus
Tywin was always smarter than Tyrion. Tywin was always a step ahead.
Man, I love it. You just like completely agree with my Reddit post. That's all we need. We didn't even need the full 5 minutes.
Yeah, Tywin's a smart guy.
He was. Everything else all right, buddy? You feeling better?
I think I'm almost there, yeah.
You have like a sinus infection, or?
I did, yeah. I don't think I've ever had like an actual sinus infection in my entire life.
It's a unique experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it was cringe. Because normally when I think of like sinuses, I think of like my nose. But like my nose hasn't been stuffed at all the past like week. But the things above my eyes have been either inflamed or full or something, or excruciating. But I
think you have like sinus cavities like around your eyes too, so you usually have like pressure.
It goes all over your fucking face or whatever. But I finally today broke down and I took some ibuprofen and it helped so much. So I think by tomorrow I think I'll be fine. Yeah.
That's good. And I think when I've been popping in, I've been seeing Lycan in the background. Is he?
Oh, I think he's gonna start working for me as a full-time cook.
Nice. Okay. All right, buddy. Well, listen, you have a good night. Get some rest, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you. I think we have a debate on. You're doing the.
Oh God, a panel tomorrow, right?
I don't think it's tomorrow. I thought we were doing a thing. Maybe I'm wrong about. The 14th Amendment and Trump. Yeah. Monday or Tuesday, the 14th Amendment.
Oh, Monday or Tuesday, the 14th Amendment. Oh, Cherry's panel on Monday. Yeah,
yes.
I need to read this Atlantic article first, yeah. I'm about to be out of town from the 1st to the 3rd.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll read that. Have you read this Atlantic article? Is there a strong constitutional argument for Trump never running again, or?
I read the Atlantic article and the actual law review, which was written by 2 conservative constitutional scholars, and I think that the case is pretty compelling. Now, of course, it's who would have the balls to pull the trigger on it, and then, of course, it's going to be litigated, it's going to be challenged, and then it will inevitably make its way to the Supreme Court. But yeah, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is pretty clear that if you're an officer of the United States, you swore an oath to the Constitution, and you either engage in insurrection or rebellion, or give aid and comfort to those who do, you were disqualified from holding office. And they make the case it's like any other disqualification articulated by the Constitution. So like if you're 34 years old and you run for president, you're automatically disqualified. Or if you're not a natural born citizen, this would be the other thing. You have either engaged in insurrection or treason or given aid and comfort to somebody who did. And they have like this 200-page, I can link you to that too, because it's like the basis for that article. They have like a 200-page case citing the constitutional scholarship behind it.
Mhm.
And Pisco read it too. Pisco is pretty persuaded by it. So,
do you think why is Adam? Which one is the mad one? Is Adam the real? How is he still so mad?
Yeah. So Adam was unhappy during the conversation. Sitch was pretty chill. I was kind of surprised, and I don't know. He says that I guess he's been, according to him, they've been getting abuse or like I don't know what it is. This is like new to me in terms of drama, but like they've been getting quite a bit of invective. They say from DGG, and that everybody's accusing them of being Trump supporters, and so he was not pleased about that. But
Jesus.
He started a thaw at the end of the conversation, so hopefully it'll be the fodder for future conversations. Because there's obviously a lot that we disagree on, but we barely scratched the surface. It was like 2 hours, and we didn't really discuss any sort of substantive policy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm surprised. Have you talked to them at all?
No, I think I would, but I don't think they want to.
Oh, I bet they would.
You think so?
I bet they
Okay.
would.
Well,
No,
we'll see.
100%. Well, I mean, even if they were like just genuinely pissed at you, I think that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but I think there's the opportunity to engage with a streamer of your size. I think it would be in their best interest to do so. I
Oh.
cannot imagine that they would turn it down.
Well, if they want to, yeah. I mean, I would, sure.
Cool. Have you been following anything else in terms of politics? As somebody said that you're getting back into that arc.
No, I don't know what we're doing. We're probably going to be just following like the Republican debates and everything going on, yeah.
Oh, hey, who won that one? In your mind?
Probably Vivek and Haley, maybe Pence.
Yeah.
think
I was
Vivek-
actually really disappointed by Christie because he was the one I was expecting would win. He's an
I feel like
excellent-
Chris Christie is literally just there as a spoiler. He's just there to like torpedo other people. That's it.
Yeah, and I think he's a torpedo that's mostly primed for Trump, and when Trump doesn't show up, he's much less effective. I was so surprised at his lack of agility
Mhm.
in that debate, but yeah.
Oh, he's just really bad at comebacks. Like he has no snappy.
Christie or Vivek?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking Vivek right there. No.
I was thinking Christie.
Yeah, Christie just has nothing to say. He's just there to. He's good at fucking with other people, but that's it. Yeah.
Hey, what about, to me, the highlight of the whole thing was when they asked very bluntly, and I'm glad that the Fox News moderators did it. Like, okay, so you all took a loyalty pledge to back the nominee. What if Trump is the nominee and he's a convicted felon? Would you still back him? And 6 out of the fucking 8 raised their hands. That is insane. That's madness.
Yeah, I mean that was my favorite moment too, but for a different reason. It was because of waiting for DeSantis to look at how everyone else was reacting and then raising his hand slowly. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he was like, are we doing that? I guess we're doing this. Okay, yeah. And then fucking Mike Pence of Hang Mike Pence fame also raised his hand after DeSantis. Like, yeah, I'll back. Yeah.
They were like all the 4 on the right raised their hand instantly, and then like 2 or 3 on the left kind of sort of stumbled along. Yeah.
It's possible that the guy on the far right, I think Doug Bergen was his name. I think he was so stoned on something because I think he tore his ACL or something like that. He may not have comprehended the question. He'd be like, "Oh fuck, everyone's raising their hands. I guess I'll do it."
Mm-hmm.
But all right, buddy. Well, listen, I'm sure we'll be chatting soon. You have a good night. Get feeling better.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful.
See you, buddy. Bye.
Bye.
Are you still mad?
Yeah. What do you want?
Nothing. I can't tell if you're genuinely kind of angry or you're just memeing a lot of the time.
Angry at what?
I don't know, you seem kind of pissed at everyone.
Well, I've been annoyed for the last week because I'm in town for a week before I got out of town in 3 days, and I should have just streamed for 70 hours these like past 5 days, and I've been sick for a lot of it. And nothing. Probably if we ever date and you want me to fucking kill you, the best way to do it is to fuck with my sleep, because it is the only thing that unironically triggers me off the edge of the earth. It's the most realistic path for me to become a homicidal maniac is some fucking woman or somebody fucking with my ability to sleep. It is I'll end whoever's there. And the idea of sleeping for 9 hours and waking up and feeling tired and not getting any REM sleep and just being not restored is actually driving me fucking crazy. I think over the past like 3 days I've like slept for 30 plus hours and I don't feel rested at all. And that's just the most aggravating feeling in the world because it's just time being wasted. It's my mind being melted. It's me being at high risk for dementia. It's me not going to the gym. It's me having a headache all the fucking time. It's just been miserable. And then I'm going out of town in 2 days, and so I didn't hit my streaming hours. And I've been working while just everything is fucked. Okay, I don't have time to be sick, Kelly. And it's not even like a cool sickness where I can like survive something. It's just a fucking sinus infection.
You can breathe okay now, right?
I've always been able to breathe okay. Now my breathing has always been fine. I've just had an annoying, like a cunty, stupid cough, and then some pressure in my fucking eyes. I should have just knifed it out and carved my sinuses open. It's probably not even pressure. It's probably they're like inflamed or something stupid.
No, pressure's probably right, but it's okay now. Just because thinking of you being on a plane, that's gonna make it worse if it wasn't already. Okay?
Well,
you can get meds for this.
yeah, I did. I took ibuprofen and I feel great.
Oh, well, if it's just inflammation, maybe. But if there is like an infection,
If there's an infection that's advancing to AIDS, my body can't fight infections anymore, and I can fucking die anyway. Who cares?
I mean, if it's a little bacterial infection, I'm just saying there are some things that could give you.
Well, it's been a week, so it's either dead by now or it's gonna kill me. That's how it goes, okay?
I just don't want you being on more pain on a flight. That's all.
Well, I fly in 2 days, so it's too late.
Do you have to go to this thing in 2 days?
It's Mooten's wedding.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I thought it was this New York thing they keep talking about.
I go to New York for a day or two afterwards. That's very important. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be fucking your mom all weekend.
Well, I mean, like, so you got 2 days. You don't think there's like enough time to like call a doctor maybe tomorrow?
No, what is tomorrow? What even is the day of the week? No.
Okay.
Fuck doctors. I already took ibuprofen. What more do you want from me? I hope I super spread to everybody at that wedding. I'm gonna be making out with every guy and girl that stands in front of me until they all get fucking sick and suffer with me.
I don't think you're infectious. I'm just worried about your.
I hope I still am infectious. I've been coughing into clothing that I'm gonna rewear at the wedding so that it infects them, just like we did to the Native Americans, and the Japanese did to the Chinese in World War II.
Yeah, I just, yeah. The cabin pressure is gonna make you want to scream.
Nope, well, I'm fine. I don't even think it's pressure. I think it was just inflammation. And it's not even inflamed anymore. It's fine.
Okay, well, that's good. I still didn't say Dr. Abby is just a dermatologist, though.
That's okay. I understand. You don't think he's a real doctor. That's fine.
I didn't. People are stupid, and they believe the meme shit you say. They're like Darius. They believe you. I can't deal with it.
Well,
like, bully me over the things I said, not the things that he says I said, okay? They're not the same things.
Okay.
He does it on purpose, mostly. Gaslight girl. I'm not the one gaslighting, bro. That's the goddamn timestamp.
Do the voice, Kelly.
Which one?
That's close enough.
Need to learn how to do an actual Marge Simpson voice. What the fuck is the pedo voice?
You just did it.
You 100% said it negatively. You're just like fucking delusional. I literally said I was asking he was an endocrinologist because I wanted fucking free medical advice, and then I spurged about my own problems for like 10 minutes.
Based.
Getting a cortisol test tomorrow.
Nice.
Had chest pains for 3 days. I haven't slept either, and I'm not being a cunt.
Good job.
Wow.
Anything else, Kelly?
No, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better properly soon and you get decent sleep. I know
Okay.
it sucks.
Love you, buddy.
Bye.
Okay. I've also lost like 8 pounds this past 2 months from not working out and from being sick. I've lost like 5 pounds in 2 weeks. It's probably mostly water weight. But holy shit, I think I'm dying. I hope I die. I want to die. And from you guys triggering me. And I'm not eating anything. My life's been a disaster. This month is going to be a good month. I can feel it. September? What's the next month? August, September. September is going to be a good month. I can feel it. Okay. Do you have high blood pressure? No, my blood pressure is fine. Okay. All right, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I should be healthy tomorrow. If I'm not healthy, I'm gonna be triggered. All right, I love you guys. Or maybe I'll be back tonight. Will I be? I need to mop. Bro, oh, this guy that put my bidets together. Wow, all my toilet seats are lifted now. Is that normal? And he didn't clean up anything inside. This TaskRabbit. I wonder how much I got charged for this. TaskRabbit receipt, $400. And I reimbursed him $170? What did he buy? What did he buy that I needed to reimburse him for? Oh, because he charged me $85 each on the bidets. I could have done the bidets myself. I just didn't want to because they needed special screws. Because I'd already tried to do one, and I didn't have them.
After installing your beautiful bidet, if your toilet seat is lifting up...
Yeah, what does that mean, Chief?
...touching the front, then you have a problem. I'm going to explain why it's happening, and I'm going to tell you how to fix it.
Tell me.
Right.
I don't need this shit.
Is pressing against the bidet. So why is it happening? It mainly happens because your toilet seat's back is pressing against the bidet, which is lifting the front. Now, before you go and leave a bad review on the bidet, you have to think that if the toilet seat that you have on your toilet is compatible with the bidet or not. For example,
oh my
you have
God.
a toilet seat here, which as you can see, drops drastically down, curved on this side. If you flip it, you notice that the angle is lipped so much that this area will press against the bidet, and that will give you the lift. So you cannot use these toilet seats. You know, this is normally what comes with toilets, and you have to find a seat that is much more flat. I forced the seat.
Bro. Are you serious? Do I need to buy a whole new...
To come up just to show you how it'll look, but in reality, this is the kind of seat you need where the back is fully flat. As you can see, it's very flat, and the only thing that's pressing against the bidet is this particular hinge, which is absolutely fine if you have a flat seat. You notice it goes all the way down, and your bumpers in the front are actually the one holding the seat. There's no pressure on the bidet. If you have a curved one like this, what will happen is this curved part will keep pressing the bidet on the top, and that may reduce the performance of the bidet because it's bending this and squishing the tube inside. And also, what will happen is because of that pressure angle, the seat will stay up like this because you're like already touching down there. That's what we're trying to avoid. A couple of ways to do if you have that scenario, and if you don't want to change that seat, you can use something like this, bigger bumper. So what it does is it basically goes under here. Yes, it'll be lifted, but at least there will be some support when you're sitting so that you don't crack the seat or the bidet. That is something you can get from Amazon. You can find the link on the description. On the other hand, the ideal thing is to make sure that you do buy a flat seat, just like this one. And the third option I want to suggest is to pick a bidet that is thin. Here you have a Zen bidet, about half an inch thick, as you can see. There are other bidets that are even more thicker. On the other hand, you look at this bidet.
Oh, you guys can't even see. Why haven't you guys said anything? You're just sitting here watching my mech?
This is a spritz bidet, and this is less than quarter inch thick. This is very slim, so that the impact of the seat touching it is minimal. And that's what we're trying to do in order to fix this from lifting up, either bumpers, flat seat, thinner bidet. Those are your choices. Hope this video was helpful if you're installing a bidet. If you watch this before you buy a bidet, then it may be even more helpful. I'll put a link for the Slim Spritz bidet and the Zen bidet as well in the description. Enjoy your bidet. We'll see you in the next video.
I was watching House Clips, can you tell? Bidet, seat, bumpers. I'm just buying these, fuck it, I don't care. Where'd you pay $400 install? No, he also built a couch, some chairs, a table, and then a bookshelf in there as well. It wasn't just $400 for the bidets. Okay. How much stuff did you just order? Didn't you move in like a year ago? Melina's had it here for a long time, and it just hasn't been. It all came like right before she left for Europe to go be with her other boyfriend. What is it? 4 each? Buy 2 sets. Boom, boom. We need to make a list of the best movies of all time. I think of some. Do you want to know what I'm thinking right now? I'm sorry, these just have been on my mind for some reason. I think that objectively speaking, broadest, like if I think of all factors, broad appeal, everything, this is, I think, my top movies I would show dates. These are like my top 3 classic, amazing, best movies. These are just, but fun and great and everything, okay? It's these 3 movies, given in no particular order. I think that these are good litmus tests for humans too, in that like if anybody has a major issue with any of these 3 movies, I think that they're dead inside. They have problems with their humanity. And I think it's a red flag on the human being, okay? 3 amazing, great, fun, awesome movies. Probably rewatchable infinitely because they're so good. Such good movies. Number 1, no particular order. This isn't 3 best, 1, 2, 3. Just no, okay? Number 1, okay? Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one. What a good movie. Great performances, well shot, tight plot. Johnny Depp at his best. Side characterization, just awesome, great movie. Number 1, Pirates of the Caribbean, number 1. An amazingly fun, awesome, great movie. Awesome soundtrack, everything. Such a good movie. Amazing ending, good funny scenes, action comedy, great movie. Number 1. Number 2, fucking School of Rock. The best Jack Black movie, bar none, period. And just an amazingly tight, awesome, wholesome, funny, musically accurate. When he's handing out the CDs, yes, read all the different performances of the singers, involving all the kids and everything. An amazing movie, okay? Pirates of the Caribbean, School of Rock, 2 amazing movies. And number 3, fucking, the maybe controversial in terms of anybody should be able to like and appreciate it. I'm sorry, but Ocean's 11. It's just a great classic heist movie, super fun. Matt Damon in an amazing side role. Brad Pitt doing his best as a supporting character, because for some reason that's what he does the best. Brad Pitt is and Clooney at his best, okay? And amazing performance. I don't even know the name of the actor that's like the casino boss guy. An amazing job. The whole cast, amazing movie. Those 3 movies for people that, you know, all ideological backgrounds, you just want to have a fun time, just good things. Those 3 movies are just so good. These are just classic, amazing. Everybody should be able to like it. Everybody should have fun and enjoy it. Those 3 movies, okay, are so good. They're so good. They're so good. Fuck yeah. God damn. God damn. Jurassic Park is not. Fuck Jurassic Park. The original Jurassic Park is a dog shit movie. Nobody cares. What an overhype. Jurassic Park is the Star Wars of Jurassic Park movies. It's an okay movie, but who fucking cares at the end of the day? The same people that are like, the original Jurassic Park is a really good movie. Those are the same people like, Star Wars is a classic. Listen, Star Wars came from the fucking 80s. It belongs in the 80s, okay? Nobody gives a fuck, okay? Okay. I will be back tomorrow. I will be. And we're going to have an amazingly fun time, guys. I promise. My personal top threes, those are the these are like top 3 general, generic, anybody should like it. My personal top 3, easy. It's My Baby, Everything Everywhere All at Once, obviously. It's Whiplash, obviously. And it's then these two, Pan's Labyrinth and Inception, okay? But that list is going to be more controversial. And I can understand not everybody liking everything off of this for a variety of reasons, but like that's my personal like hell yeah. But obviously that's a more edgy. Inception, really? It's neat, but is it really GOAT? I don't know why, but I rewatched Inception once. I just really like the ending of Inception. I think it's a really neat, good way to tie the whole movie together, and I think it's done well. The best Disney movies. I don't know the best Disney movies, but I know the best Disney movie is Mulan. 100%. Because it's a strong, brave, colored female lead. Thank God. Who's basically trans. Okay? Oh, fuck. That is true. Hercules is really good, too. Best Tarantino movie is Kill Bill Volume 1, I think. No mistake, though. Volume 2 is good. Volume 2 is very good. But Volume 1 is an amazing movie, okay? Top 3 overrated movies. Oh, I can only pick 3? Number 1, speaking of Tarantino, is Pulp Fiction. Is probably the single most overrated movie of all time. Pulp Fiction is the most overrated movie of all time. Number 2, a little bit of recentism, but number 2 is fucking Parasite. Oh my God. Parasite and Pulp Fiction, okay? 2 most overrated fucking movies. One recent, one older one. Let's see. Third movie that is insanely overrated. What's an insanely overrated? Let's see. Honorable mentions. Mad Max is incredibly overrated. Oof. What else? Overrated. Doing this, whatever. Oh man, what else? Yeah, 2001. Wow, he's a giant baby at the end. Who fucking cares? I don't know. God, fuck. I had a feeling today that nothing I watch on TV. That one moment where Levi kills the Beast Titan was close, because that was fucking cool, okay? That was fucking cool. But I don't think anything will ever top Tyrion talking to Oberyn. I don't think I will ever have a TV moment that ever feels as cool and climactic. We're right at the end of season 4. We've got this guy who's like been in the background. It seems kind of badass. Nothing will ever be as cool as this scene. I don't think in books, movies, music, in all media, real life, maybe if I have a second kid, and even that, it's probably just going to be a close second. Nothing is going to be as fucking cool and epic as this goddamn segment, this 5-minute scene. Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck. Fuck. This was peak life. This is my big bad, true. Are Godfather movies overrated? I watched The Godfather. I was like, whatever. But that was a long time ago. I might have just been not old enough to appreciate them. So it's hard to say. Maybe if I rewatched it, maybe I'd appreciate it. But I haven't watched The Godfather in a long time. God, you know a movie I did rewatch a couple weeks ago was The Departed. Fuck, that was a good movie. God, that's such a good movie. Is Good Will Hunting not a top 10 movie of all time? Good Will Hunting is legitimately a really, really good movie, I think. I feel like Good Will Hunting should be mentioned with Shawshank Redemption. People always bring that one up. I think Good Will Hunting is an amazingly good movie. I think Good Will Hunting is an amazing movie. I don't want to say it's carried because everybody does really well. Affleck and Damon do really well. But I feel like Robin Williams is like the glue that holds that whole film together. I feel like that's probably my favorite Robin Williams performance. I think of any movie I've seen him in. It's such a good movie. It's such a good movie. And then if you know the meta, anything behind the movie, I'm pretty sure this was Damon and Affleck's like first script that they took to Hollywood. Were they established actors at all? Just that's an amazing story, an amazing script. Getting Robin Williams for the movie, both of them new actors, like just phenomenally well done. Phenomenally well done. Yeah. Do overrated TV shows? Breaking Bad. I think Breaking Bad is an amazing TV show. I think it's really good. But I think that, I've said this before, Breaking Bad is like, I don't even know if I remember all the arcs. Breaking Bad is like the first season, and then like Tuco, and then like Gus, and then like the Nazis. Like the Gus parts of Breaking Bad are stand out on their own. 9.5 out of 10 TV. Some of the coolest, best shit ever. And then like all the stuff around that does not even live. It's not even remotely close to how amazingly cool the Gus arc was. Kind of reminds me of you know what an unfortunate movie was? If you've ever seen Baby Driver, this is like this is a decent movie, but the opening clip to this movie is like legitimately like a fucking. This is like a 9 out of 10 opening. Wait, hold on. I love you guys on YouTube. I'm gonna sleep anyway. I'm cutting my YouTube. Hold on. I want to watch this. And if I watch it on YouTube, it's gonna kill me. I love you, YouTube. I'm on kick.com/destiny. I'm probably cutting my stream in 10 minutes anyway. Okay.